Hello everybody and welcome along to our traditional start to the Le Mans Wednesday. It is midweek motorsports, becoming midday motorsport as it's just afternoon here in France, Central European summertime. John Hindhaugh and the rest of the team on 91.2 FM as well as our usual spot around the world on RS1. Wherever you are tuned in, it is a very warm welcome to Le Mans 2025 and the 93rd running of the Grand Prix d'Endurance on the circuit at the moment. The road to Le Mans free practice has about 14 minutes to go. There has been an accident. Yellow at Marshall Post 4 and 5, so heading up the hill to the Dunlop Bridge area, and at least one car still off there is the CLX Motorsport machine of Alvis Rodella that has not made it back to the pits yet. We'll give you more news about that if we can get it. But on a packed programme this afternoon, we will have all the usual features, including a big interview with the man who has brought you the Tandy Slam. We'll also have some rally and some bike news. And your bits and pieces, please, on @Specutainment for this part of the show. Stand by. We'll get cracking in just a moment's time. Hello everybody and welcome along to Midday Motorsport just into the afternoon. We'll give this another go as we have Road to Le Mans free practice out on the circuit. It is good to have your company on 91.2 FM and around the world in our usual spot at RS1. John Hindhaugh in the Ford Performance studios at the end of the Bugatti circuit here at Le Mans. And wherever you are in the world listening to us, it's good to know that you are tuned in for our traditional Wednesday start. Free practice one for Road to Le Mans has been stopped for Alvis Rodella's CLX Motorsport LMP3. That car is off somewhere around the Dunlop Bridge area. We'll give you more of that as we go through today. Let's have a look at some of the parish notices. Hello to Tom Marshallek, 6 a.m. in Ohio. Tuning in live for the first time in ages from sunny Cornwall is Richard Robinson. Hello. Radio Le Mans Studiovision is live. Yes, it is. Nick Damon working his magic as usual. Hello to Martin, to Kevin Payne, to A110. Actually, it's A11 OGE, who I met recently, postponing the trip to the supermarket or listening live. To Yoda's uncle, to James Counter, to Harry Chandler, to Steve Fall, and to NG Auto Art. We've been waiting for you, Neil. Hopefully you'll be back by now. And to the Colonel, to loads of people. Jamie Dwyer, looking forward to 3 weeks of live endurance racing. To Chris Vasher, to Ed Sir, catching up perhaps as well. And to Right Turn Lover, being a responsible adult and working today. Plenty to come on. Chris Humphreys, a big British breakfast at Infinity as well, listening to us as well. Right, let's have a look at what's on the show this afternoon. It is absolutely as if we, I want to say this evening, but we'll have all the usual features, or some of them, or none at all. Who knows? Anyway, let's kick off with the top story. Let's play the jingle. And our top story today here on 91.2 FM is that of an injury, and Michelle Gatting will not, Nick Damon, be taking part in any of the races this afternoon, this evening, tomorrow, or the weekend.
No.
Yeah. Talk to me.
No, just couldn't himself. That was all. It's basically. God, it's now. Basically, it's because someone dropped a car on her foot.
Yes.
Which is never a good idea. Even dropping an RC car on your foot hurts. Dropping a full-scale Porsche is very, very uncomfortable. And they broke some bones in her foot, and it is apparently the most painful thing she's ever experienced, which sounds pretty awful. And so she's had to scratch, effectively, from the Le Mans 24 Hours, but she's been replaced by another member of the Iron Dames team, that's Sarah Bovey. So they have obviously quite a good stable they can replace. Obviously, Sarah must have the required laps and experience to run here, as she's been here before. So, late change.
Peter Mackay with us as well. She's very upset. She wanted to do this. She's been made a Porsche driver recently, which she's had some very strong views on in terms of making sure she got it all for the right reasons. There's a lovely video online where she wanted to let Sarah Bovey know and said, hopefully you'll fit my race suit. And then there was a picture of Sarah in the race fit. And Michelle just burst out crying. I mean, so much emotion goes into this week.
It does. And so much emotion has gone into this project. You know, Michelle, her career before she went to the Iron Dames, her career was more or less over. She'd run out of money, there was no opportunities, and she got a call from the FIA Women in Motorsport and the Iron Dames programme, and she went to do a test at Misano and was quick straight away. In fact, so quick that they brought her in because they're like, yep, you've shown us enough, that's fine. She's been to Le Mans several times with the Iron Dames, and this will hurt an awful lot for her. I mean, there's so much preparation goes into this week, as you say, and she was, I think, as well, is that she's the star driver in the car as well, because in the LMGT3 category you need at least a bronze and a silver, and then the third driver is free, and that's usually filled with factory drivers, either gold or platinum rated. So for Michelle to be to not be involved, Sarah's coming in, she's a silver graded driver. That does put that whole Iron Dames Porsche a little bit on the back foot, but they're not called the Iron Dames for nothing. They're all fighters in that car.
This is not the first time we've had a foot injury that has caused issues for a team. In fact, not the first time that a car's been dropped on somebody's foot.
That's right. Fabio Scherer raced and won in LMP2 with a broken foot. Now, that could have been a completely different break to what what's happened to Michelle.
Michelle's got a cast on this already.
I've broken my leg before, and it's really not pleasant. So yeah, you couldn't drive a road car, let alone a racing car. So it's definitely the right decision. It's just really sad for her. I mean, you really have to feel for her. And we all send our best wishes and hope she gets better soon, because it's not just Le Mans that the Iron Dames racing. They are out all the time racing in WEC, in IMSA, and all sorts.
Nick Damon, that's not the only news. We might as well stay with Le Mans news as we are here. We're going to send Joe Bradley out into the paddock, actually, in a little while, and see if he can find some bits and pieces out. We have got the Road to Le Mans free practice just restarting again. It is Breton Racing and Ewan Thomas at the head of that on an outlap at the moment. The number 53 car in LMP3 has clocked a best time. Oh, that's good. The timing and scoring doesn't have... Oh, yes, it does. It's on the other end. 3:51.444 is the best time. In Pro-Am, it's ENS Motorsport, Julien Lemoine. And in... that's, down at 41. And in GT3, it's EF Corse and Laurent Demus with a time of 3:50. Under 4 minutes. Okay, that's not too bad. We'll have full live coverage of both of the Road to Le Mans races with Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer providing the chat on that. And it would appear, by the way, that the other car that was involved in that incident was the number 37 car that stopped the session earlier on. And that would be the CLX Motorsport Theodore Jensen car. So that was the CLX LMP3 and the CLX GT3.
No, I think, John, it's actually the Race GP 85 LMP3 that has got together with the CLX 37. So
right.
two LMP3 on LMP3.
All right, so that's a different incident. Okay, from the one that stopped the session. We've already had a winner this week, and it's an unexpected one. Nick Damon, who's already won this week? Peter, who won? Who won yesterday?
Oh,
they were the only team under 9 seconds. It was Pit Stop Challenge.
Okay, who was it?
It's normally Penske, isn't it?
I'm going to guess.
If you don't know, I don't think you'll get it.
Okay, I'm going to guess United Autosport.
Okay, who are you going to guess? No, it was Peugeot. It was Peugeot from the two works Ferraris. And as I say, they were the only two...
I thought you were going to say it was Peugeot from 2009 then.
Yes. It was they were the only team under 9 seconds for the pit stop. And everybody ran together. 50... from 51, and then the Action Express 31 Cadillac was fourth and was the best of the IMSA cars. In GT3, it was the Iron Dames, and the AF Corsa Gibson were top of LMP2 at 10.5 seconds. Let's move on, and I'm glad I've got you here. We got the facts through yesterday. The facts through from the FIA the World Council, and the Formula 1 and Formula E calendars were revealed. Let's start with that. There's a lot of clashes with a lot of things.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's one major clash. There's two major clashes. Well, the second one isn't confirmed, but it's pretty likely. So the B clash is this event. Next year's Le Mans looks like it's going to clash with the Barcelona Spanish Grand Prix. Of course, we have two Spanish Grand Prix next year. But the one that's causing all the consternation is the Canadian clash with the Lexus 500. So the Indy 500 is... hello, am I on now?
Yeah.
The Indy 500 is running again, the Indy 500 often has always really run on a Grand Prix day to produce that fantastic day of motorsport. We start the Monaco Grand Prix, then have the Indy 500, then if you're that way inclined, you have the Charlotte 600 as well, back to back to back. But because of the concept of making the calendar slightly more logical, rather than going Miami, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, back to Canada again, they wanted to put Miami and Canada sort of together, though they've managed to have a 3-week gap between the two of them, and that ends up putting Montreal onto the same weekend as the Indy 500, also on the same time zone. And if the race starts the same time as it's starting this very weekend next year, it'll go off about an hour and a half into the Indy 500. So it'll wipe out the end, theoretically. So that's obviously a lot of people calling foul, a lot of people saying this is not right, and it does seem strange. I don't think it's quite as Machiavellian as people think, because I genuinely don't think that the F1 care. I don't think they care.
You mean Liberty?
Liberty don't care. They've just gone, these are our dates. And then someone may have pointed out to them, you do know you're clashing with Indy. Are we? Oh, okay. Didn't know that.
Probably don't know. Oh, no, actually, they're American. They will know what Indy 500
they
is.
will know, but they won't
Wasn't
care.
there a moratorium from the FIA on clashing between Le Mans and F1s? That was several years ago.
That's gone this year, and it's carried on being gone. So they've obviously got around that one. It was about 3 years or 4 years they were told they couldn't do it, and they kept clear. And then this year is the first year we've had a clash for a long time. That's the Canadian Grand Prix this weekend. Though in fairness, everybody, the Canadian Grand Prix starts after this race is finished. So they could say there isn't a clash this year. Because the race, I think, is due off at 7 o'clock UK, so it's 8 o'clock here, so 4 hours after the race finishes. So perhaps there isn't a clash. Next year, if it's Barcelona, there will be a clash, obviously, because Barcelona will start at 2 local time and be right over the end of this race, if it's on the non-weekend, which there's no reason to think it wouldn't be. So, yeah, I mean,
it doesn't make any difference in terms of Le Mans unless there's F1 drivers who want to come and race here, which, that hasn't happened since Hulkenberg came and won. But the Indy one, I don't understand, Peter.
It does seem odd to have to have them. I think Nick's point about the time zone and the actual area is very, very important. Yeah, very, very important. So yeah, the thing is the overall racing calendar has never been busier. The F1 calendar has more races on it than we've ever seen before. Endurance racing is busier than ever before. So clashes are almost inevitable. I mean, look at what we have this month. Okay, they're not clashes as such, but we've got Le Mans and then Nürburgring and then Spa, 1, 2, 3 weeks after the other. So it's always going to be difficult to fit everything in.
Yeah, I think the cry, obviously, from the Indy fans and motorsport fans generally who want to see both things is that why have you got a 3-week gap after Miami going into Montreal? Now, the idea is, of course, the freight can just travel up the east coast of the States into Montreal and therefore save carbon tons and everything else. The reason there's a 3-week gap is actually that Montreal never wanted to change its date. It didn't want to go earlier. And the reason they don't want to go earlier is because the weather's awful. They can get snow in late April. So there is a chance that setting up is going to be very, very difficult. So every week you bring it forward, you're actually reducing their guaranteed window for setup. Because Montreal is very far north. So they never wanted to do this swap to go earlier in the first place, but they were kind of arm at the back. If you want the race, you're doing it. And then they said, we need this as many weeks as possible. Because you and I are thinking logically, as logical people, go, we'll put it 2 weeks after Miami and don't clash. But every week apparently is important to the Montreal people. And again, I don't think that when that information was put in, can we have it this weekend? Liberty went, oh no, there's an Indy 500. It's like it's the steamroller effect of F1 for good and for bad. And for this, it's just the crossover is us. It's motorsport fans. The crossover is not the vast majority of people who watch F1, because you look at F1's worldwide viewing figures and you look at Indy's F1 worldwide viewing figures, they're very different.
Yeah. Right, I want you to swap out with another guest, because we've got somebody who can talk to this a little bit more. We'll get in our Indianapolis correspondent, Ryan Marine, who was on the podium at the Indy 500 a few weeks ago. Not because he'd won the race, but he was there for Indy Radio. Plonk yourself down there, Ryan. Stick that headset on and then hit that red button. Welcome to Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM.
Fantastic to be here.
We're talking about the clash between the Montreal Grand Prix and Indianapolis. It's not just the same day. It's pretty much exactly the same time zone. They will be happening at the same time. I don't think that's smart to ask for Formula One, to ask people to choose when they're trying to build a North American audience.
Yeah, I agree with that. I have to say I was quite disappointed. I had heard some rumblings that this might be imminent, but held out hope that until it actually was announced that maybe cooler heads would prevail. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and I think you're right. If Formula One cares about its domestic television ratings in the United States specifically, and to some degree Canada, I don't know that this is a battle that they win, even with the amount of popularity that the sport is experiencing right now. Indianapolis is part of, it's baked into people's traditions on that holiday weekend in the States in particular. And I think that's a tough ask for F1 to try and go head-to-head with Indy.
And it's not going to help Indy either.
No.
Even though it's not their doing, of course. It's the month of May has been set in the motorsport calendar for a very, very long time, much like Le Mans has at the second weekend in June. So, yeah, it's difficult. But how you get all these moving pieces to click together is such a big puzzle with so many external factors, I guess.
We've had some. First of all, have they added another Grand Prix as well? Did I say, or are we still on the same 24? We're still 2024.
Yeah.
Okay. We've also had the World Motorsport Council for the WEC. They've approved a calendar but not mentioned it yet. Obviously, we know that the WEC Pro Lag is going to clash with the 12 Hours of Sebring, which is utter madness. We'll get the rest of the... We'll get the rest of the calendar later on in the year. The 1812 kilometre race at Qatar goes back to March the 28th and 29th because of Ramadan. Is earlier in the year. This year, we had it, if you remember, before Ramadan on the 20th of February. That is utter madness, having the prologue on the same weekend as the Mobile 1 12 Hours of Sebring.
I grant you your point that there's so many moving parts and pieces that avoiding clashes entirely is next to impossible. But it seems to me there are specific events with heritage and tradition that you kind of know where they're going to fall on the calendar. And those should be respected, in my opinion, from the organizers across multiple different series. And especially to have a sports car clash. I mean, this is how teams and drivers and broadcasters and PR people, they make their livelihood being available for these events and doing dual programs. That's a tough hit to make people like that make a decision.
Well, I think with global convergence, which has been such a success, when you just look at the presence here at Le Mans, the presence over in the United States, the increased manufacturer involvement is remarkable. But convergence has to be a cooperation as well. And I think the manufacturers particularly will be furious, because think how many manufacturers have drivers that they have in IMSA and WEC doing a dual program. That's not going to be possible next year unless you have to jiggle things around. But in general, having to say, right, you're going to be an IMSA-only driver, or you're going to only do a little bit of the WEC season, which of course then writes you off of the chance of winning the World Championship. And I know it's only the prologue, but I presume it's mandatory to go to the prologue. So... that's. I bet the manufacturers are very, very displeased, I think.
Well, much as they are with the situation this year, having the 3 24-hour races back to back to back, that puts them in a difficult bind. It puts their factory drivers in particular in a difficult position, and their service provider teams at the GT3 level. That's the backbone of endurance sports car racing at the GT level. It's these customer teams that are running cars on behalf of the factory, and you're just asking mechanics and crew members to go through the arduous nature of these 24-hour races, 3 consecutive weekends. That's another illustration of how greater cooperation is really required.
What else have we got? Safety regulations for liquid hydrogen-powered cars. Which is interesting. That's a ways off, I still think, at the moment. There's a potential moving away from. Actually, there was some rally news in that as well, Peter, wasn't there? You're a rally man.
Yeah, so there's a little bit more clarity on what the new rules for 2027 are going to be in the World Rally Championship. So at the moment, in the World Rally Championship, we have a car that's the car class is pretty prescriptive. You've got a Toyota Yaris, a Hyundai i20, and a Ford Puma, which are all relatively small vehicles. And actually, the i20 and the Yaris are, cars that might well not be in production for much longer. Certainly, the i20, that's the case. So the FIA are looking for the next rule cycle to really open up the envelope in terms of what type of car you could base your World Rally car on, whether it be a saloon, an SUV, and I think that's the big point, because what do manufacturers sell now? SUVs, and lots of them. And I think that adaptation in the way that the motor industry is going, they want to try and open the envelope as much as they possibly can. Powertrain-wise, there's still no news on that, but in terms of the way that the bodywork will work out, that has been put into place now. I'm really interested to see what they do with the rest of the regulations. 2027 is when it's going to come in. We're now mid-2025, so the clock is definitely ticking. But I have to say, having seen the Rally 1 car up close in Sardinia last weekend, I can tell you, if you haven't seen one in action yet, go and see them before their time ends at the end of next year, because they are incredible machines.
I'm indebted to Jake Michel Thompson, Michael Thompson's car. The other F1 calendar change was Imola out and the new Madrid circuit in. Nick Damon, who's now nipped out as part of our CrowdStrike pit lane team, and I can hear that you're out there, mate.
I've just met a good old friend of ours.
Who?
Fabrizio Brogi.
Excellent.
Fabrizio's obviously doing the Road to Le Mans. He said it's a bit frightening. I just slowed down a couple of times. But yeah, it's obviously, so I am in the pit. I've walked past the point where Toyota aren't anymore, which is pit in, which is a bit odd. But so Madrid is the only asterisk on the calendar, because it is not obviously completed yet. It is subject to getting its license and being finished in time. But it is, of course, the back end of next year. It's September. The loss of Imola, I don't think that's a loss as far as competitive racing is concerned. I know it's got all the history, a lot of it very sad, but it's not for me. I don't think it's a racetrack that works. These behemoths of the cars that they are now. So I think that the Madrid street track, not saying that's necessarily a good replacement, but I'm not losing any tears. There's really any tears about Imola.
Thanks, Nate. We'll come back to you in a moment. Just a bit of interference down there in the pit lane. I'll tell you what I can do, though. I can bring us a bit of Le Mans into the studio. There we go. Nothing on the track at the minute, I don't think. Everybody's taking the checkered flag. Race GP. Adrian David has taken the pole position for, or at least the fastest lap, should I say, for the first Road to Le Mans free practice in the Duquesne, ahead of 4 Ligiers, the 2 Forestier racing cars, Brett on 23 events. And then next up in 6th place is Gebhard Motorsport. That's another Duquesne. They're all LMP3. In the Pro-Am, it's ENS from Rinaldi Racing. And in GT3 AF Corsa, with the number 51 car ahead of the 52, similar machine. 2 Ferraris there in the Team Motorpark AMG Mercedes in 3rd position. We have both races for you live. Indianapolis and Le Mans are now sister cities, Ryan Marine. So you're from Indianapolis, you're in the sister city now.
I feel right at home. My only question is what took so long? It's totally fitting, right? These are 2 cities that are intrinsically linked around the world with the races that they host. You travel anywhere and you say you're from Indianapolis, the first thing people ask, the Indy 500, have you been? And same thing, I'm sure, with natives of Le Mans. So it was really neat to have the mayor of Le Mans in Indy ahead of the Indy 500 a few weeks ago, and I'm sure there's an Indianapolis delegation, beyond just me, of course, here this weekend as well.
We'll keep on going with the sports car and Le Mans news. What I want to ask both of you, gentlemen, as it's your first time here, your initial impressions of the circuit. Peter, I took you around the track last night at dusk, just before it was closed. Obviously, you'd been in the paddock before that, but this is your first time ever to the circuit.
It is. Yeah, I've watched the race since I was a child. And it's this race is a huge part of why I decided to work in motorsports, and to be here for the first time is quite moving. And when you're going down the Mulsanne Straight, and you look down that just tunnel of trees, and all of that just rushed to my mind was, the guys that raced in the 70s in Porsche 917s and doing 230 miles an hour, or you go to the 1980s and the Porsche 962s that were so dominant at that time, 956s and 962s, and you think without chicanes the speed is just incredible. And then you get down to the really slow corners and you think, wow, the stopping distance and the braking performance that's required, and you think of why this race was put on in the first place, and it was so set up perfectly to test the automobile at that time in its relative infancy, I suppose, in the early 1920s. Right. And the way the straight line speed that you need, the braking that you need, the durability, and how that all is still absolutely relevant over 100 years later. Amazing.
And you're here as part of the Marine family outing. I met your dad yesterday over at the Ford Performance area. He's racing in the Mustang Challenge Invitational, and we all want to be him this weekend. So you've got sort of two things. You're here supporting your dad, but you're going to be working as well. You've dashed straight here from other work. So what's your first impressions?
Well, I've been fortunate to be here twice working with Sports Car 365 several years ago, and I did come as a fan to the Centenary edition well. But I will say that every time you walk in, it's the same sense of awe. The grandeur of the place blows you away. The magnitude of the whole thing blows you away. And to know that my father, someone related to me, has driven this track at Angers, which happened just a few hours ago. It's mind-blowing. He's having a ball. I'm a bundle of nerves watching him, but it's as cool as it gets.
What was it like for you, Ryan, putting your dad in the car, shutting the door, and watching him drive off onto the Le Circuit de la Sarthe? What was that like for you?
I was totally moving to see him go, and then I was glad that there were no cameras up, so I couldn't watch him at all. I got an update every 4 or 5 minutes when he came around that he was still going, and that was good enough for me. And then just to see his smile climbing out, knowing that he had done something that all of us who love this sport dream of, right? It's unbelievable.
Apparently, the Road to Le Mans teammates did come together on the start-finish straight, whilst under yellow as well. The 58 and 77 cars. Oh dear, that's a bit unfortunate. midday here. You're listening to 91.2 FM. This is Radio Le Mans for 2025. Good to have your company. Right, what else was I going to talk about here? We were going to get Nick Damon back in actually to see what was going on. We're hearing. Let's go back to the news here. We're hearing that 17 Z06 GT3s have been sold. 13 are running around the world. Jess Dane, who's the Chevrolet program manager, and we'll be hearing from Keely Bosen, who is the Cadillac program manager, later on today. That's pretty impressive for a car still, relatively speaking, Ryan, in its early days.
It speaks to the level of appeal that surrounds the Corvette platform. And I think as an American, you get kind of accustomed to seeing them on the road in day-to-day life, but you're reminded when you go overseas that it is a special car, and it is one of the great exports of the American sports car market. So very cool and wonderful to see it as a global platform in a way that, frankly, the Corvette has never been before in a racing context.
And I don't think Le Mans is Le Mans without Corvettes. I think since they started Corvette racing in the late 90s as a factory team, certainly in my generation, Le Mans isn't Le Mans without Corvettes of some description. And I don't think they necessarily have to be the all singing, all dancing pro works team like we had in the past. I think it's really cool that you've got, like you say, Ryan, really enthusiastic people who have a passion for the brand, who could pick whatever GT3 car they like. They could pick whatever brand they want to go and race with, and they've chosen Corvette for a reason. You look at the AWA team and Ori Fidani, who has great links with Ron Fellows. I'm sure that's not an accident that he ended up with a Corvette racing. So I think Le Mans isn't Le Mans without Corvette. It's great that we've got 2 of them here this weekend. 3, yeah.
Who is the only left-handed driving team this weekend?
Left, as in golf left-handed, or
all left-handed? All 3 left-handed drivers. Do you know this?
No.
That's a great one.
I saw this the other day, but I've now taken it off the screen so that the guys...
Aye.
I saw you sneaking a look there. No?
No idea.
It's the 3 Bs in the 38. Bourdais, Button and Bamba.
They're all left-handed.
They're all lefties. And in fact, I think Cadillac have got the most left-handed drivers of anybody in the field. I think it's 4 or 5 of their drivers,
this
including...
is the analysis you come for, folks. This is what you get on 91.2.
Oh, absolutely. A lot of talk about the pit lane lineup. Ryan, you're going to be part of the CrowdStrike pit lane team. And we're going to have to get used to Toyota not being in garages 1 and 2.
Easier for me, having not been in the pit lane during one of these races before. I've always been either in the stands as a fan or sequestered in the media center. So it'll take less adjustment for me, but I do feel for my cohorts who will be adapting on the fly.
We haven't got to the bottom of why this is, Peter.
No, absolutely not. I mean, one thing we will very clearly be able to see it is out on track is the amazing paint scheme that Toyota have put on the car to throw back to the Toyota GT1 of the late 90s, which is one of the coolest cars I think that's ever raced here at Le Mans. And for any of us of the Gran Turismo generation, you knew you were getting towards the end of the game when you unlocked that car. And Francois Perrodo, who's driving for the AF Corsa team in LMP2, he owns one of the very few cars. I think there's 4 that were ever built. And Toyota have, I think, 2 of them, and there's 1 road car, and Francois has one. So, and he's raced at the Le Mans Classic as well, as Francois does. And so, really cool to see that red and white kind of flocked livery. It's just fantastic. It's great.
Let's head down to Nick Damon, who's in... Oh, no, can't use that at the moment, Nick. Sorry, talk to me.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry.
I thought that was working half an hour ago.
Well, this is live broadcasting for you, mate. At least we're still on the air. We haven't done a Fox yet. It's thermal. I don't know. I don't know why. No, negative, mate. It's just hash in the background. I don't know why they've moved. And they've actually gone to what we used to call the Granny Annex, the Lane of Shame, the Row of War. We have had cars there before. They were put in the late 2000s. It's Proton Competition who are now in box 1. It's our choice, said David Fleury, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Europe Technical Director. It's better strategically to be near the pit exit. We got messed up a few times last year, so we don't want to repeat this. We've made a request and Lamborghini had this pit last year, so it was free, and we jumped at the opportunity. Part of this might be the safety car rules and not getting stuck at a red light on a pit lane.
Yeah, because of course we have 3 safety cars here at Le Mans, and a very specific procedure of how they work and how they then merge back together. But there are points during that procedure where you can come into the pits, but you can, as you say, John, get caught with the light being red at the end of the pits for you to basically catch the next train of cars. So yes, you can get punished very, very badly. And the thing is there's so many cars in the hypercar class that in the past, when we had less than 10 cars in the class, or even less than 5, these problems weren't such a big deal. Now, if you make a small strategical error, you can be really back at the bus really, really quickly. So that's a really interesting insight of how Toyota Gazoo Racing were trying to get out of that garage space. And as soon as Lamborghini took their, went away with their hypercar, that space was open for them. Very interesting indeed.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that one plays out. It's a long pit lane here, I think. That's the point, Ryan. And we saw even in the test day, actually, there's a big difference between you being the first one at the red light if there's a red flag. Maybe this is more for qualifying in Hyperpole than it is for the race.
That's an interesting point, too, because it does guarantee then, if you're ready to go, that you get out in front of everyone else. I like your line of thinking there. Look, Toyota's going to think of everything. This is what they've hung their hat on now for a number of years as an organization. So, yeah, don't expect them to leave any stone unturned. And if they think this is beneficial, I'm prepared to take them at their word.
We did have the test on Sunday, two sessions. We've been looking at on the times. What do you take from that? Anything?
I'm almost trying not to pay attention to them because, as we know, test day can be quite misleading sometimes. And the beginning of the beginning of that test session, the track is incredibly green. It's had no racing rubber on it for a year. So it's very difficult to really play anything or to read anything into it. I think we might start to get a clearer picture. Certainly in qualifying, I think that's where we might get a little bit more of a clearer picture. Free practice, again, I don't know how much we'll see in. That's also what kind of makes Le Mans so special, is sometimes you don't know till 4 o'clock on Saturday, or no, roughly about, I would say, 5:30 on Saturday when we're an hour and a half in. Then we might have a bit more of a clearer picture. But right now, it's not very open. I mean, there seems to be a bit of a narrative that Ferrari have an edge. Certainly, they've had a big edge in the World Endurance Championship. They're totally undefeated in the opening 3 rounds. So form would say that it's Ferrari, and of course they're trying to do the triple 3 in a row.
It was the IMSA 4-hour Michelin Pilot Challenge at the weekend. You and I called that, and the action was at Mid-Ohio. Thoroughly enjoying it. A bit messy in the opening stanza, but we got some good green flag racing, and then it all got shaken up at the end.
Right, I think it was messy at the beginning, but the payoff was that opened up the window for a couple of teams to try some different strategic plays. Teams that had misfortune early in the going were able to recover using some clever strategy, and I think the payoff, like you say, was worth it. You come to the end of a 4-hour race and have a fantastic battle to the checkered flag, as we saw in both the GS and TCR classes, and this is one of the reasons that Michelin Pilot Challenge is so fun each and every weekend. Peter, you were there with us at Daytona for the first 4-hour race of the season, and that was wild and woolly too. And it's such a tremendous format. I think the combination of GT4 and TCR plays together really nicely. And then when you give these teams 4 hours to play out different strategies, it just adds to the fun.
I think, yeah, in the GT4 category, it races particularly well. I think in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, the way you watch when the top drivers are in the cars, the way they have them, the body language of them, the car's really leaning right over its limit. So, yeah, I've loved doing the Michelin Pilot races at Daytona and indeed at Sebring as well, watching them going over the bumps there with the GT4 suspension being worked to its limit, and sometimes beyond too. So, no, it's really, really cool to watch.
Let's head to Nick Damon and see if we have any difference there. Oh, no, not at all. Sounds like it's raining heavily. Oh, you're on that one now, are you? Hello. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, all right. I'm not. That's good news.
No, but I can't hear you. That's. Keep talking. Go on.
Testing. Yes. Basically, I just David Fleury saying things like, "We wanted it," and I don't disbelieve him. But interestingly, it's kind of evened up the distribution of cars. So 11 hypercars in one the pit lane, and 2 hypercars in the other one. So it's just there isn't a propensity. It's evened everyone out a little bit, to be honest.
And that's important if we have everybody coming in under a safety car or a full cross yellow.
I'm not quite sure about the safety car argument, because you spend the same amount of time in the pits.
Yeah,
but you come in early, you leave early, and unless you're worried about being, unsafe releases. But on the whole, a pit stop takes long enough to get people through. So possibly it's an advantage to be up there geographically, but yeah, you are in a less workable pit area because there's a big step in the middle of it.
Yeah. Who's got the last pit before the granny annex, Nick?
Ferrari.
Yeah, I think that's the smart one.
That's the Audi one.
I honestly think that's the smarter one to have. I really do, because that's the one for me where you've got the direct shoot out, haven't you?
Yeah, they're not giving that one up though.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I mean it's a mixed bag. I mean you've got the 4 Cadillacs together and the 3 Porsches sort of towards the middle of the pit lane. There's quite a few garages before you get a hypercar actually. So you go past a Codis Lexus, you go past. Actually, I tell a lie because there's the Privateer Proton is the first hypercar. Actually.
All the Cadillacs are together, aren't they?
Yeah, all 4. Yeah.
I'm not sure how.
There is a Chinese wall between the 3 Works Cadillacs, which is the Jotas and Wayne Taylor, and the Whelan car, but I'm sure it's only a Chinese wall rather than anything, because there's a Chinese wall between the 2 Works Ferraris and the 83 of course one as well, but we all know that they're round the back, it's an easy way to get through.
Did a very interesting interview with Katie Bosun yesterday. We'll talk about that, and actually with Dieter Gas. You'll hear those in the course of today. It is Midday Motorsport. Thank you for the moment. Actually, do you know what? No, Nick, stay around for the moment, because I'm going to do 2 wheels. 91.2 FM and round the world on RS1. It was the GoPro Grand Prix of Aragon for 2025 at the weekend. Oh, hello. That sounded like a Porsche.
Porsches, yes, it's Porsche Day.
Is it Porsche Day?
Yes. Interestingly, we were wandering, we were driving down, and I said, "I'm sure there's Porsches," and Johnny said, "No, there's no Porsches because apparently
there's always Porsches.
Apparently, these Porsches aren't important enough because it's just the Sprint Cup rather than the Carrera Cup, so it's below Johnny's pay grade to talk about them."
Well, there's well, we've got GT4 RS class, which is based on the Cayman. We've got a 981 class, which is based on the Cayman. We've got what's called an R class, which I don't even know what that is.
That'd be GT3R.
Oh, okay, yeah. And then a whole load of 992s, which I presume are Cup cars.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a
it was
Sprint challenge.
There's a 981 as well. That's Eve's car.
Well, hopefully they don't damage it.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Just kept that one quiet.
Yeah, absolutely. MotoGP the weekend at Aragon. We love Aragon. It's a great circuit. It's spectacular. It's tough to ride. It was super, super hot. And the opportunity for something different to happen. And what happened?
Nothing different.
Yes.
It was it was Marc Marquez whitewash from his brother.
He did everything bar the fastest lap, didn't he?
Yeah, but I think the most interesting thing was apparently there's been this kind of rumour that his mother wants Alex to win rather because he's won so many times before. And genuinely, because this rumour had obviously caught fire on the Spanish press, every single session she alternated what T-shirt she wore.
Oh, really?
So she'd wear a Ducati Works one, then she'd do the Grassini one, then the Ducati one, the Grassini one, because she tried to show she had no favouritism towards each of her sons. So that's the level of interest we got to now. Now we know Marc Marquez is winning the World Championship. Apparently, Pecco Bagnaia made a breakthrough in the main race, changed his brake discs, and that's changed everything. I believe that when I see it. And Ducati carried on testing things on the Monday test. But yeah, I mean, that's not the biggest news from MotoGP.
No, we'll finish that first. Castrol had another decent weekend, and so did KTM. Now they might not have all got the races, but got the race results that they might have hoped for, but there was pace in both of those bikes. Yeah,
there's a lot of these false dawns going on, but you know, I think there's a lot of. We kind of had this initial part of the season when everyone got kind of miserable, and now they're all trying to talk themselves up again. I assume it's because the riders are trying to get their contracts signed, and the teams are trying to get their sponsorship deals signed. So they're absolutely emphasising all the green shoots, even though the shoots are quite slightly brown. Apart from last race at Silverstone, where Ducati just didn't seem to be on the ball, it was back on normal service resumed with Ducati and then the rest. So, what can you say? I mean, it's the teams that have got the unlimited testing, which Honda and Yamaha, are actually showing benefits of that. But now we can see how far behind they were when they tried to catch up in the first place.
Next up for MotoGP is the Grand Prix of Italy, the Brembo Grand Prix of Italy, which
Mugello.
It's Mugello. I was going to say, which of the Italian circuits would it be? However, as you say, not the biggest news, because what we have been expecting for some time has now been a reality.
Well, we've been expecting it in 3 or 4 different ways. And the news obviously is that Toprak Razgatlioglu, the class of the World Superbike field, is graduating to MotoGP, but he's graduating next year, which we didn't think he was going to do. He's graduating with a Yamaha, which we didn't think he was going to do. But it is a works deal, even though it'll be with Pramac, so he has got the works deal he wanted. Obviously, Top Rack was in line theoretically to move to MotoGP a couple of years ago, prior to him going to BMW. But there were some issues with testing. And I also don't think he was particularly impressed with Lynn Jarvis, who was the team manager at the time for Yamaha. Lynn's, of course, since moved on. And so he's been rumoured heavily. First of all was the idea that BMW were going to go into MotoGP. That seems to have cooled down dramatically, despite them spending a fortune on Suzuki's data. They've kind of really rode back from that at the moment. We aren't hearing anything about that at all. Then Top Rack was going to go to Honda, but he was going to do another year at World Superbikes and then go to MotoGP in 2027 when the tyres change to Pirelli, which of course are the same tyres as in World Superbikes. And of course the bikes are completely revamped, 850cc, a lot less aero, only ride height devices on the rear. But for some reason, the net result there, he's not with Honda, he's not with BMW, he's gone back to Yamaha, but he's going straight into MotoGP next year when I expect he'll be all at sea on a new bike, new tyres and everything else, and have a year effectively learning the circuits which don't appear on WSB calendar, getting used to the whole cut and thrust, and then coming back with, big chance. I think also they're looking to him to do the development riding when they get to test the Pirelli tyres. Yeah. And then the idea is that when we come to the new regs, he's going to be head and shoulders above the others in initial advantage because he's got that idea about the tyres. And the tyres, obviously, in any motorsport are the most important thing, but none so in motorcycle racing.
So what happened to the Top Rack, to Honda, stroke any other of the manufacturers, or is this a 1 year deal?
It's a 2 year deal.
It is a 2 year deal. Okay.
I don't know. I think my guess is that he's managed by Keenan Foglu, who knows what he's doing. It's been very public what's going on, and I'm sure it's been a kind of a come and get me. I'm available. What are you going to do? Give me your best offer. They obviously decided they'd rather be a Yamaha than Honda, whatever reason it may be. The BMW MotoGP thing seems not to be happening. He wasn't going to get an offer from Ducati. No one in their right mind would go to KTM at the moment, so it kind of goes with the flow. And then of course we have the other part. I don't know if you've seen this one as well, but Nicola Balega has signed a 1 year extension. He's the current leader of the World Superbike Championship. He's had a 1 year extension with Ducati to stay at WSBK, but he's also going to be doing a lot of testing next year for the 27 bikes with a view to moving into the Ducati camp for 27 in MotoGP, when again it's this knowledge of the tyres that's going to give these guys theoretically a big advantage.
How long do we give him? There's all sorts of people who say he'll come in and wipe the floor with everybody.
No, next year he'll be off the pace. But the following year, I mean, I don't know. I don't think anyone's going to wipe. Is he as good as Marquez? I don't know. I mean, they haven't ridden the same bikes at the same time. There's no one. The problem at the moment, I said before, is that Marquez, even though he may not be 100% as great as he always was, there's no Lorenzo, there's no Rossi, there's no Stoner to go up against him. So he's the best rider on the best bike. I mean, Alex Marquez is second, and let's be really honest with you, Alex Marquez is okay. Yeah, he's a world champion, but he's only ordinary. He almost lost his ride a few years ago when he was with Honda in MotoGP. I'm not, he's doing a great job, and he's in a well-developed bike, but that's the guy taking it to Marc Marquez. You're going, the field's not deep enough.
Okay, we'll leave you to wander around.
There is one more F1 story I'd like to do, which came out of the World Motorsport Council.
Oh yes, go on, fire away.
There's been a special dispensation to allow Arvid Lindblad to take part in Formula One events. He's not 18 yet, and ever since Max Verstappen leapt onto the scene, you have to be 18 to take part unless it's a special dispensation. Arvid's got a dispensation. A, he has the 40 points, and B, is going particularly well, but it's interesting because it now means that if for some reason Max Verstappen does transgress and get an extra penalty point in the next few races, they've actually got a fourth driver they can put in. Now, I'm not saying for a second that Arvin would go into the Red Bull car, but they could shuffle their drivers around and then Max can have a weekend off.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. Well, we'll let you wander back in. I know Joe's going to head out there in the second half of the programme. Peter?
We're going to talk about WRC, aren't we?
We are going to talk about WRC.
Excited to
We'll do we've got about 6 minutes before we head into our half time. Massive effect of being first on the road and second on the road and third on the road and down to about sixth on the road?
Yes, this was for the sixth round of the World Rally Championship in Sardinia at the weekend, which I was very lucky to be part of the TV team for that at the stage end. And yeah, Sardinia is a beautiful place. So the roads it's gravel rally with a lot of loose gravel on top of the surface. So the cars that run first on the road basically sweep a line for those cars coming behind them. And the championship leader, Elvin Evans, had to start first on the road. So that hampered any chance of him winning at all. But in terms of the battles, wow. The battle between Sebastian Ogier and Ott Tanak was just quite remarkable to follow. And looking at the way that they just seem to have that little bit of an edge over everybody at the moment. Sebastian Ogier started third on the road on Friday and still managed to win the rally, which is a remarkable performance.
But he is Ogier has done this in the past, even when he's been leading the championship in the past. His Fridays, in particular, in one of the years he won the championship, when he led the championship pretty much from the start, and then again we had a run of gravel rallies as we're having this year. His Fridays, in particular, were outstanding.
Yeah, that in general, that was during the VW days where he was way, way out in front. But best driver by far in the best car by far. Nowadays, it's a little bit more. I would say it's much more competitive than those days. He's purely between who his teammates are. Kalle Rovanperä and Elvin Evans, and then you look in the Hyundai camp with Tanak and Neuville. It's very, very high quality at the front.
Tanak second for Hyundai, better showing for them. Seem to be getting maybe a handle on this I-20. They've been trying so hard to improve it on gravel, on tarmac, that they're probably giving up that gravel pace or something. I don't know. It's been odd, hasn't it?
There seems to be something inherently with the design of the car that certainly Ott Tanak doesn't like. Now, Ott Tanak, you have to take his public feedback with a pinch of salt. He tends to be a little bit more on the negative side in public. What it's like behind closed doors, I honestly don't know. But there's something with that car that he does not like. He is not, no matter how hard we push, he will not elaborate on what exactly it is with the car. It seems that the working theory is that it's the rear end of the car is a little bit too lively, and he doesn't like that. But in general, he's still getting, even though he doesn't appear to be happy with the car, he's still getting good results. He should have won in Portugal. That was a technical problem which cost him, and he moved him down to second, but he would have won that rally. And in Sardinia, he came home in second. So, and the thing is as well, the level of attrition in Sardinia at the weekend was
incredible.
Huge.
Yeah.
In terms of whether it was punctures, whether it was crashes. One stage, on the first pass, all three of the four M Sport cars had crashes.
Yeah. Two of them effectively put out the rally at that point.
Yeah. One of them managed to restart, one of them didn't. So it was a hugely punishing event.
You were asking some really interesting and different questions at the stage ends, so I really quite enjoyed that. Ultimately, Elvin Evans came home in fourth, and the 15 points that he got there means that he still holds the championship lead. He's still got a decent lead, which means, of course, he has bad road position for the next rally, which is another gravel rally, swings and roundabouts. But that's actually not a bad result for Evans.
Without anyone else making errors, and the fact that other people did make errors is the reason why he was in fourth.
Yeah.
That is honestly could not have done any more.
No. He'd have been about 6th or 7th, I think.
If other drivers hadn't fallen off, he would have been, and that is through no fault of his own whatsoever. And I asked him at the end of the Friday, I said, how patient have you had to be today? Because this must be so frustrating.
That was a great.
And he said, I don't feel patient.
No.
But he did. He'd not. But the big difference was he didn't chuck it off the road. Thierry Neuville did.
Yeah.
Who would have been a championship contender. His championship is looking very, very bleak now.
He's down on 83 points against 133 for Elvin. Ogier in second now, but only by a point. Ogier with 2 rallies with non-scores.
Non-attendance.
Non-attendance, exactly. He wasn't there. He's not even doing the full championship. And, he got 28 at the weekend. That's the second time he's had 28 points, and he almost cleaned up in the first rally of the Monte Carlo, where he got 33 points. I mean, that's incredible. Rovanperä is back in it. Kalle just a point away from second place. And then 8 points further back, Tanak with that second place, netting him 24 points with the way they stack up on Saturday, Super Sunday, and the Super Special points at the end. I wasn't sure about this new scoring system, but I have to say it's keeping things interesting for me on a Sunday.
Well, it can keep the things interesting for the entire rally as well, because on Saturday we had Adrien Fourmeau and Thierry Neuville restarting after problems on the Friday, and rather than that just being a glorified test session, effectively Saturday then became a test for them to go for points on the Sunday, which Neuville duly did so. He got as much as he could out of it. In true Neuville fashion, truly just dug in and got the best out of it. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the Super Sunday point system. They've adjusted it from last year. I think it went too far the other way last year. I really like the adjustment they've made, and it made for a really exciting Sunday. There was only 4 stages on the Sunday, but they were tough stages. They were long, particularly the second stage of the day was very long, and caused a lot of problems for a lot of drivers. So, but I think the championship now, for the next few rallies, is going to be so important because Rovanperä and Tanak, they're coming.
Yeah. Evans just needs to keep basically vacuuming up the points that he can get and not falling off. Thank you to Peter. Thank you to Ryan for the moment. Next rally, by the way, is the 26th to 29th of June, Acropolis Rally Greece. That's another car breaker, potentially as well. And Peter will be talking about that. It is just after 1 o'clock Central European Summertime. You're listening to Midday Motorsports. Second half of tonight's programme, we'll have some more sports car news, and we'll be talking with Joe Bradley out in the pit lane. We've got to give you the results of the Mid-Ohio CrowdStrike Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award as well from last weekend. So that is still to come as well. And your submissions, please, on @Specutainment. Next up, a special, not a slightly long one, with Nick Tandy, who I caught up with yesterday here in the paddock at Le Mans. That'll kick off hour 2 of Midday Motorsport, live from Le Mans 2025. That's Nick Tandy talking to me yesterday from the paddock here in Le Mans. You can hear behind me that the Porsche Sprint Challenge is out with still... In fact, no, check flag has just come out, and Clement Luel for Ancel Motorsport is the best of the 992 class. The GT3R, Charlie Bateman is the best in that category. GT4RS is Lucas Glinch. The 991 category, Mark Boithio, excuse me. And is that the only classes? I thought we had a 981 class. Yes, we have. Francis Ebel in 981, and Jean Olive is in a class of his own with the CG Motorsport 718. Let's check in with Joe Bradley down in the pit lane for a bit of atmosphere. Joseph, how's things down there at the moment?
Well, we're just getting, aren't we? We're getting ready to kick things off in a proper fashion. Now, I mean, we went round and round this track on Sunday, but it's all about today, isn't it? It's all about where everybody is, exactly where they are is what we're going to find out today, I think. And certainly by midnight tonight, we'll have a better view on who's going to do well.
It's always a difficult time, this time of the week, to really assess what's going on. We're going to have Johnny and Paul wrap up the test day in a minute before we go live. Is there anything to be gained by sort of looking at people and seeing what their demeanours are, Joe? You are a student of body language. Is there anybody who's looking more worried than others, people who are looking less relaxed, more relaxed?
I think everybody's looking worried. You've got to practice that look when you're at this level of our sport. You've always got to look intense. You've got to look like you're in pain at some point. And there is an intensity about this race. And I know we've had a great start of the World Championship, and on everybody's lips is who's going to be Ferrari. Well, you know, that thing called balance of performance is perhaps going to come into play, as well as the three tracks that we've been to already in the World Championship bear no resemblance to each other, let alone this place. So it's a clean sheet of paper, isn't it? I mean, that's what makes this so exciting. It's like it's not like any other race in the world, what we've seen go before. We know Ferrari's been working on getting that tyre last better, and by getting the tyre last better, they can go to softer and even quicker, and that's got to scare everyone else, hasn't it?
It does. Joe, thank you very much indeed. Joe will stay on duty throughout the first part of the free practice one session, which comes up in about half an hour's time. We're going to wrap up our slightly shorter version of midweek motorsport, midday motorsport, because we want to catch you all up here on 91.2 FM with what went on the test day, and of course those of you tuning in around the world. Before we get into the competitive sessions, and remember, we do have qualifying today, and we'll have it all live here on Radio Le Mans for 2025 from the Ford Performance Studios at the end of the Bugatti circuit. So coming up next, it's Paul Truswell and Johnny Palmer, who watched all of the testing on Sunday. But for the meantime, for Midweek Motorsport, back to its normal time next week, when we'll be live from the Nürburgring. There's no time to explain, because the camel is eating jambon et fromage. to it. Tell him not to bother. He hasn't got time to get set up, love.
6 en tête. Tu sors du dans l'off le gauche.
Ouais.
Si le Mal 2 par exemple, il arrive à les garder un peu plus.
Weather at Circuit de la Sarthe for Wednesday afternoon. It's pretty warm at the moment with 25 degrees Celsius in the air. Wind speed is reasonably quick as well, whipping those clouds through with the occasional gusts as well. Set to get a little bit warmer before we get to the end of free practice 1, which is upcoming, and then a tad cooler later on, a dip to 21 degrees Celsius. Hello, everybody, and a very warm welcome to 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2025, where we really couldn't really ask for any better weather conditions in the forthcoming days. This has been quite a wait, I know, for so many of you that look forward to, well, really the climax of your year, and it is for us here as well in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, even though we're 6 months into a year, if you know what I mean, because people's years start and end here at Le Mans, and this is going to be surely one of the ones for the ages. 21 hypercars against across 8 different manufacturers. We have the dogfight to look forward to in LMP2 with 17 identical Oreca 07s with the Gibson engines, and a mammoth 21 LMGT3 cars set to do battle over 24 hours. Again, a huge spread of manufacturers benefiting from the rule change a couple of years ago that saw the end of GTE and this GT3 era begin. I hope you're looking forward to this as much as I am, as much as the rest of the team are as well. This is free practice 1, 3 hours of it to be held in almost sweltering conditions. There's a lot to be tested over the next actually 9 hours of free practice, but wedged in between 2 free practice sessions today, the all-important qualifying, and there'll be 2 doses of qualifying as well for, first of all, LMP2 and LMGT3s, and then the hypercar machinery will head out onto the racetrack. We were just before coming on air live on the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, catching you up with events from Sunday, and my partner in crime for a couple of sessions in Sunday and the test day was a certain Paul Truswell. Good afternoon, Paul. We're ready to get started.
Yeah, you start to tingle at this point, don't you? Because all of the anticipation that's been building up over the test day, then it kind of went down again, suddenly builds up again now. And if the state of readiness that everybody was at during test day is anything to go by, we're going to see a very full racetrack very early on indeed in this session. Cars then being given the green flag at the end of the pit lane, heading out onto the circuit.
And I've got 2 different extremes of experience levels here, with no disrespect at all to the gentleman on my right, but Paul Truswell's been coming here since 1981, as long as I've been alive, in fact, and this is Ryan Marine's first.
I have been.
Oh, okay.
I've not been on air. I've been here as a print journalist on 2 occasions.
So this is Le Mans number 3 in actual fact for you.
It is number 4. I've went as a fan one time as well because I can't get enough of it. But I've listened to you guys as long as I can remember. I certainly was bringing my radio headset around with me when I was here a couple of years ago for that 100th anniversary race. And to be able to share the booth with you folks is a true pleasure and an honor.
It's great to have you, and doing stellar work stateside with so much of the IMSA coverage as well. And of course, IMSA and American drivers and teams are an integral part to the 24 hours of Le Mans, so it's good to have an American voice as part of our crew as well. So this is the flurry of cars heading out onto the racetrack for the first time in a few days. there's been plenty of running from all of the other categories, so hopefully grip levels will be okay for this mixture of tyres. Remember that the Michelin and both Michelin and Goodyear tyres are being utilised. It's an all Michelin shod hypercar category, and a little bit of a decision perhaps in terms of starting drivers for this first 3 hours, but it is going to be important, Ryan, to just get a bit of a pattern going, a feel for the racetrack, and maybe cycle drivers through as quickly as you can.
Yeah, that's definitely part of the thought process. Get everyone through the car a couple of times here during these 3 hours to get acclimated. The good news is we had some pretty clean running, all things considered, in the test on Sunday. That wasn't so long ago. The track won't have changed too much since then. Of course, it does revert to public roads over the intervening days. And in fact, even while we're here on race week, you'll see that this track does revert occasionally, but that said, it is still a period of time where you do need to feel everything out, and the teams will do their best to get on top of things.
So all three Porsches head out onto the racetrack. Both Toyotas are there as well, and a number of the LMP2s heading out to the circuit as well. And quite a great deal of the LMGT3s heading to the racetrack as well. Only the 77 Proton Competition Bernardo Souza Ford remains in pit lane. Everybody else in the LMGT3 category is running. Incidentally, I've been mentioning the temperature a few times. It's pretty humid, 42 degrees humidity. Air temperature creeping up now to 28 degrees Celsius, and the Mobil 1 track temperature is 26 degrees C. Couple of minutes then into the session, and busy in that final sector with cars threading their way through the Ford chicane, including the number 20 BMW from the hypercar class. There were quite a few stories creeping out of the second session, particularly, Paul Truswell, of the testing on Sunday, including for the Sheldon van der Linde driven BMW, which had a pretty major oil leak, we heard afterwards, spilling oil onto the road at Porsche curves and bringing out what were eventually 3 separate red flags.
Yeah, we had those 3 flags, which in total accounted for some 45 minutes of the 3 hours. So instead of getting the full 3 hours yet Sunday afternoon, we were restricted to just 2 1/4. But nevertheless, as Brian was saying a couple of moments ago, in general, it was a fairly trouble-free run. We did have that issue for the BMW hypercar car with that oil leak, which the team were keen to downplay. There was a suggestion from what we heard that the oil that spilled briefly caught fire, but as always, the team was playing it down as much as they could and saying that not a major problem and they would investigate it for the race. And the thing with things like that is that you always learn from them. You always think, okay, there's something else we just need to keep on top of, something else we need to check. The other perhaps slightly more major incident was for the LMP2 car, which was spun into the barrier at Indianapolis and had a little bit of nose damage, but again there was nothing severe done to the chassis, just a question of the driver losing it as he came into that little right-hander on the entry into Indianapolis. But as I say, it caused a red flag, but we were able to get things underway again. The disappointing thing about the red flags on Sunday was the fact that they happened, or the final of them happened just 5-10 minutes away from the finish of the session, when we were looking forward to perhaps a bit of a last-minute fling of drivers trying to go for fastest times, the very fastest time of the session. But in the end, the fastest time of the session was set by one of those Porsches, and that was set actually right at the beginning of the second free practice session, when the circuit was probably pretty much at its best, having been cleaned. And as Johnny was saying a moment ago, we've had a lot of support races on the circuit during this morning, which has also helped clear the circuit.
I think you've accidentally put Brendan Hartley back in a Porsche there, because you meant to say Toyota, didn't you?
Toyota, yes. It's twice that's happened now.
So Brendan Hartley's time, wasn't it? Which was better than anything that was done in the morning in the number 8 Toyota. And remember, we have 2 very different livery Toyotas for this weekend only. The GT1 Tribute car, number 7, and Brendan Hartley is in, for fans of the World Endurance Championship, you might be more familiar with those cars being in black, or have been for the last year and a half, and the 8 car still carries that paint scheme. So, I've mentioned Paul Truswell, Ryan Marine and me, Johnny Palmer from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. We're on 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans, and around the world on RS1 at radiolemans.com. We've got a 4th voice for this first segment of Free Practice 1, and it is Joe Bradley, who's in the pit lane for us.
Yes, it's a very hot pit lane. Pretty much every car left their garage apron and headed out on track. A lot of people have come in. That's clearly just a bit of a systems check. Remember, since the weekend and the test weekend, these cars have been stripped all the way down to their bare chassis and rebuilt, new parts, etc. So today was, or this afternoon, is the first opportunity they've had to see that everything has indeed been bolted together correctly. A few changes in this year's pit lane that the fans across in the grandstands may notice is the relocation of Toyota. For many, many years now, we've gotten used to Toyota being at garages 1 and 2, or the main substantive garages. I know they've had a bit of an extension as you come into the pits, but Toyota is now way, way up the pit lane towards pit out, and they're actually in the smaller garages that are ahead of the main substantive pit, with the grandstand overlooking it. They're almost at pit out. The not quite the last garage. That's the WRT BMW, which is equally as significant. They've been going very well indeed, but it's going to take a lot to get my head around Toyota Gazoo Racing, the number 7 and number 8, being here, especially. And you know what? I think this Toyota team is going to be a bit of a dark horse. They haven't really been shining at all in this year's World Endurance Championship, and I think maybe have they been keeping their powder dry, or their balance of performance powder dry? I don't know. That's open for speculation. But Toyota Gazoo Racing is going to take a little bit of getting used to in the smaller garages, for me at least.
Yeah, so as you've no doubt just mentioned, Joe, Toyota in the same place as Lamborghini were last year, and I think there is a basic model from the ACO which is trying to distribute the hypercars as fairly and as equally up the pit lane as possible. But I mean, as far as I know, Ryan, if you're leading the World Championship, you get first dibs on where you want to base your team for the weekend. Ferrari go for garages 45 and 46, which is at the end of the quite established, with the hospitality booths above them, the end of the pit lane before that extension was created. Toyota was so often in garages 1 and 2. But from a strategic point of view, there's been quite a lot of chatter. I mean, Toyota are second in the championship, so they arguably would have then had second choice as to where they wanted to go next, and they went, yeah, we'll go in garages 54 and 55. WRT, next in the championship, they went even further up, garages 59 and 60. There's actually a lot to be said from a strategic point of view in the race, I feel, for being that far up pit road.
Toyota clearly think they're in the right place. They chose this for a reason. They've spoken publicly about the fact that this is where they think they are best positioned, given their selection order, that this is the best place that they can win the race from. So interesting to see, and for my pit lane brethren, I know it is an adjustment to see them in a different place after so many years in roughly the same spot of the pit lane, but it doesn't seem like Toyota are upset by it, far from it. In fact, they seem like they're in the position they want to be in.
Well, you get notice of arrival having the car lowered and being sent, and whilst I've got unsafe release in my mind, Ahmed Al-Hati's BMW, the 46 GT car, is now under investigation for a potential unsafe release very early on in this sequence of 2 days, and that might hang over into free practice 2, or it might even be a penalty within this session, in actual fact. If you're around the circuit, or maybe you've spotted that the FX of the cars have dropped, that is because we're under full course yellow, which is due to finish in about 30 seconds time. Everybody around the racetrack, though, circulating at 80 kilometers per hour. The Nielsen number 24 coming out of Indianapolis, and it lost it under braking for Arnage, Ryan Marine.
Yeah, that was a handful. Clearly, that car was twitching back and forth a couple of times in the build-up, and finally did go around in the brake zone there for Arnage and ultimately got beached, and that is why we had to go full course yellow here.
And that is not a human voice, as you might be able to detect, although it possibly was in its original state. That is an AI way of counting into a full course yellow and out of it as well, which means that someone as important as Eduardo Freitas, our Portuguese race director, and the rest of his team don't have to worry about, on probably several occasions, having to count from 10 to 1 backwards or forwards from 10 to 1. That is all dealt with by a computer system, and the back end of that going back to green. Therefore, full course yellow in a World Endurance Championship race automatically closes the pit lane when we get to a race format. That is not the case here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, though. Bear in mind that we're not going to have a virtual safety car, which is a kind of a new thing to do in the WEC, but we could potentially have slow zones, full course yellows, and also safety cars. Cars, deliberately the plural, because there are 3 safety cars utilised at this place. Let's head back to Joe Bradley for another CrowdStrike pit report. What have you got this time?
Well, the car we believe caused the full course yellow has made its way back to the pit lane under its own steam. That's the number 24 Nielsen racing car. The car looks absolutely fine. I think it wasn't a harmless spin. Now, the team will be interested to find out whether or not it was a simple driver error, easy to do on an outlap on relatively cold tyres, or whether it was a systems failure, maybe a brake balance issue or something. They've got the trolleys ready and to swivel the car into the garage. It's distributing a bit of gravel, as you can expect. It's been off track. But this car is not going to play any further part until the team have gone over this car to just check what caused that little off there.
And I think I'm reading things correctly, that it was Colin Brown at the wheel of the car. We've not mentioned that to this point, and he may not have been the one we jumped to straight away. So Colin is sharing with Jeff Bolakbashi of Turkey and Naveen Rao. Remember as well that the LMP2s are split not quite 50-50, but there is a subcategory of Pro-Am cars within the 17 in total, and that means you can bring a bronze racer with you and they can take part in a prototype class. Bronze drivers not allowed in Hypercar, Ryan, but wonderful that we can still have them racing some of the huge teams in world sports car racing.
Oh, it's fantastic, and it goes to the root of what endurance sports car racing has been over the years. It has been traditionally a Pro-Am category, and great to have that. Long may it always be so, even in prototype racing. Very surprising there to see Colin Brown with a moment like that one. So experienced, 3 times an IMSA champion. He's a GT champion and SRO in the States as well. Big wins in so many of the big races around the world as well on his resume. But it goes to show how difficult it is on cold tires in particular around this place. Gone are the days of those tire warmers, of course.
Yeah.
That's been one of the big seismic changes in the regulations in recent years.
So the early times are coming in. Antonio Fuoco has now completed 3 laps and is quickest in the number 50 Ferrari. Remember, 3 499Ps in the entry this year. 2 of them are a very familiar scarlet red for Ferrari AF Corsa, and then a car that was also in the championship last year as a privateer, the 83 yellow and red car from a team simply known as AF Corsa. It's effectively the same garages. They are near neighbours, but the 83 fights the number 99 Proton Competition Porsche for privateer points. And remember, this is a point-scoring round of the World Endurance Championship when we get to Saturday and Sunday. In fact, double points on offer, so 50 for a race win. So that's the 50 car fastest. Then 2 Toyotas very early on in this 3-hour session, second and third. 0.4 of a second slower is Sebastian Buemi's number 8, which has just received a new nose on that car, I noticed, and heads back out again. I don't think that was because of damage, maybe just a slightly different downforce setting. And the 8 car returns to the racetrack now, and it is quicker than Kamui Kobayashi's number 7 GR010 hybrid. Antonio Giovinazzi's number 51 Ferrari 4th fastest. The 6 Porsche of Laurens Vanthoor is 5th quickest, and there's a BMW in the top 6 early on as well. That's the number 20 of Sheldon van der Linde with those problems on Sunday. LMP2 pace is being set now by Matthias Besch, who's just gone across the line to set an early banker lap for the 29 entry from TDS Racing. TDS partnering up again this year with Mark VDS Panis Racing. So you've got TDS and VDS basically in the same garages, which is always easy for me to remember, although coming from different backgrounds, but they just work quite well in terms of different duties occupied by the two different teams. So Matthias Besch for TDS, quicker than 2 EDEX Sport LMP2s, 28 of Job van Houten. Andre Lottra has a one-off appearance in the 18 crew. They're normally a European Le Mans Series team, and Danny Juncadea joins them as their gold or platinum. But Lottra, a 3-time winner of this race overall, into the number 18 car, and I think first ever action for an LMP2 drive. Andre Lottra, that's a bit of a good signing, I would suggest, Paul Troswell.
Yes, if you're looking around for a good driver to get into your LMP2, and you don't want to go far wrong with someone like Andre Lottra. Not only does he have the pace, but he also has the experience, so good choice. I'm just mulling over you going through the times there, and the top times, 2 times, both quicker than we had on the best of the free practice days on Sunday, so that's pretty impressive in the first quarter of an hour of this session. But the other thing is, of those top little group of cars as you were going through the times, none of them have made a pit stop yet. They're all going for long runs, and this is part of the strategy of working through your program. They'll be very interested to know what tyre wear is. We heard from Joe Bradley down in the pits how warm it is today. That will affect the tyre wear, the tyre degradation, and the teams will be very eager to know just how well the tyres are going to last over the course of a stint. So both of the Ferraris have been out and not yet done a pit stop. The number 4 Porsche, which you mentioned, Nick Tandy, with the number 6 Lawrence Vantour also featuring in the top 6 times. None of them have made a pit stop. The only one to have made a pit stop is Brendan Hartley in the number 8 Toyota, and he's now handed the car over to Sebastian Buemi. So Toyota changing drivers. We'll have to have kept a close eye on it to see if they change tyres at that stop, but my supposition would be that they wouldn't have. They'd just done a driver change and let Sebastian go out and do some laps on the same set of tyres to see how long they will last. In the race, of course, you've got this tyre limitation, so it's important that the teams are able to do pretty much double stints throughout, and by my reckoning they're going to have to do a triple at least once during the course of the race.
So you've got 24 hours obviously, but it's surely a bit of a stretch for a hypercar and certainly an LMP2 car to reach the full hour on fuel / energy, and then do you change tyres after, let's say, a 40-minute stint for an LMP2 car around here? So, and this phase of the week, Paul, is considered a single competition. So competition 1 begins at the start of free practice 1 and continues, well, sort of includes the qualifying session that we'll get for each of the 3 categories today, and completes tomorrow night at midnight, free practice 4. And within that, for instance, hypercar, you get 6 sets of tyres, 24 in total.
That's right, but my suspicion is that that's not going to be quite so crucial as the 14 sets of tyres that they're allocated during the race. And as I say, you're going to be double stinting throughout.
The difference being, though, Ryan, is that actually in a World Endurance Championship race, you have to use your qualifying tyres then in the race, and that's not a problem here, because when we start at 4 o'clock the race on Saturday afternoon, that's a new competition, and as Paul says, 14 sets of tyres for hypercar, 15 sets for LMGT3, 14 sets for LMP2.
And my understanding is, if you do the math, that you end up per hour more tyre rich in this event than you would in a traditional WEC race.
Probably.
And Paul gives me a thumbs up, so I'll take that as good news. And while we're talking tyres, if I'm not mistaken as well, this is the first time we've seen this Goodyear tyre for the LMP2s here at Le Mans. This is the compound that debuted at the European Le Mans Series the last time out at Paul Ricard. So these teams with limited running on this particular Goodyear rubber composition, and certainly next to no running prior to the test day on Sunday here at Le Mans. So this is really important data gathering for the LMP2 teams.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a more durable tyre, according to what Goodyear say. But the teams after test day were suggesting that it may be more durable, but it wasn't as quick. And of course, that's the worst thing as far as the driver is concerned. The team manager is saying, it's fine, that's fine, we can triple stint on this tyre. The driver said, but it's slower. And that could be, I suppose, as the Hertz Jota Cadillac goes for a little spin there at Ford chicane, Johnny.
Yeah, and then it was about the rejoin, wasn't it? Was it getting the signals that it was okay to rejoin the racetrack, because the 59 McLaren from United Autosports was hugely held up, and there was possibly the risk of some contact as well. Dust being kicked up, was it at the first turn in for the Ford chicane? No, it was then on the flick back for the right-hander. Remember, Ford chicane is effectively a double chicane, left, right, and as the 38 Cadillac attempted the first right-hander, Earl Bamber loses the car. It's then visibility out the back of it is not ideal, so he took a relatively wide line in, but then got totally crossed up in the middle of the first chicane, skating through the gravel, and then backwards onto the very start of the start and finish straight. Let's hear Earl Bamber's team radio. We'll get to that in a moment or two, but there's certainly an awful lot of gravel now over the racetrack, and as he rejoined, as I say, the 59 McLaren, which has who at the wheel, Ryan? If you spot it before I do, then go ahead.
It's James Cottingham, I believe, at the moment. Yeah, that was a frightening moment for James. It was tight anyway with the Cadillac, the big old prototype, blocking the chicane, but then it started rolling again quite unexpectedly, and I think everyone's quite lucky to have escaped that without any obvious damage.
Yeah, so no hint just yet of a slow zone necessary because of the gravel that now litters the route out of the Ford chicane, and team engineers will no doubt be on various radios to drivers to say just take it easy coming towards the final, or the end of that final sector. Let's get back to Joe Bradley for a CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, I can confirm the 24 Nielsen car is back out. The team were happy with it. Colin Braun reports that he hit some gravel. Don't know who brought the gravel onto the track, but it was more caused that caused the spin more than anything else. But I've got a chance to catch up to one of Colin's teammates. Welcome to Le Mans, Jem Bolek-Bassi, I should say. That was you put me off. Jem Bolek-Bassi, welcome to Le Mans, Jem. You can see when Colin Braun, a driver like Colin, can spin on the outlap. You know, you came here knowing how difficult it was, but how do you feel about that?
Oh no, it's definitely not an easy track, and I think you need to experience it to fully understand it. And he ran over some gravel, he said on the radio, so I don't think it was down to really his fault, but it's an easy track to make mistakes. So yeah, keeping on track is definitely not the easiest thing to do.
And you're eager to get in the car here on Wednesday. All right, you drove the track on Sunday, but this is where it really begins, isn't it, Jim?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I'm eager to get on this track every day, but I think today in the official FP1 session, I'm looking forward to it. I should be in the car in the next 10-15 minutes, I would say. So
I've noticed a lot of young drivers coming out of Turkey from karting and karting in the UK, would you believe? So motorsport is really on a bit of a boom in Turkey, is it?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think since 2022 or 21, there's been a big boom in motorsports in Turkey. A lot of karting drivers, not just in the UK, but there's a lot of new Turkish drivers in Turkey as well, which is great to see.
Now, you didn't go the karting route, did you? You went the route that is kind of become a route into real-life racing, isn't it? You're a sim racer, iRacing etc.
Yeah, I did half of karting, basically. I did until I was like 11, 12, or so. And then you realize the budgets are a bit too high, so I had to take a sidestep and focus on iRacing, F1, R-Factor, any game out there. I've raced in the World Championship of probably 3-4 different games out there, and I made myself continue from gaming, basically.
Yeah, that's cool. Now, on every iRacer, and I'm one of them's lips, is how close is iRacing to this real track here at Le Mans?
It's getting very close. I would say because the tracks are laser scanned in most of these big games, they're very, very close, and it's a good place to train even even now, I didn't stop sim racing or anything, and it's still a great tool to familiarize yourself with a track, because I've never been to this track, and you can't really test here, so your best chance is the simulator.
You can always keep the air conditioning on at home, though. It's a little bit, you can't turn the air conditioning on out there. Welcome to Le Mans, Jem. It's great to have you here, and best of luck in the race. Thank you. Jem making his Radio Le Mans debut as well.
Yeah, but he's a great character, isn't he, Ryan? And, enthusiast, regardless of whether it's a real car he's racing or a virtual one.
And a really interesting CV, too, coming out of that karting and esports background. He's done quite a bit in tin tops, runner-up in GT4 European Series a couple of years ago, back in 2020, but he's also done some single-seaters, a lot of GTs, but also a little bit in the downforce categories as well. Seems to be quite well-rounded and has a great asset at his disposal in Colin Brown as a teammate, who is a class winner here a couple of years ago, too. So if you're going to come here as a rookie, you could do a lot worse than having Colin to share the garage with.
And I do think someone like Naveen Rao is going to benefit massively from the two of them as well. That is a Pro-Am car, with Naveen being the bronze. So the maximum you can have as your precious metals combination for driving combo, driving suite, is if you're in Pro-Am, you start with the bronze, and then the maximum after that would be a gold and a platinum. But you can't have two platinum drivers. The same goes in the standard LMP2 driver lineups without the Pro-Am bit at the end. That's silver as your non-pro, if you like, although the silvers are just as good as the pros in some cases, followed by, again, no double platinum allowed. You can have a platinum as a gold and a gold as a maximum, but there are plenty of teams that have actually chosen slightly less than the maximum, because that's just a combination that has worked to this point, and we've seen certainly that being a winning way to get to the podium as well. So let's not knock it. It's very tough to work out who's going to be best placed in LMP2, because there's so little variables, so few variables across the piece. Now, in the top 10 positions, 2, 4, 6 of those cars have all come into pit lane. This feels like a bit of a natural pause as we reach the end of the first 30 minutes of 3 hours of running. And the 150 Ferrari has just come into pit lane. This is the 150 car, the entry from Richard Mille AF Corsa for Custodio Toledo, who has done very well in Michelin Le Mans Cup championships in the past. Lilou Wadou, French woman from Amiens, and Riccardo Agostini, who is the gold there. Great to have these sort of extra entries as well, boosting it to 24 cars in LMGT3.
It's part of the fun of this event, and it always has drawn an international entry, but now with so many of these entries being handed out as prizes, whether it's for championships in European Le Mans Series, even some SRO championships, of course, the Truman and the Aiken Awards coming out of the IMSA Series, Asian Le Mans as well, producing some of these automatic entries. It bolsters the international credentials of the entry list here each and every year, and you love having that carrot dangling out there, right? If you're competing in one of these other championships where you know if you can take care of business, you get a chance at one of these coveted spots to race at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I absolutely adore that nature of it, and it's never been harder to get on the grid, I suspect, than it is now with the full season entries having expanded the way that they have. The automatic entries now coming in some significant numbers. It's hard to get here as an at-large invitee, effectively. So that puts all the more pressure on some of these other feeder championships to succeed, race and win at a high level, and ultimately end up here.
I think the other thing that is worth stressing is it's not just getting your invitation which enables you to race here, but you then have to go through the sim sessions in Paris. You then have to go through the qualification process of doing your 10 laps on the test day. I'm going right back now, but there was a time when, provided you had the appropriate international license, then you could just show up at Le Mans, having never driven on the circuit before, having possibly never driven at night before, nor even in that car before.
It's 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. We've had 30 minutes of this session, so it's time for an hourly update. So Ferrari number 50, quickest so far. Antonio Fuoco remains at the wheel of that. Great times in the early stages of free practice 1, faster than we were setting on Sunday during either one of the 2 test sessions. It's a 3:25.302 then from the Italian, and he's quicker by exactly 0.4 of a second over Swiss Toyota racer Sebastian Buemi in his number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010. It's another Toyota, the red and white one. Car 7 is in 3rd position so far in free practice 1, Nick de Vries. And then the Cadillac of Philippe Albuquerque has stealthily worked its way up into 4th fastest so far. The 101 Wayne Taylor Racing entered Cadillac, and that time a 3:26.549. Ahead of Nick Tandy's Porsche from Penske Motorsport, the 963, which is numbered 4. Then the 51 Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi. In the pit lane, as indeed is the Cadillac that I've mentioned, plus Nick Tandy's number 4 Porsche. But the 51 Ferrari's done a 3:26.8. Another 3:26.8 from Jack Aitkins, Cadillac Wayland number 311. The Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 of Laurence Vantour, car number 6, is in 8th position, just heading back out for another stint perhaps. 9th fastest is the number 20 BMW M Team WRT M Hybrid, and that is Sheldon van der Linde's example, 9th fastest. And in 10th, it's Robert Kubica's AF Corsa Ferrari number 83. LMP2 is led at the moment by a Pro-Am car, Patrick Pilet's number 16 RLRM Sport car. He led a lot of Sunday morning's session as well. Nick Yellowly in the Inter-Europol competition number 43, the yellow-fronted Inter-Europol competition car with the green rear. That car's 2nd fastest. The times, by the way, 3:36.8 for Patrick Pilet, 3:37.7 for Yellowly. Then it's a 3:37.8 for Clement Novalak in the TDS Racing 29. 2 EDEC sport cars, Andre Lotra faster than Joop van Outer, but there's only a 10th or so in it, 10th and a half actually, which puts 18 4th fastest and 28 5th fastest. And the Algarve Pro Racing car of Alexander Quinn, number 45, is 6th quickest. In LMGT3, Vista AF Corsa's Ferrari, Davide Rigon in number 54 is quicker than Mattia Drudi in his Heart of Racing team, number 27, Aston Martin. Then it's the 150 Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari, the car we were just talking about being in the pits. Custodio Toledo was 3rd fastest. We've just had an even better time, though, set by Jack Hawksworth in the Acodis ASP team Lexus. And Lexus, I won't quite say bossed the test today, but they had a wonderful day across both sessions. And 78's just done the best LMGT3 time right in the middle of the update, 3:58.2. That means those behind have dropped a spot. Daniel Juncadella is 5th fastest in his TF Sport Corvette number 33 and 6th quickest in this early stage. It's Charlie Eastwood's Corvette TF Sport number 81 is 6th fastest. And heading back out onto the racetrack, the number 18 EDEC Sport LMP2, as we continue our live coverage from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre of this opening free practice session. We have 2 times 3 hours to look forward to, this one and one tomorrow. Night practice consists of 2 hours this evening, 10 till midnight, and only 1 hour tomorrow through till midnight. So it's a grand total of 9 hours of running rather than 10 that we used to have in the past. But that's still plenty, isn't it, Paul?
It should be enough, shouldn't it? And I don't know, the cars themselves seem to get far more running during the time that they're allowed on track than they ever used to when I used to come here years ago. The teams are just so much more efficient at making use of track time, and it's a bit like those speed limits. Every time you reduce the speed limit, people obey the speed limit, and then they reduce the speed limit again. As the teams become more efficient at using the track time, so the organisation reduces the amount of track time available to them. We had a brief spin a moment ago from Clement Novalak in the number 29 TDS Racing Orica, who is, as you were running down going down the times there, Johnny, currently the 3rd fastest LMP2 car and 2nd in the Pro-Am class. But he didn't hit anything. The yellow was then removed, and we got on with things. That was at Arnage, I don't know if I mentioned that. But anyway, he's continued on his way. the cars as well, just looking down at those who have already made pit stops, having said that cars were staying out for fairly long runs. Well, at the half-hour mark, you said there was a flurry of cars coming into the pits, Johnny, and that is reflected in the fact that there's not many who have actually stayed out for the full half hour, 35 minutes of the session now elapsed without coming into a pit stop. The most notable of them, I think, is Fred Makovici in the number 36 Alpine, who has yet to make a pit stop, but everybody else has been in for at least one stop up until now. You mentioned up at the top of the times that Nick De Vries was out in the number 7 Toyota. He's obviously just taken that car over from Kamui Kobayashi, I think it was, yes, Kamui Kobayashi, who started the session and set third fastest time. But the teams will be running through their programs, and that will include the changing of bodywork, which Joe mentioned, but as much as a routine aspect that, just to make sure that the replacement bodywork parts that they have actually fit on the car without problems, and that the team are used to making the changes to the bodywork that will be necessary during the race.
The flat six that you might be able to hear in the background is the engine powering the Iron Dames Porsche, with a pretty major story to break at the end of Sunday, sadly, for Michel Gatting, who was due to be the gold Danish driver in this car with long-time co-pilots Rahel Frey and, well, I say long-time, Celia Martin's actually been a more recent addition to this Porsche squad. But at the end, as far as I can gather, Ryan Marine, of that particular day of testing, they were doing practice driver changes, as is so typical now. Well, now the 150 Ferrari is off in the gravel, which looks like it might be Terre Rouge. Possibly not. No, I think that might be short Ford chicane again with the curvature.
No, it's the beginning of the circuit. It's the Dunlop chicane.
Ah, okay. So there is a chicane involved, but it's further around the bend, and now being presented with a slightly more recognisable view of these cars that are not on Dunlop tyres anymore, but it's part of the Dunlop family. In fact, the parent company, Goodyear, and those Goodyear Eagles are scrabbling for grip with this Era 4 Brazilian racer Custodio Toledo. So he's just, I think, taken this car over, and it is properly beached now, Ryan. Custodio is not going anywhere fast.
Looked for a moment like maybe he would dig himself out of this, but not only is he stuck in the gravel, there's a bit of a precipice he has to clear, especially with the left rear, to try and get up onto the pavement. And he got to the precipice. He can't get over the precipice. That's the problem. And consequently,
slows on one at 1440 in 35 seconds. We're activating slows on one.
And the slow zones are a means of separating the track into 9 different chunks, and each one has the ability, therefore, to be independently controlled and be limited to 80 kilometers per hour, just like a full course yellow. So we won't listen necessarily to all of the various instructions from Eduardo Freitas, but it's good to hear his voice. He is the man in control for this part of the day and for all of the World Endurance Championship races. Some of them are a tad shorter than the 24 hours we have this weekend, but slow zone 1 at a natural acceleration point, Paul, and will temper the speed, but just at the start of the lap.
Yes, there's what they call next slow, which is shown at the marshal's post preceding the slow zone. So in this case, the slow zone starts at the start-finish line, so there's a next slow shown at the final marshal's post of the previous lap. That means no overtaking. Therefore, you arrive into the slow zone already ready to slow, if you will. So you do have to be at 80 kilometers an hour, which is the speed limit in the slow zone when you get to it. So that's at start-finish line, and then it goes up as far, slow zone 1 goes up as far as the little straight bit after the new Forest S's before the old Forest S's. I'm using expressions there that new and old, but the new part, which goes underneath the bridge, is a relatively new addition to the circuit, whereas the old Forest S is part of the circuit since the ACO actually bought that part of the circuit and made it their own in 1950-something, 1930-something even. Anyway, it's going to enable them to recover that Ferrari, which, as you say, Custodio Toledo, well, he had kind of just taken it out, Johnny. He'd done 2 flying laps, was just starting his 3rd, so I don't think he can use the cold tyre excuse at that point, but maybe having got to feel a bit comfortable with the car, and he then pushed on and suddenly found himself arriving at the first chicane, the Dunlop chicane, just a little bit faster than he had done on previous occasions.
Outside of the track to leave the gravel out of the track.
Advice to Custodio then to try and shake some of the gravel from the car before it actually gets back onto the racing line. I know Toledo has been in touch with the Richard Mille AF Corsa crew just to let them know precisely what happened in that incident, but an innocuous spin. He won't be the first, and he certainly hasn't been the first, certainly won't be the last to have a moment there. That tends to be one of the hot spots during the Road to Le Mans races, I've found over the years as well, on that first lap, as Ahmed El Harti was under investigation for an unsafe release earlier on in this session.
We'll be removing slow zone 1 in less than 30 seconds.
So now that the car of Toledo has driven away, there's no need to persist with the slow zone. Make sure that the marshals are back to a safe position together with the lifting vehicle as well. And all of these cars, certainly the tin tops, the GT cars, have these clever lifting positions that have been measured on the length of the car, so that the pivot is more or less perfect depending on whether they're front, mid or rear engined, and therefore extraction, Ryan, is very, very quick these days from a gravel trap.
And the crews around the track, they've been trained on that as well to make sure they handle this in the right way. That can make or break your race when we come to the race. If you should end up off track, if the recovery isn't done smoothly or with enough care, you could end up incurring some damage, and that's really not what anyone would like to see. So these crews have been trained on that. They do their best to make sure that everything is done with the safety of the driver and the car in mind, and consequently it seems like it gets better and better each year.
Yeah, as safety is obviously the bottom line, but speed as well, if we can have that as the secondary note, if you like. Notice that the BMW, the way the sun is shining, almost gives it the impression that, well, there are actually markings on those tyres. I thought that was, no, it's shade. I thought it was. Okay, when you start double guessing yourself. But there are no intermediate tyres allowed in the GT category. And the way that Goodyear Eagle was appearing in the wheel arch of 46 BMW, it looked like there were almost strakes or small amounts of tread within it, but it is just the grille nature of the top of the wheel arch. Top of wheel arches on prototypes are now very cleverly designed with a huge hole, a sort of square hole to allow the air to escape were a car to get sideways, because we've had some terrible moments at this particular race over the last 30, 40, maybe more years of cars actually getting air underneath them and they take off. So the dorsal fin on the back of a prototype now and those holes on the top of a wheel arch are there in order to keep the car grounded for as long as possible. And something as simple as that does tend to work a treat, we've found.
Very clever piece of engineering, no doubt about it.
I don't understand the science, to be honest, but when a car, I mean, it's obviously a car is not designed to be going sideways, but sometimes it can spin at great speed. Also, I haven't fully interrogated where these new bits of asphalt have been laid, but I do know that the route towards Porsche Curves is much grippier now. However, when you exit that first route into Porsche Curves, which is precisely what Ye Fei's just done, some drivers have said there's a bit of a drop-off in the grip levels from the new asphalt to the older stuff. But exit of Arnage into Porsche Curves, very, very grippy indeed now, and a great viewpoint to drivers left, which we think is open to most people in actual fact. It used to be private campsite area, but to be able to witness cars at frightening speed coming into Porsche Curves, you need to try and do that if you're here this weekend.
To your point about the repave that took place ahead of this year's race, my understanding is that from Tertre Rouge to the first Mulsanne chicane, that's been repaved since last year, as well as the section from Arnage to the Porsche Curves, which you mentioned as well. I think those are the two areas that have been topped off ahead of this 2025 edition.
Yeah, and it's always difficult when they do that, to kind of, I always read the press release and see what the drivers say, and they always have something to say about new surfacing, repaving, and I would take a bit of it with a pinch of salt, because I think as much as anything else, it's a psychological thing. You know, you come onto a new bit of road, and immediately your kind of senses are a bit more aware, and you're a bit more careful, and all of a sudden you may sense things that aren't there. But I mean, you do it when you're driving on the road, don't you? You sort of come across a nice new bit of asphalt, and you think, oh yeah, this is much better. Oh no, it's rougher than the old road. But you know, the old saying, it's the same for everyone. They all have to get on with it. What might be interesting is if we do have any thunderstorms, as some are suggesting we will, the track will suddenly get wet. That's where newer asphalt does tend to get more slippery, or at least take longer to dry out. But I shouldn't talk about the weather, because it's going to be dry this weekend. I've been fingers crossed.
It's going to be hot, but sometimes that amount of warmth can generate a flash shower here and there. Orage, indeed.
Yes.
I've heard about it from the families we stay with year in, year out as well, and it's always best to speak to a local. And it always rains at Le Mans is a phrase I've heard a few times too, so
Very well delivered as well.
Thanks.
Yeah,
or by me, or by just...
I was thinking about the original utterance from...
Fair enough.
But you did a nice job as well. It's pretty much a facsimile, I would say.
Yeah. I won't take any credit for it.
Remember I was talking about Fred McAvici. He's still out there, still not been into the pits. We're now 48 minutes into the session. Fred has done 12 laps so far in the Alpine. He's currently on his 13th lap. Now, during that time, we had a brief full course yellow, didn't we? Which lasted just 3 minutes, and then one slow zone. So if the Alpine can turn in 13 laps under those circumstances, then it's doing well. My expectation without any neutralisation zones for whatever reason would be 12 laps. So Alpine showing their hand a little bit here as to how economic their car can be.
Yeah, and they showed pretty good energy mileage at Spa as well. That's the great thing about this new hypercar class, is that one or two manufacturers seem to be able to eke out just a little bit more time. The problem is around here, you've got to eke out quite a bit more than a Spa lap, although Spa is one of the longest we visit after Le Mans.
It's true, but the way I always look at these things is, even if you do only have the percentage of a lap under full green conditions, if you do get a full course yellow, then very often you can use that to go the extra quarter of a lap or half a lap that you need to in order to be able to go the extra lap on the full stint. And really to push and to optimise those little things, particularly with the state of endurance racing the way it is these days, it's those little things which ultimately very often end up making the difference and allowing you just to open up a bit of a margin at the end of the race.
Frank Pereira's just had a trip through the gravel in the number 48 VDS Panis racing car, and I was trying to work out precisely where that was, Ryan. End of the lap, full chicane again?
I think you're right. There was definitely a high curb in. No, I don't think it was. Now that we get a look at well, I'm not entirely sure. But the important thing is there was a curb involved. That's where it started. He got way up, right sides up and over one of the big, almost sausage curbs down at Apex, and that got the car pretty much up 4 wheels off the ground, and that spat him out wide then. That led to a trip through the gravel trap that also had a few airborne moments as well. And the very experienced Frank Pereira gaining a little more experience around this place.
85 seconds through the middle sector, which runs from Tête Rouge to Mulsanne Corner. That looks pretty good for me. So, if anything, mind you, that's this lap, isn't it, rather than the one he's just completed, so we can't read into those sectors. That was a little while ago. But at least the tyres seem to have been cleaned up quite swiftly by the Frenchman. Alpine number 36 nearing the end of another lap. Jules Gounon has just brought that car out from the pit, so this is the completion of his out lap. And remember that the route into pit lane is similar to that of the Ford chicane, but it is an entirely separate road. So you peel off and then you go through the pit lane entry road's own chicane with curbs as well before you get then to the point where you have to press the pit lane speed limiter and get down to 60 kilometers per hour. And there were one or two cars doing that ahead of Jules Gounon's snaky route through the Ford chicane on the main race circuit. So he descends through the Dunlop curves now, and the Forest S's taking a little bit of curb, but not too much. Cadillac WTR's Philippe Albuquerque is back in pit lane, as is the fastest car out there, Antonio Fuoco's number 50 Ferrari. So that is currently parked. The Toyota's keeping going, though. And fun to see that some cars are not only showing speed, but also an ability to go quite deeply into a simulated stint as well. Interesting that that's been the opening tactic from a few different manufacturers, actually, to get a stint under their belts purely as a measurement scale to work out what they're likely to be doing in the race. Most of them will know, of course, but it's always just useful to do it for real. Having been away for a period of time, they might not have got the chance to do that during test day. That was the massive interruption to the afternoon session, which only ran for 3 hours. Only a few years ago, Ryan, we had 4 hours in the morning and 4 hours in the afternoon. But when you have a 3-hour session with 3 red flags, that hope of maybe doing a full stint that you didn't manage to do in the morning went straight out the window.
Right, and that leaves the teams now to do some exploration here in this practice, as we talked about at the top of the show, that we thought that they might try and do exactly that. This is important data to be gathering ahead of the 24 hours to come, but still early doors. It is interesting, though, Paul, to see the different approaches that the different teams have elected to take.
The problem is when you get a red flag, even if you're doing a long run, by cooling down the tyres between the first part and then after the red flag, getting them up again, you're changing the way the tyre behaves. You're actually giving the tyre a bit of a break, as it were, and in that sense, you're extending its life, which you won't be able to do during the race. I was also just checking on Fred Macavici. I mentioned that he was doing that long stint. He came to the end of his stint after 12 laps. They then came in and did a very rapid turnaround to Jules Gounon, who's now taken that car over. But the stop time, just 1 minute and 36 seconds. That's close to what they'll be doing as a turnaround in the race. So Alpine very much treating the first part of this session. We're still yet to complete the first hour of the 3, but Alpine with the number 36 car treating it very much as race preparation, and they'll be collecting data on the tyre wear, on the brake wear, on how the temperatures are going, and whether they've got the cooling right, whether they need to open up some of the radiator ducting and all that kind of thing. So plenty of useful information being gathered by Alpine by taking this approach of going out and doing a long stint, as compared to, as we've been saying, the Ferrari, 5 laps for Antonio Fuoco, then he came in, longish pit stop, bodywork change. He's now coming again after another 5 laps, although he's since set off again, still with Fuoco at the wheel, though, of the number 50 Ferrari. So Antonio, we saw this in the test, didn't we, Johnny?
Fuoco's out of the car now. He's walked across the fast lane and to the pit wall. I caught sight of him. 50 car, not yet back on the track, according to my screen at least, Paul. The 51 is.
Right, okay.
Yeah, but the new driver going in appeared to me to be Miguel Molina. So Molina's in the cockpit, but the man who is right on the spot, providing a CrowdStrike pit report, is Joe Bradley. Are you with Ferrari?
Yeah, I've been standing just watching this car come in, and up and down the pit lane, actually, I was going to report in that I've been watching a lot of adjustments going on. I mean, LMP2, they're still tweaking things like ride heights and damper settings, and it just makes me think that, you know, with this track temperature has been going up all week long, hasn't it? And they've been sitting there since Sunday evening thinking every day they've looked at the track and thought, you know, we're going to be out on this track on Wednesday, what are we going to do? And obviously they've got their heads together, they've sent the cars out, and they're just refining and honing to get the maximum out of the car for the all-important qualifying sessions that are going to be taking place this evening. The number 50 being rolled out, it was mainly a data download. None of the bodywork came off the car, so no tweaks going on there other than what a laptop can perhaps do. It's not going to have any fuel put in it, because what they tend to do when they come in these practice sessions is, before they wheel the car into the garage, they will top off the fuel. So the car will be refueled, then it'll be took into the garage, then they'll do what they plan to do with it. And the car now off its jacks and about to go back out. And I think you were right, looking at the helmet, it looks like Molina now at the wheel. You'll soon get that on the timing screen, Johnny, as it's just gone out of pit lane.
Yeah, no, 100% sure it was him sitting in the car, and there we go, confirmation that it's the Spaniard, the man from Barcelona, who takes the 50 Ferrari over for the next segment of the session. Each of the Scarlet Red Ferraris have had at least one win so far in the World Endurance Championship. They've also both won this particular race in the last 2 years, so they are on a hat trick. But if it is to be the 50 or the 51, then one of them will become double winners for those specific drivers. The driver lineups, much like Toyota, Ryan, tend to stay static, and they just get to know one another.
It's hard to argue with it, given the success that they've had, and now not just at this event. That had been the story of the 499P, right? That they could only find victory here at Le Mans, but they were able to break that duck a couple of times over the World Endurance Championship season a year ago. And the way they've started this season, just going from strength to strength, that package has been excellent across multiple different styles of track to this point in the season. You have to say that if momentum counts for anything, they come in here with more wind in their sails than just about anybody.
We're going full course yellow again. There's some debris on the circuit just beyond the second chicane on the Mulsanne Straight, and rather than dealing with that with a local yellow, they're deciding that they want to do it with the full course yellow. So teams being told to keep to the left of the circuit at the exit of the second chicane, so you enable the marshals to get on and remove that debris.
You're tuned to 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2025. It's Ryan Marine, Paul Trustwell, Johnny Palmer from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, and providing the CrowdStrike pit reports for at least the next half an hour is Joe Bradley. Then there'll be a switch to Nick Damon, but it's the usual team that you will have become accustomed to over the years, bringing you Radio Le Mans for 2025. We're virtually an hour in to free practice one, and it's time to check the weather. A minute to 3 here at Circuit de la Sarthe, 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans around the circuit and around the world on RS1. So almost 3 o'clock, here's your latest weather update. So it's currently 30 degrees Celsius, very warm with sunny periods predicted for later on at 32 degrees C. And tonight some clouds, mild though, maybe a shower later with a low of 18 degrees Celsius. 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2025, live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Into hour 2 we go. And with an air temperature of nearly 30 degrees C, it's getting it still is pretty humid at 38 degrees and relatively low wind speed. The current Mobil 1 track temperature is 43 degrees Celsius. Great noise from the little V6 twin turbocharged engine, the 3 litre in the Ferrari 499P, which is not the fastest car out there, but the sister machine, the 50 car, is. You were hearing just a moment or two ago the 51 car of Giovinazzi, who sits in 7th position. Let's just give you a reflection of how that opening hour has gone then, with some spins, some trips through the gravel, but thankfully for none of the hypercars to this point. And the 50 Ferrari of Miguel Molina, who has just taken that car over from Antonio Fuoco, quickest, 325.302. An Italian driver's time, though, rather than the Spaniard who's just been plugged in. 0.4 of a second on the nose slower is Sebastian Buemi's Toyota, car number 8, which is now in the pit lane. And the number 7, Gazoo Racing GR010 of Nick de Vries, is in 3rd. Cadillac WTM's Jordan Taylor is in 4th place, ahead of the Porsche Penske Motorsport car number 4 of Nick Tandy, who took a bit of time to get up there, but it was just after the hourly update, in fact, on the half hour that Nick posted that. I think it was the 4th fastest time at the time, but that's now slipped back to 5th. Margins in places, Paul Trustwell, are reasonably big, but we've only had an hour long of 9 hours of testing, or free practice as it's officially called.
Well, you say that, but I mean the gaps between each individual car, if you're looking down the top 10, are all substantially under half a second. And the margin we were using on test day was to see how many cars were separated by 2 seconds. The first 10 cars, first 11 cars, I should say, separated by just over 2 seconds. So it is pretty close at the top. We've got through that. We had the full course yellow a moment ago. That enabled the teams, or enabled the marshal teams, to remove that debris on the exit of the second chicane. And so we're now back to a fully green racetrack. All 62 cars have been out. That's another good thing. The number 77 we mentioned at the time, the Proton Ford Mustang, Bernardo Souza, was a little bit late coming out, but since then they've done a few more laps, although the car has now come back into the pits again and has been sitting at rest for about 10 minutes, having been taken out by Ben Barker. But that's the only car I think that's possibly a question mark over, is the 77 Proton Mustang. But again, we've said this a number of times in recent years, the standard of preparation and the quality so far, very high indeed.
Let's get straight to Joe Bradley for a CrowdStrike pit report. You're in the land of Mercedes, Joe.
Yeah, what a great time it is to have Mercedes back. Brenton, can I just start with saying thank you for bringing Mercedes back to Le Mans. You're representing quite a brand there.
Yeah, it's quite nice. I mean, we have a bit of work to do to make the car fast enough, but it's nice to be here.
So where do you feel you're lacking at the moment?
Everywhere.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have much grip. The balances are very nice. So, I mean, it's hard coming here a year after everyone else. We're definitely on the back foot. And we've lost some pace since the test day, so we need to work that out.
And I see a laptop being plugged in on a long lead, data acquisition going on there. Is this going to be an analytical job all the way through to race start?
Yeah, like I said, we're a long way behind on the power delivery and everything that the manufacturers have tuned from last year. So we're still making changes and doing some interesting things when we're driving to collate data, but it makes it quite difficult to learn the track. So it's a balance of making sure the car's fast enough and then giving us laps. So we need to keep tuning.
And when you say fast enough, you're talking about over a distance of 24 hours. You're not interested in qualifying at this stage, I would think.
I mean, qualifying is difficult because it's the AM, but in general, we need to find more pace just to be consistent in the race. So, yes, it's over one lap, but we're trying to translate that over a distance. So we've got 3 cars. We'll look through the data and see what we can find, but it's challenging at the moment.
heat's been it's been a bit rare at Le Mans in recent years. That heat's becoming a factor. It's certainly forecast to be a hot one this year. Is that going to mount its own separate challenge to you guys, the drivers?
Yeah, maybe not so much from the driver. I think it will play into the strengths of some cars and not others. For sure, it's impacted our balance from the test day, so we need to try and tune that. Normally the Mercedes is good when it's hot, so we'll keep learning and make sure that whatever happens in the race, we have the car in the right window to be able to push the whole time.
Great stuff. Thank you, Brendan. And thanks for coming back to me and running after you at the back. Thanks, Brendan Grove there. Just great to have Mercedes back, isn't it? I mean, all right, it's not in the hypercar class quite yet. It's in the GT3 class, but it's still great to see Mercedes back at Le Mans.
Thank you, Joe, and thanks, Brenton as well. There was a little bit of a delay getting to you there on my part, so he may well have run off sort of just before you were about to start that interview. But we got him back, and great that he can speak briefly there to 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. I am told by a certain Maxime Martin regarding those 3 Mercedes that they are completely brand new cars for this race. I wondered whether, a few people were asking the question, are they the 2 World Endurance Championship cars from Iron Lynx plus maybe the ELMS car? No, entirely brand new chassis. They've got Le Mans specific chassis numbers, and they've actually been painted, those cars, rather than wrapped. So it's a paint mix that has been retrieved from the 1989 overall Le Mans 24-hour winner, the Sauber C9, and they've kind of taken a version of that paint and replicated it perfectly on 3 Mercedes.
Now, those of you with long memories, there's a great irony on that, because the reason originally that Mercedes were silver was because they had no paint, and that Alfred Neubauer, partly, he said the cars weren't ready, we didn't have time to paint them, so they just appeared in the aluminium. So we're now going full circle where they're painting them to look the same colour as Mercedes' original colour was when it was not painted. Oh, I don't.
Yeah.
Such is the irony of these things.
But because there's been 30 years of history, throughout that period of time, it's a paint scheme, if you like, that you instantly recognise, but it's not a design at all.
Well, no, in 70 years, if you want to go back to when Mercedes first appeared as silver cars, German's racing colour was always white. So the fact that they appeared in silver, as I say, we now regard silver as being the colour for Mercedes, the silver arrows, was due to lack of paint. Right.
And not color related, but Mercedes has such a rich and long motorsport history. Last year they were celebrating 130 years of motorsport, and
that's advice to Darren Young in his number 95 McLaren from United Autosports. I was trying to recognise the voice there because that sounded like a driver coach more than an engineer for Darren. I think I might know who it was, but I don't want to say because it could be wrong.
I think I do because I was in the United hospitality unit having lunch a little bit earlier, and it's David Pittard who's been coaching
That's
him.
who I thought it was.
All right.
But I also associate him with coaching other drivers as well, so I didn't want to jump too early.
I don't think David would mind me saying so, and hopefully, David, I got your last name a bit more closer to correct. I was. He told me quite politely that the American accent really struggles to put the emphasis on the correct syllable in his last name, so I need to emphasize the pit and less of the art, apparently, to get the pronunciation a bit more close to accurate.
That's fair.
It's a work in progress,
but
David.
There are certain words that equally we struggle with either side. If you're the other side of the Atlantic, but we can help to educate one another.
Exactly.
Every step of the way.
And it was all in good fun, and I appreciate it. I'd always rather know so I could say it at least closer to correct moving forward. But to put a bow on the Mercedes discussion, I was talking about 130 years of motorsport that they celebrated last year in 2024. They date it all the way back to the Paris-Rouen race of 1894. There was a Mercedes involved in that race that long ago. Just remarkable.
I always do this at some point. Excuse me, some point during the race weekend. I'm going to plug a book. There's a book called "The Race to the Future," which is by a lady called Cassia Sinclair, which is the story. It's a whole book story of one race which is the Peking Paris race of 1907. If you haven't read it, then I'd strongly recommend you go out and grab a copy, because it's not really a motorsporting book, but it's a great insight into how motorsport was around the turn of the century as Mercedes was starting. There weren't actually any Mercedes in that race, I hasten to add. There were only 5 starters. 4 of them made it to the finish, and 1 of them took a train most of the way. But nevertheless, it's a lovely, lovely story. Race to the Future by Cassia Sinclair. But yeah, Mercedes, which is how we got onto this, great motorsporting history. And the thing I love most of all about that team of cars, firstly, they've used the right numbers to reflect back to the 1989 win, but also they've used the concept of colouring the wing mirrors in order to enable you to distinguish between the cars.
I just wanted to finish the point regarding Brenton Grove's comments about qualifying being about the bronze driver, because we've not necessarily delved into who is responsible for qualifying cars actually today. So for the LMGT3 category, only a bronze driver can qualify the car in the first qualifying session, which is simply known as Q in the sporting regulations. After that, for the 2 Hyperpole sessions, it becomes more interesting because that's not restricted to only gold drivers.
No, it's not. For the 2 Hyperpole sessions, you can use whatever drivers you want.
I think it's free because it doesn't stipulate.
Provided you use a different driver in Hyperpole 1 than Hyperpole 2.
Yeah.
But it does mean that the LMGT3 teams, provided the bronze driver can get the car out of Q, can't say that without thinking of Quentin Sperling, so the bronze driver can get it out of Q, then it's down to the more able, more experienced drivers to go through Hyperpole 1 and Hyperpole 2. Which is going to bring a whole new level of strategy to the question of qualifying. Because do you use your better of your 2 remaining drivers in Q1 in order to get the best possible chance of getting into Q2? Or do you keep your best driver for Q2 and hope that your middle driver, as it were, can get it from Q1 into Q2? There's then the other aspect of tyres. You're given 3 sets of tyres for the 2 Hyperpole sessions. Again, do you use the 2 in the first part, or do you try and use 2 in the second part? We'll be able to talk about it during the qualifying sessions, except they're so short they're going to be over before they've started.
You could freshen up one side of the car, which seems to be the fashionable way of doing things at the moment. So you could use 6 in Hyperpole 1 and 6 in Hyperpole 2.
There's an option, yeah.
There's no there's just 12 individual tyres to be used at some point across 2 Hyperpole sessions. I think of Desmond Llewellyn when I mention of Q, but that's because I watched quite a lot of
too many Bonds films.
Yeah, exactly. But we're all chasing after the same thing. Hang on. So, corner understeer mentioned by the 31 BMW in the LMGT3 category. That was Yasser Shaheen. Augusto Farfus, was at the wheel. It's possibly sounding more like an Australian accent, but it's difficult to tell because, just the natural tinniness of a radio system. But no, it might well have been Augusto Farfus, who's just been in that car for a fair time and now is reporting back just the general behaviour of it. So 31 BMW. Remember, there are actually 4 BMWs in this race, all run by the Belgian outfit WRT. Vincent Voss at the helm, and they're all at the far end of pit lane as well. So the 2 hypercars in garages 59 and 60, and the BMW GT cars are their near neighbours, marginally closer to pit in. Oh, there's been a Mercedes spin, and the hood of the Mercedes is actually lifted. That is at the Dunlop chicane at the top of the hill, and for a moment the 38 Cadillac driver was heading right towards that scene. There are yellow flags being displayed. So this is at Marshall Post 3, and in fact now a red flag for this reason, and it's been heavily in the wall, and that is why the bonnet of the Mercedes number 63 has been entirely released. Stephen Grove, we were catching up with his son Brenton not too long ago, and Stephen is that a classic moment of losing a car on the brakes, spearing right and hitting hopefully tyre wall, but there is a bit of concrete wall there as well. It has mullered the front end of the number 63 Mercedes, and we have the first red flag of the free practice sessions, with a lot of damage done to the business end of that Mercedes as well, because these cars powered by a 6.2 litre V8. Thankfully, on a modern day GT car, the engine is quite a bit further back from where the radiator sits, and deep down as well. So let us hope that it's not done too much damage to that car, but that's a significant off, Ryan.
It is significant damage to the front of that car. We've talked about Britton and Stephen Grove as part of the driving lineup, but the third member of that lineup is an interesting one as well. Lucas Stoltz, longtime Mercedes factory driver, who's only been here once before, all the way back in 2018.
I'd forgotten that, but yes, this is not his first Le Mans.
No, but it might as well be, as long ago as it's been.
But he's treated as a rookie because it's been 7 years, and the rule set is 5, so did need to put in those 10 laps during test day. Just remind us who he was here with in 18.
Ooh, give me a second.
Oh, sorry. I figured you might have got that information.
I do, but I have to get to it.
Okay, fine.
Give me just a second.
I had read recently, and I thought, oh yeah, he was in that car. It was a Ferrari, I think, with Ben Keating.
Yeah, it was actually Keating and a team under the Keating Motorsport banner who actually ran it, though. I'm going to have to do some thinking about.
Yeah, no, that's okay. We'll get back to you. But let's just hear Stephen Grove on the radio. That wasn't Stephen Grove, even though we were led to believe that it might be, but that was some team radio from elsewhere talking about setup. The fact that there are hints that Stephen's been on the radio suggests he is able to talk to the team, even though the marshals and possibly medics are with him now. It's difficult to tell whether that is all superficial damage or whether there's potentially some suspension which has been bent in the process as well. The clock continues to tick by the way, 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2025, but first significant stoppage of this event because of a nasty-looking crash for the 63 Mercedes AMG, which bounced back into the track and then was in a very vulnerable position should anyone overcook it into the Dunlop chicane, right at the top of the Dunlop curve.
I have answers for you.
Good man.
All right. Risi Competizione ran the car, interestingly enough, and they finished on the podium in GTEM that year. Really interesting lineup with Stoltz joining Ben Keating, but also Jerome Bleekemolen forming the third member of a really strong driver lineup. No wonder they were on the podium with a lineup like that one, with Risi as well running the car.
Yeah, but Luca in those days wasn't necessarily the obvious choice for a Ferrari, because I do associate him with Mercedes through and through.
Yeah, I believe he would have been factory driver at the time, but of course there wasn't a Mercedes representation at the time because Le Mans used the GTE rule set, not GT3.
The same's true of Jerome Bleekemolen, because he was very much a Mercedes GT driver at that stage. But when you come to Le Mans, all rules, all bets are off. So well done for finding it. I had it written down. I think we got there about the same time in the end, Ryan.
I had no doubt you could find it. It was a race against the clock for me to try and track it down.
But as Johnny was saying, as far as Luca was concerned, it does mean that he has to go through the whole driver qualification business again, and was treated at the test day as a rookie and had to complete his laps, which he successfully did. But having had that incident though for Stephen Grove, who has come off there, looks like he went off as they went through the first right-handed part going into the Dunlop chicane, hit the barrier on the right and then bounced back onto the circuit in front of the big Dunlop grandstand just before the Dunlop bridge.
He's not gone through the left-handed bit of the chicane. It's right at the top of the Dunlop curve, so it makes me think he's maybe lost the car as he's slowing, and it's
going
pinged,
into the and then gone to
it's
the
pinged right to the barrier, which
Yeah.
is not that far away actually from the white line, which is the edge of the circuit. And then it's rotated the car, it's bounced back, thankfully not collected anybody else in the process, and sort of neatly parked at 180 degrees to the design direction of travel.
We have lost a Corvette there in the past, I seem to remember, during a race early on Sunday morning, again, when it is an area where you do have to concentrate hard. A lot of drivers commenting on how tricky that chicane can be.
Neil Jarni stepping out of his number 99 Proton competition run Porsche 963, showing that it's pretty warm out there.
And getting advice from Max Velti, which is another throwback to 1989, because he was running the Mercedes in 1989. Not that it's anything to do with Mercedes now, that's a Proton Porsche, as you were saying, Johnny. But Max Velti in attendance.
With the winning Sauber Mercedes
Yes.
C9 as well.
Yes, he lost his voice that year,
Okay.
and he controlled things in the pits by whistling. He's one of these chaps. Some chaps are very, very good at like just doing a whistle without using fingers or anything. And Max indicated when to lift the car and when to drop it off the jacks by loud whistles.
Let's thank you for that little anecdote. I was thoroughly enjoying it, but also doing several other things at once, as is often the way here on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. Joe Bradley with a CrowdStrike pit report.
Obviously, after stand by, Johnny. We're trapped at the back of the garage by the number 27. Heart of Racing Aston Martin, but Ian James, who's just brought the car in. Ian, two hats of responsibility for you this weekend. I've been speaking to you recently about what's next door in the Valkyrie, but here you are. You're actually a racing driver this weekend as well, which is kind of taking priority in your head right now.
Well, when I'm in the car, that's my alone time, so it's actually quite nice. It's nice and relaxing behind the wheel. I love it here. It's such a privilege to be able to drive at a circuit like this or in general. So I'm enjoying every moment. The Valkyries are making good progress. GT cars going well. All the Heart of Racing families here, my family's here. What a weekend.
I mean, the Valkyrie program always was going to come to Le Mans. It's what every sports car program is about. And I've got to say, what I have observed is the car has improved. Every time it's hit the track, it's improved. And it's improving quicker than the cars around it. So you're catching them up, so to speak.
Well, yeah, they're definitely starting with a bit of a head start. But I told everybody at the beginning of the year, incrementally, we're going to improve it race by race. And so far, we've done that. It was born for Le Mans, as you say, and it seems to suit this track, where there's a long way to go. There's a long way to go, but we are making improvements, and let's see what happens.
And you're already creating an Aston Martin culture. I can't see it being too long before we see Union Jacks being waved out there, but mainly from the looks and the sound of the car, whatever it does in the race, I think at this point isn't important.
Yeah, I think, over the next couple of years, we want to bring that, the British Army back to Le Mans, as it were, and hopefully they can hold their hats high against the Aston Martin and what we're doing with Heart of Racing.
All right, give something away, and what's the realistic target for Sunday evening? What will you guys be happy with both sides of the garage?
Well, on the GT, we want to be on the podium. My teammates are great. Zach and Mattia, just awesome drivers. The team are operating on a really high level. So on the podium there, and if we can get both the other cars to the finish, I'll be very happy Sunday night.
Yeah, great stuff. Thank you, Ian. Thanks for taking time out there. Just out the car, Ian James.
From Aston Martin and Heart of Racing team, that's his CrowdStrike pit report with Joe Bradley. I was about to say we're under a red flag, but no, we're under a green flag now because it has just come out at pretty much exactly 3:25 in the afternoon. Circuit d'Alasart, 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans, live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. As a couple of pit stops are going to be investigated, including Andrew Gilbert in another Mercedes. The number 60 car is under investigation for pit lane speed limit breaching. And there was another message from race control before that, Paul, which I've now instantly forgotten during the red flag.
Car 29 under investigation for its pit stop at 14:27.
Okay.
Car 29 being the Rodrigo Salles, Matthias Besch, Clement Nobilek, TDS Racing Orica.
So they're two little things that will get looked at eventually. And there may be penalties to serve either before this session has completed or in tonight's.
Or penalties to pay.
Well,
because
true.
There's quite a lot of financial penalties associated, amongst other things, with pit lane speed limits. The exceeding pit lane speed limits. €100 per kilometre per hour we worked out on test day, didn't we?
Yeah. So once you get north of about 70 kph, it can become very costly very quickly. But yeah, there were one or two that were just €100. And they smacked to us, Paul, that actually it was just trying to set your pit lane speed limiter, and it's worth 100, 200 odd euros to pay just to make sure you are bang on the limit, because those are the sort of things we're playing with here, Ryan. You've got to be as quick as you can in the pit stop without going above 60 kph.
The margins are fine, aren't they? And, I think it was maybe earlier today on Midweek Motorsport, but the discussion came up about how maybe today more than ever, at least in recent times, those small margins mean so much, because in the top class, you're not talking about competition against 2 or 3 or 4 other cars in your class. And if you lose a spot or two, well, you have a chance to fight back. Now you make a mistake in the pits, and especially when everyone's bunched together, you could lose a half a dozen to a dozen spots in the pit lane so easily. That's much more difficult to overcome than we've seen in years past.
Yeah, it is a different world these days, and I think for 2 reasons. One is precisely what Ryan's just saying about the margins being so close. But on the other hand, against that is there is a tendency to, and I'll have to use my words carefully, but there is a tendency to use safety cars a lot more these days than in years gone by, which has the effect of closing everything up. So you may think, you've lost maybe 20, 30 seconds. You can close the gap back up again. But because there's so many of these wretched hypercars taking part in the race these days, I don't mean that in any way disparagingly. It's great that we have so many hypercars. But because there's so many of them, all of a sudden track position becomes the key thing. And in losing those 20 seconds, you're actually losing 5, 10 places. The unique situation about last year's race, 9 cars finishing on the lead lap. That's absolutely unprecedented. The most we've ever had before is 2 cars finishing on the lead lap. The lead margin last year, okay, it wasn't the smallest, but 14 seconds is still close to what we've had in terms of competitive finishes. And so, yes, you do have to be careful. You can get time back with a safety car. That has to go into the strategy mix. But more importantly, as I say, is that track position. You don't want to get stuck behind a slower car, because that can suddenly turn the 20 seconds into 30 seconds if you can't get by the car in front.
Ryo Hirakawa is absolutely chucking the number 8 Toyota around the racetrack at the moment, as Michel Gatting, unfortunately this weekend, just a spectator after an incident that happened at the end of test day, breaking 2 very small bones in one of her feet. But it means that the amount of pain that she was going through Sunday afternoon, evening, taking the really difficult decision to step out of that driver lineup, and Sarah Bovey replacing the Danish driver. Instead, Sarah used to race with Michel Gatting as the bronze within that lineup. TDS Team Radio, which is to Rodrigo Sales, need to work on Sector 1. S's Tete Rouge, do not over-push the entries, is the advice to the American racer in his TDS LMP2 car. So, bang on 3:30. It is 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2025, live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. And at half distance in free practice 1, let's do an hourly update. Miguel Molina currently fastest in the first section of free practice then this week, with the number 50 Ferrari having done a 325.302, and he's exactly 0.4 of a second faster than Ryo Hirakawa's number 8 Toyota that was earlier driven by Sebastian Buemi, and the car's time, a 3:25.702, so exactly 0.4 of a second between Ferrari and Toyota. Those times set pretty early on in the session. Now all on outlaps are Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota. That car's done a 3:26.2. The Cadillac WTR of Jordan Taylor now. That car's also just heading out after its recent pit stop, 3:26.549 for the American crew. And the number 4 Felipe Nasser-driven Porsche from Penske Motorsport 963. That time is a 3:26.693. Alex Lynn's Cadillac, car number 12, is in 6th position, 3:26.8. Alessandro Pierguidi's 51 Ferrari, 3:26.8, is 7th fastest, ahead of another Cadillac, the Wayland car, which is an express prepared machine. Filipe Drugovich currently at the wheel, the Brazilian, 3:26.898. Then a 3:26.9 from Kevin Estra's Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6. And in 10th fastest, it's the BMW for Rene Rast, BMW Hypercar, but that car is currently in the pit lane. LMP2, fastest car is the number 16 for RLR M Sport, and Michael Jensen, 3:36.888 is still a Patrick Pilet time, ahead of Kuba Śmiechowski's Inter Europol competition car, the car that he shares with Nick Yelely and others. So 43 and 16 for that matter, both now on outlaps and fastest so far. 3:37.8 for Rodrigo Sales. A little bit of team radio we caught just now for the TDS Racing 29. In 4th position, it's and 4th and 5th, in fact, the 2 EDEX Sport cars for Jamie Chadwick and Paul Lafargue, 18 faster than 28. And the 11 car of Giorgio Roda completes the top 6, but also is the 3rd Pro-Am driver combination. So we have 3 of each in the top 6 times in LMP2. LMGT3, Acodis ASP Team Lexus, Arnold Robin, 3:56.2 is quickest. That's car 78, faster than Thomas Fleur's Ferrari, which is the 54 Vista AF Corsa offering, a 296, and it's done a 3:57.2. Zachary Robichon's 27 Heart of Racing Team Aston is 3rd fastest, 3:57.6, from the Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari number 150, a Vista AF Corsa Ferrari number 21 5th fastest, and the TF Sport Aston Martin, no, sorry, that's a common mistake that I'll probably do for a lot of the race, TF Sport Corvette of Ben Keating, car number 33, the championship leaders in the WEC. They are 6th fastest so far. So the track temperature, different scales read different things, but it's my understanding we're currently just north of 40 degrees Celsius now, 43, 44 degrees Celsius, the current Mobil 1 track temperature here at Le Mans. Yes, Nick, I can hear you. On we go with the second portion then of free practice 1 into the second 90 minutes, with Miguel Molina setting the pace, or at least his teammate did, Antonio Fuoco setting that 3:25.302. A little change around in the 4 Performance Global Broadcast Centre because Ryan Marine stepping away, and a welcome to Peter Mackay for a first time showing here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We're actually in the meat of the sessions now, P. Mac. How are you feeling?
I'm very excited. Very, very excited indeed to be here and be part of the Radio Le Mans team. It's a huge, huge privilege. And already looking at the times out there is quite remarkable, actually, in the hypercar category, particularly how hot the pace is already. I mean, a 3-minute 25.3, the quickest time for Miguel Molina. You compare that to last year's absolute best race lap time was 3:28.756. So, 3.5 seconds difference quicker compared to last year's race. The overall race record was actually set 2 years ago by Antonio Fuoco, also in a Ferrari, 3:27.218. So the pace already is mega. I mean, pole time wise, hypercar pole time last year, Kevin Estre 3:24.6, Fuoco 2 years ago 3:22.9. So, we're not a million miles off what we would see in qualifying. We're certainly a lot quicker than we saw in the races.
A lot of that, I'm going to suggest, although I'm not going to argue with it, Peter, is due to BOP. The BOP for this year has given everybody in the hypercar category a little bit of a boost. They've given everybody a little bit of a lift. They've given them a little bit more power. They've given them a little bit more energy usage. So it's not surprising that they've gone up since last year. If you go back before Hypercar, then you get the situation where the cars, the old LMP1 cars, were going quicker than the Hypercars are. So the Hypercars are kind of gradually increasing their pace. But as much as anything else, it's to do with the overall lifting of the BOP.
And is that to do you think, because a couple of the manufacturers that have dropped out, that were maybe the weaker in the category, they don't have to balance down towards them? Would that be a...
No, I think it's more to do with the fact that they want to make sure that the hypercars are seen to be improving. And in keeping the gaps between hypercars, LMP2, LMGT3, sometimes the hypercars were complaining because the LMP2 cars in a straight line are pretty rapid. They've had to slow them down a little bit with a slightly smaller restrictor to restrict the air getting into the Gibson engines. So it's all it's very finely balanced, but it does lead to the comparisons this year to last are very tempting to make, and they're very impressive to make. But ultimately, there's another reason, and there's the fact that there has been a year of development as well, and we've just seen the way that Ferrari have performed over the season so far. They've undoubtedly made a lot of improvements since this time last year.
There's always collectively going to be a difficulty from an official point of view, though. If you're trying to say, okay, let's just lift the performance of hypercar gradually across the board. How do you, with cars so differently thought out, how do you actually raise it as we go red flag again? Oh. How do you raise it in a uniform fashion? And that's so tough to do. I'm pleased it's not my job, frankly.
I couldn't imagine how difficult a job that is, because certain manufacturers have more in the tank than others in terms of the performance capability of their car. Some could go much quicker, some maybe are getting close to their limit maybe. So that I wouldn't want that job, as Johnny said, to cause that, have to put that balance together.
No, it's certainly a tricky one. One of the tables that I tried to draw up over the week just gone is to compare the not just the power that these cars are delivering, but how the power to weight ratio has been affected, because the weights have all been adjusted slightly in the BOP as well as the power.
So under this red flag, we will get news on precisely how long this is going to take in just a moment, but let's get a CrowdStrike pit report from Nick Damon.
Well, the only thing I have to say is it's hot, damn hot down here, hot and humid. It's so hot that I decided to sit in the pit wall because I can take my helmet off. Just seen a bit of scrutineering. The Porsche number 4 had a full stand around and look. That's of course, the American one, we like to say. That's the Tandy, Nazaire and Wehrlein car. Obviously, the Tandy and Philippe Nazaire have already won 2 of the major classic endurance races already this year. But it is very, very hot. I mean, I don't actually remember it being this hot at Le Mans for many a year. And this is, as I say, I think Joe explained during his time in the pit lane, there are still chasing setup.
Nick Damon with the CrowdStrike pit report. We will hear plenty more from him in the next hour and 40 minutes. But the red flag out then after one of the Porsches, the Manthey First Form car, I believe that is, car number 90, rattling over the curb, but that wasn't the reason for this stoppage. That is the plain Manthey car, that is. I say plain without the First Form on it. So this is the additional invitational car for Antares O Loic Hartog, who is one of a few drivers who's planning to do all 3 24-hour races, incidentally. And I sort of, Loic, because he's so young, had fallen beneath my radar, but he is going to be doing Nürburgring next weekend after this forthcoming weekend, and Spa towards the end of the month. Klaus Bachler in that car as well.
It's quite a lineup. They could be in with a real shot, actually. You know, Manti are a team that know Le Mans inside and out. Klaus Bachler is one of the top GT drivers in the world right now. It doesn't get a great deal better than Klaus at this moment in time. Luke is a very sneaky silver, I would say, and Antara is a decent bronze too. That car is running a livery that throws back to last year's Daytona when Wright Motorsport ran that blue livery, and the reason why they did, because it's in the new F1 movie. So it's a way of promoting the new F1 movie, which I believe is being released imminently. I've forgotten the name of the main character in the F1 movie that Brad Pitt plays.
Don't look at me.
Hayes, something
Sonny Hayes, thank you, Paul. Yes, Sonny Hayes. So it's Sonny Hayes drives at Daytona. And
okay.
Yeah, Joe Bradley watched him do a take of drinking out of a water bottle. I think it was 12 times in a row before they got the shot they wanted.
So that's a radio conversation being had with Sebastian Bourdais in the number 38 Cadillac Hertzstein Jota car. It was the 38 that went for a rotation, remember, at the Ford chicane at the start of this session when Earl Bamber was at the wheel. So is that an indication that the two things are linked and they're still trying to solve precisely what the problem is in car 38? I'm increasingly thinking I've missed something here. Why exactly is this red flag out? Did we ever actually cover that?
No, we didn't. We had a slow zone implemented in Sector 6, which is the run from Mulsanne Corner down to Indianapolis, just before the red flag was put out. And since then, as we were doing on Sunday, I've been checking all the cars back into the pits. They've all come back in the right order. We've got 3 more to come, which is Andrew Gilbert, Marino Sato, and Stephen Grove. He's not going to make it back into the pits. There's only 2 more to come in. So whatever has happened kind of cleared itself before we got to, before they've got to have to clear the track, but they've got everybody back into the pits now. So everybody who went out, 61 of them, they've all come back in. So we're not missing anybody. I wouldn't have thought they'd have used a red flag just to tidy up debris. So whatever the incident was, it's cleared itself, and I suspect we'll be getting a green flag again on a short call. And immediately I say that, so the message comes up to say so. The last red we had, incidentally, was just over 9 minutes. This one has been 5 minutes. Interesting as well that the teams, normally under a red flag, you have a speed limit of 80 kilometres an hour, which you have to maintain on your way back to the pits. But on both occasions, the message has come up that you may pick up the pace on your return to the pit lane, which again implies the circuit is clear. So I think, as I say, Johnny, we're going to be back to green flag racing almost immediately.
Okay, the queue at the end of the pit lane is increasing.
Green flag.
Away we go, and all the cars then working their way up the hill through Dunlop Curve and towards the chicane. And if there was a spinner, if there was a car off the road maybe in gravel, then it has made its way back. There's some focus on the 101 Cadillac WTR for the American crew, which is now in the garage, so maybe indicative of that being involved. Otherwise, I'm very, very puzzled by all of that, PMAC.
Not sure. Yeah, I can't think of anything. I would just be simply guessing otherwise. So let's wait and see. That Cadillac garage is certainly a busy place. There's 4 cars being run all in separate kind of sections, if you like, but they all are under one roof, if you like, with the Action Express Whelen Engineering car, the Wayne Taylor Racing car, which is really funny because they are proper arch rivals in America in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. So for them to almost be sharing a garage is truly bizarre. And then you've got the 2 Jota cars, which are the 2 regular WEC season cars. So a huge effort from Cadillac. I mean, when you just look at their hospitality unit alone, it gives you a very clear impression of how serious they are about this Le Mans project.
serious enough maybe to make friends with fierce rivals, just because, I mean, I still think they're going to be total competitors come the race, but they're also representing a brand here.
Exactly, and I think that's the reason they're under one roof, as it were. There will be engineers from Cadillac there, and they will be covering all the cars, and the last thing they want to be doing is to traipse up and down the pit lane. Far more efficient for them to deal with their cars in close proximity to one another. The number 23 car from United Autosports, their Pro-Am entry of Daniel Schneider, Ollie Jarvis and Ben Handley, has been in the pits for much longer than it ought to have been in the pits, I would suggest. Whether Nick is going to be able to get down to United and find out, get to the bottom of that. But that car, number 23, has been in the pits, I say longer than it ought to have been. I'll be more precise. Pretty much an hour, I would say, that car has been in. And as I say, that just suggests to me there is something of a problem for it.
Yeah, and you'll be able to keep us updated with any other cars that are in for a lengthy period of time, because that's sometimes difficult for us to monitor along with everything else, but it's something that can easily be overlooked, and a car all of a sudden, one of our CrowdStrike pit reporters will walk past and go, how long's that been there?
Well, and it's double trouble for United, because the other car, 22, the Pro entry, which is Pietro Fittipaldi, Renger van der Zande and David Heinemeyer Hansen, that's been in for half an hour. So it may well be that United are just doing some routine maintenance on everything, and that's all part of the plan. But
2 seconds, Paul. Quick message to the fastest car in the session so far, Miguel Molina in his Ferrari. 4 more laps is the suggestion from his engineer, 325.302. So we've been talking about Cadillac, the fact that 4 cars are all together, near neighbours in the pit lane. Let's get to Nick Damon, who's in that vicinity.
With Will Stevens, Will out number 12. I noticed that the car was up on hijacks a second ago. What was the problem?
No, nothing. Just trying things, going for our run plan. I think we've made good progress since Sunday, which is always good to see. But yeah, just still going through our checklist, make sure we're ticking all the boxes off, but all headed in the right direction.
So you've made progress in Sunday, not on the track. So how is that done? How have you made that progress?
I think honestly, like every team nowadays, there's so many people here at trackside from engineering. The test day is all about gathering data, trying lots of different things, so the team can go away, spend 2 days analysing it all, and then build a better package from what we've learned from the test day. So, yeah, I think test days are now much more, you have a run plan as opposed to working on balance there and then. So, yeah, all moving in the right direction.
4 Cadillacs here. How much of a help is that? Are you all sharing information amongst all 4 cars?
We are, yeah. So obviously the first time having 4 cars feels a bit more like the LMP2 days with everyone having the same car. But it's great, you know, obviously we're all trying to work together as best we can. At the end of the day, it's 4 lots of data, 4 lots of things we can try. So ultimately, we can move forward all together to hopefully get a good result here for Cadillac.
When you bring together the WEC and the IMSA teams, do you find you've both been going in completely different directions, or are you actually very similar anyway?
No, I mean, obviously every team, even drivers, have preferences to what they want to do and where they want to push towards. And I think IMSA to WEC's so different on circuit generally. But I'd say there's a general theme of what people want. Obviously there's a few of us going WEC and IMSA, which is always good to try and get that symmetry between teams. But the idea is we all push in the same direction to keep improving race by race, which hopefully we can keep doing.
You're talking about, you know, constantly trying to improve the car. I mean, but are you keeping one eye on what everyone else, the other manufacturers, are doing? Do you have a feeling where you are in the pecking order?
I think it's so hard to say. I'm sure everyone down the pit lane saying the same thing. There's no question that there's a lot of fast cars here. The competition's so high, and I generally think there's, you know, a lot of cars can win this race. We can only focus on ourselves. If we build the best race car we possibly can, we execute a flawless race is the main aim. I would like to think we should be there or thereabouts come the end. So we can only focus on ourselves, honestly. We have no idea what the others are doing. But yeah, we'll keep working to our program and we'll see where we end up.
Next time these cars are on the pits is the first session of qualifying, Hyperpole. It's been very evident within the WEC this year that qualifying has been super important. I'm not sure it'll be quite the same in a 24-hour race. How much are you putting any setup work during these next hour and a half onto qualifying?
Not massively. Obviously, it's hard here because you've got quality sessions in the middle of free practice sessions. So, you know, there's a lot of cars in Hypercar now, so you need to qualify towards the front. You obviously don't want to give up track time at any point of the race. So yeah, we still want to start up the sharp end. But as you say, it's a 24-hour race. We also need to focus on our race car. So there's an eye on both, to be totally honest.
Well, thanks. Best of luck.
Great interview there from Nick Damon with Will Stevens as part of our CrowdStrike pit and paddock reports. And it's always going to be a difficult day. I suppose tomorrow as well, to a certain extent, PMAC, in that you've got a double dose of Hyperpole as well. So regardless of whether you're in LMP2, LMGT3, Hypercar, to sort of pause your day to then do these real quick, fast Hyperpole sessions that are new for 2025. We've had one Hyperpole session in the past, but it's a double progression to ultimately get into a final 10 for Hypercar, a final 8 each for GT3 and for LMP2. And then you go back to this random hour of night practice at the end of the day, where, I mean, I suppose warm-up allows you to get the race car in the sweet spot, but that's a very short session as well. You're chopping and changing with how the car is, what it's designed to do through the course of these next 2 days.
And I think also the kind of cassette that the driver puts in their brain before getting in the car as well, because working, you know, right now we're hearing some fantastic insight. Great job from the World Feed who provide us with those insights of the radio transmission between the driver and the engineer. That's so interesting to hear that. At the moment, they're thinking about how do we tweak the car, getting it ready for the race. When you go into qualifying, all that's out the window. It's all about you've got what you've got, and you go as quick as you possibly can. Those are two very, very different criteria, I would say.
And I think what's interesting as well, hearing from Will Stevens there, he didn't mention, but Cadillac has a bit of a track record at Le Mans for producing a quick car. Never mind necessarily about the other IMSA season or the WEC season. Last year they were second and third on the grid. They are, you might say, punching above their weight at Le Mans. Their car seems to work particularly well at Le Mans. And I think that must be something that's, I won't say preying on their minds, but they're aware of something of an expectation that the car is going to be in the sharp end of things, not only in the qualifying sessions, but having to maintain that throughout 24 hours as well, which is of course a big thing. You know, you talk about who the favourites are for this year, and you tend to look at Ferrari, you look at Porsche, you look at Toyota, and then you think, well, who else? And Cadillac kind of doesn't necessarily bubble up to the top as much as it ought to. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. And of course, Will Stevens wasn't driving at Cadillac last year to put those cars in those positions. He has been the crossover of the Hertz Team Jota bit brought from their Porsche program last year. And it's this intriguing melting pot of established Cadillac drivers from the previous manufacturer program and the Jota already lineup, and they've combined the two.
I don't think it's going to harm you as well if you've got drivers who have seen what the competition do as well. Now, I know drivers are, in general, are fairly respectful about what they share and what they don't from one manufacturer to the next if they've worked for different ones. But that broad interest and that broad understanding of how other cars perform and where and how they make up the lap time, it can only help, even for the driver's own performance too. So, you know, I think Le Mans as well is particularly if we're going to get these high temperatures all week. Remember the last time we had really high temperatures, we nearly had an LMP2 car win the whole race. And that was when LMP1 cars were much faster, of course. So I think, you know, having numbers in the game is going to be really, really important. You know, you've got 4 good Cadillacs there, so that's strength in numbers.
There's some pretty serious problems that Cadillac are having to deal with on the 38 car. This is Sébastien Bourdais' latest report that the steering wheel is no longer straight. Sometimes they put a bit of tape on the top of the steering wheel. That's a rallying technique, isn't it, to say this is the centre point.
These aren't round steering wheels anymore.
A good point. They're yokes, aren't they? So actually there probably isn't a central bit that you could put the tape on anymore. But it's not straight, and even I could probably be able to work that out. The other thing that
bouncing against the curbs,
too much curb, and then that's not the steering out. So that would be the sort of thing you'd take it to your local mechanic to set the steering to correct that. Now 64 minutes of this session still to go. Whilst we were hearing from Will Stevens during that CrowdStrike pit report from Nick, PMAC nudged me and said Kevin Estra's on a fast one, and indeed he was, because he has now bridged that gap, or got into the little gap between the Ferrari of Miguel Molina and Ryo Hirakawa by setting a 3:25.568. And speaking of CrowdStrike pit reports, let's get another from Nick Damon.
Up with E63, the Iron Lynx Mercedes, obviously the Brenton, the Grove machine. That's now come back to pits after obviously causing the first of the red flags. He's gone in reasonably fast and reasonably straight into whatever he hit. He has smacked everything carbon fibre on the nose area. He's taken out the lights, taken out the front under trays, bent the radiators as well. Of course, the actual engine itself is set very far back in these Mercedes AMGs. It's almost like it's a front mid-engine car. The engine is behind the line of the front wheels. There's a lot of checking, I think, going to look and see whether the chassis rails have been damaged or not. I mean, all this is repairable. It's not the same issue you have with a carbon fibre tub, but it's a pretty big thwack. And I think it's unlikely they'll come out for first qualifying. I think they're not rushing around trying to sort things out. So I think it might be a while before they get out again. Perhaps it's a tomorrow job. But it's certainly a bit of carbon fibre, it's certainly a bit of cash, but I don't think it's terminal.
Good news, I suppose, bringing 3 cars to a race meeting. You're absolutely guaranteed spares, and they may need to steal from the other cars in their lineup. 3 brand new Mercedes, I'm told, for this event, and unfortunately one of them has been heavily crashed by Stephen Grove, but Nick suggests that is fixable for the race time. So let's deal with Kevin Estra first of all, because you had spotted, PMAC, that Estra was on a quick one, then you reckon he backed out of that
he
initially?
Did in the final sector, yeah, and then went again.
To produce this 3:25.568.
Seems that way, yeah.
And that was an absolute best through the middle sector. Does that tell us about personal bests? Because those are the times now, after he's parked up, that have shown the best times to this point. But I don't think they turn green or blue to show personal bests, do they, when the car's in the pit lane? I have to try and remember that. But the Alcamel system tells us where the absolute bests are, and only that.
So the 325.568 from Estra was done just before the red flag, actually. He then came out and has done a best of 334.119, both of those in 3-lap stints. So what I can't do on this screen is to tell you what the sector times were from that lap, but I suspect that's where Peter
he put the purple, so he was going through and he set the purple time and he was right behind and he was trending up. He was about 3/10 up on the absolute best. He was behind Molina's, funny enough, and then back right out of it in the final sector. So he'd already set that quick time.
Yeah.
Very interesting. But the 50 Ferrari is quickest in Sector 1 and Sector 3.
Just about what I was going to say, yeah, because Miguel Molina's now parked his car in pit lane, so the absolute bests are revealed to us in Sectors 1 and 2 for the Ferrari, and the middle sector, which is a long sector, not the longest sector, heading from Tertre Rouge all the way through to Mulsanne. So that Porsche looking strong down the straight at this stage of the day. It's almost 4 o'clock, 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2025, live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Time to check the latest weather. Lovely day, although many people will say it's almost a bit too warm, including Nick Damon, who's on the CrowdStrike pit reports, purely because he's in a fire suit as well as normal clothes, if you like, so sweltering for all those mechanics having to work in pit lane at this stage. 28 degrees Celsius is the real feel. Partly sunny and warm, a high of 32 today, and tonight some cloud, although it'll be mild, and possibly a shower later with a low of 18 degrees Celsius. And as we head into the final hour of free practice one then, between now and 5 o'clock, there is opportunity perhaps for these times to start to tumble, depending on how concentrated the teams are on this. But towards the end of the previous hour, Paul Truswell, you were suggesting to me that, a bit of detective work on your part, trying to work out why this second red flag appeared.
Yes, there's been one car and one car only, except for the Mercedes, which we were just hearing of, the Grove car, which hasn't been out since that red flag. Now, that may just be coincidence, but there is only one, and it is the number 5 Porsche from the Penske Motorsport team. Julian Andelauer was the driver who was in it at the time of the red flag. He brought it back in after the red flag, but the car hasn't been out again since. So that's the number 5 Porsche from the Penske Motorsport team. Maybe that was the cause of a red flag, don't know. However, good news, because remember I was casting some question over the 2 United cars, 22 and 23, which were in the pits and had been for a long time. No sooner had I said it than they were back out again.
Apologies, a little bit of, sort of 50% of that radio message there, and the number 50 of Nicholas Nielsen, but they're clearly trying to test out energy mileage here, so a bit of lift and coast being incorporated in their practice session to see how far they can potentially elongate a stint, Peter Mackay.
Yeah, it seems like they're playing about with things, because the number 50 Ferrari just took a brief trip through the gravel, actually. So they no harm, no foul, they managed to get going again, but I didn't quite see where it was on circuit. But a little trip through the gravel. So there's the programs that the teams are running through, as reiterating the point, completely different than the mindset required for qualifying coming up. Totally different. But getting that car ready for the race is so important. And you think how different it is compared to 2 years ago when we had the first ever Le Mans or a few years ago now, when we started to get more and more manufacturers coming through, when Ferrari turned up, when Porsche turned up, and it became very competitive very quickly. You know, that was when the cars were relatively new. Now there's a real establishment in the top order. You know, Porsche have had their car going, this is the 3rd year of it now. Ferrari the same. Toyota have been, of course, the longest running in Hypercar. They were at the beginning of the rule set. So everyone's just getting on top of the package more, so they're now really searching for those fine details.
Easy to remember when Hypercar first became a thing here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, 2021. So 2021 was the first year, 22 the second year, etc., etc. As we go to Nick Damon with another CrowdStrike pit report.
Well, you know, asking you shall receive, Paul Truswell. I've meandered down to Porsche Penske Motorsport and the number 5 car. Now, they are currently hard at work on the front left corner. They're actually replacing the push rod. They aren't actually extending it. They look like they're actually putting a different front push rod in. There's no sign of any damage, so there's nothing scuffed or anything like that. So I don't think there's a situation where he's gone off, broken it, or amended it. This does seem to be a setup or a mechanical failure change rather than anything that would cause a red flag. Next to him, we've just received the number 6 Porsche. That's also getting in. They're also having a look at the front left, and they're taking the engine off. So there's more work on that one. And the 6 was in and on the low jacks, but that has in the last 2 minutes moved out again. So it's a very, very busy session. There are a lot of work going on left, right, and centre. One thing I've seen for the first time, which I'm sure you, Johnny, know all about, is these colourful displays for the WEC cars on the side of their flanks, telling you how long they've been in the pits and what they're doing in the pits, that sort of thing. I've not seen these before. It's going to help things when I try and assess how long a pit stop's being, because it'll tell me.
Yeah, all sorts of information flashes up there. I think name of first pet, desired flavour of ice cream, perhaps, of the different drivers getting in and out. There's so much information now. They're like mini LED screens on the side of every car, or just the WEC cars and the ELMS cars?
All the hypercars and all the LMGT3s are so equipped. As far as I know, the LMP2s have got the old-fashioned leader lights on the side of them.
Those cars, the cars you've just mentioned, the hypercars and the LMGT3s, the leader light's still there as well.
Right.
So you've got leader lights, and now you've got this amazing screen that tells
Yes.
you that it's in 17th position.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's the more important point for the spectator's point of view, standing around the outside of the circuit. No longer do you need to worry about 4th down to 17th, but you get the position of the car displayed on the side of it. The other thing I think they do is to flash it when it actually changes. So obviously during the race, positional changes happen more often than they used to, but gives you an idea when changes do take place, because the leader or the LED panel will flash. What I'm interested in seeing is what that looks like at night.
And at speed, because I still think these screens are reasonably small. So I do think a lot of people will be relying on the leader lights.
Yeah.
For instance, coming out of Corvette curve, at the end of Porsche curves, past karting, it's just going to be too fast.
Yeah.
So I'm pleased that the leader lights have not been scrapped completely. The other neat little thing is that there's almost like a charged battery on the side of, or in the corner of one of these screens, a bit like you have on your smartphone. So as the fuel is going in, the energy is going in, this battery slowly fills on the animation.
Fantastic.
Which is great too.
It's getting more and more like iRacing, really, isn't it? I think we talked about convergence of IMSA and ACO racing a little while ago. We're converging reality and iRacing.
So a conversation at Algarve Pro Racing with their driver Alex Quinn there, as we continue to focus on the repair work for the Mercedes that had the big incident when Stephen Grove was at the wheel of number 63 heading through the Dunlop curve. But clearly Algarve Pro, along with everybody else, trying to get the setup of their car within a window for this longer stop. Some troubled cars at United Autosports have been there too, LMP2s. The number 22 LMP2 now with the red windscreen visor is having some attention to where the wheel nut attaches, front right. And clearly there's a bit of an issue there, maybe in lubrication or a cross-threaded nut. So they are looking in close detail at that.
So easy to do that, and that's why we tend to overlook the mechanical aspect of a wheel change. We just assume it's going to happen, but so easy just to misalign the wheel gun, and you can get that cross-threaded much more easily than you would imagine, Johnny.
Yeah, well,
because they're very short these days as well, because you want to get them on and off, so the actual time of this being on the thread is very short.
But different metals are used, aren't they, to make the wheel, the cap, the stud, and what it goes onto as well, the spline or where the thread is, so that actually it should be the wheel nut that fails before the more integral bit on the car, but that doesn't always work either. So meanwhile, 3 cars absolutely together into the chicane. We've got to get used to this, Peter Mackay.
Well, we're going to enjoy this all weekend, all week, I think, just battling away down the Mulsanne straight, with Matt Campbell now taking his opportunity behind the wheel after swapping in for Kevin Estridge, right behind the Aston Martin Valkyrie at the moment on the brakes into the second chicane, but the Valkyrie holding off the Porsche well. And of course, as we know, certainly this number 6 Porsche, the in Sector 2, it's the fastest car out there at the moment from that run from Tete Rouge all the way down to Mulsanne, at which point we have a yellow flag at Marshall Post 30, which is
Porsche curves. So fast into there, and actually the yellow was removed very quickly as well, so whatever has happened has cleared itself. And had that lingered, then certainly somebody like Matt Campbell would need to have been told that there were yellows forthcoming, but he's still a good distance away now, heading through the kink on the run towards Indianapolis, where there's a much more severe right-hander, followed by heavy braking and a 90-degree left-hander, which is the 2 corners together known as Indianapolis. Banked corner, then get the car from one side of the road to the other, so from right side where the curbing is to the left side in order to slow and head into Arnage. Arnage, another place around this racetrack which just tells me straight away it's a road meeting another road. It's a classic T-junction where there really wasn't a lot of runoff in recent years, but they have now pushed that wall back again. So there's quite a significant gravel trap, at least for you to run into if you outbrake yourself, rather than a solid wall.
Matt Campbell coming through the Porsche curves in his Porsche at the moment. A driver who came up through the Porsche Junior program. Actually started in Carrera Cup Australia, and that was where he was kind of spotted and got the scholarship to come to Europe, and he's lived in Europe ever since and has worked incredibly hard to get to the level. And this Porsche 963 program with Porsche Penske Motorsport, a lot of they didn't go out and hire a load of external superstars. They took the talent from within, guys like Matt Campbell, Mathieu Jaminet, Kevin Estre, Lawrence Vantor, etc., etc. These are all drivers, Michael Christensen, who've been with the factory for years, and they just brought them through rather than go out and, say, hire a load of XF1 drivers. They didn't go about it that way. The only external guy they had, actually, was Felipe Nasr, and that has turned out to be quite a good signing as well.
Yeah. But now, of course, there is a bit more bringing drivers in from elsewhere within the Porsche family. Pascal Wehrlein is the big standout for me because I was a big fan of his in his DTM days. He's now a Formula E defending champion after a great 2023-24 season. Races with Porsche in Formula E. I don't think he's leading the championship at the moment, although I didn't catch up on the latest round, but second, so he's still there or thereabouts. And you know, we've had crossover from Formula 1 before. Nico Hülkenberg in a Porsche 10 years ago was running in Formula 1 that year and made space. Well, there was space in the calendar, thankfully, to come here and race at Le Mans, and took that incredible victory where all three of them were rookies, Earl Bamber and Nick Tandy. So Porsche will welcome people from other disciplines. I think that can only be a healthy thing.
I think so, because you have your regular season drivers, but when you're running more cars at Le Mans and you need your 3 drivers per car, then sometimes it means that you've got to bring extra drivers into the fold. And as we talked about on Midweek Motorsport earlier on, with the amount of calendar clashes we have now, having a good roster to draw on is very, very important indeed. Now, track limits, 5-minute stop and go penalty. Now, this isn't for the race, this can be served during practice for car number 150. That's the Richard Mille AF Corse LMP2, which has Lilo Wadou at the wheel right now, but 5 minutes of practice time.
LMGT3, you said LMP2.
Did I?
It's all right, I do that all the time.
Apologies.
I do that all the time. But yeah, 150, has that mainly been Custodio Toledo, or has it been a mixture of his teammates as well? Lili Wadou in the 150 and Riccardo Agostini make it 3 different nationalities in that car. Let's go to Nick Damon for a CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, down at the pit in with the team that's got the first garage. It's a Coda's ASP, and out of the 87, it's Clemens Schmidt. Clemens, give us an idea of what the program is for the Coda's team in this first 3 hours.
Of course, to verify all the data we collected on the test here last week. And at the moment, we put Pedro in the car to have him with a good thing later in qualifying. But at the moment, he's looking really strong, so I'm quite confident for later on.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation. You have this 3-hour session, but then we have a qualifying session where the bronze driver has to take part. So, has that changed the way completely you've approached this 3 hours?
A little bit, yes. Especially because we gave Pedro a lot more driving time than to Jose and myself. But I think when we see the timing sheets, we didn't need it to do that.
It's been evident this year that in Hypercar, qualifying has been incredibly important. Is it as important in LMGT3?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of other cars are doing the same speed like us, so if we can have a margin always and stay, especially at the start when you're in the front row, there's less chance of being caught in an accident. So, yeah, we tried our best to stay again in the front.
And do you actually get out in the car again this time?
In F1 not, only in a...
Thanks, that's Clemens. Clemens Schmidt from the 87 car. Thank you.
Thank you.
The 87 Lexus, and Nick Damon there with that CrowdStrike pit report. Matt Campbell's just heading towards Tête Rouge now, that rapid approach where there's a sort of double apeces before you then slowly, steadily straighten up. It's all flat once you've gone through that big turn to the right at Tête Rouge, but the main road, the Mulsanne Straight, takes a bit of time to get fully straight. You were taken down that part of the racetrack / public road, Peter Mackay, yesterday by our very own John Hindhoff. That brings it into sharp perspective, doesn't it, the sort of speeds they're doing down there?
It does, and you just can't help but have thoughts of the past rush through your brain at that point when you're looking down all the way down the Mulsanne Straight, and yes, there's you know that the chicanes are there, but you knew that one day in the past they weren't there, pre-1992, and you look down that and you think, can you imagine clattering down here in a 917 Porsche at 230 miles an hour, or in a 956, 962 Porsche, or whatever it might, Group C car. Imagine in a Sauber C9 Mercedes how fast that car was.
Yeah.
And it feels so narrow. It has that impression because of the trees either side, and then you get to the big stopping zones of into Mulsanne and then also further around the circuit into Indianapolis, and you just, if your imagination gets away from you, you think, wow, I definitely couldn't be a racing driver, because you need a lack of it.
Miguel Molina he's at the weighbridge that he's at, partway through the session. So having been called randomly, perhaps, to have these checks done, that tends to be how it operates. So you arrive in pit road, and then if you're very unlucky, although everything should be in line, you're told to divert towards the weighbridge and to have everything checked. So that's the weight of the car. What else are they doing?
They could be checking anything, ride heights, anything else that they choose to, wing heights, anything that's quick and easy to measure with a stick, basically. Although with laser technology these days it may be more, but I would imagine it's just weight that they're looking at. And there was quite a discussion over the various teams' channels, because the driver's weight is obviously included in the weight that they measure on the car, but has to be subtracted from the overall weight. But there is a system within, whether this is in the WEC as well, I think it is, they take this average weight, they give an average weight of, is it 92 kilos or 87 kilos or something, and if your driver team is less than that defined average weight, then you have to carry a bit of extra ballast to compensate for the fact that you've got lightweights, inverted commas, in your car, and to perhaps, this applies in all categories, not just in hypercar, particularly in the LMG T3 cars, where they have bronze drivers who typically are a bit older and typically carry a little bit more weight, just a fact of life, then the weight is higher. But it still, as I say, has the compensation so that, as I say, a team of lightweights can't gain an advantage over a team of slightly heavier drivers.
And the advantage was significant. Before that rule was brought in, it was apparently 10 kilograms in a hypercar from the driver was 3/10 at Le Mans. Now think how much money you have to spend to get that out of the car. If that, the driver, that puts a lot of impact on them. Speaking of drivers, it's quick lap there, which Julian Adler was on a very strong lap. In fact, he was trending to be at the top of the timesheets, and again it just drifted away in that last section.
It came in the pits.
Well, that will do it. Yeah, there you go. Drifted away in that last moment there for Julian Adler. But interestingly, he was going very quick through sector 1. So the Porsche seems to is starting to have pretty good pace around most of the lap.
That was exactly the car, remember, that Nick Damon was just giving us the update on, with its the suspension part that was being replaced. Andlauer, having done a 3-lap stint there, which is perhaps typical for what they will be doing in qualifying, which will be the next session. And
2 seconds. So, did you say third stint? It's going to be starting the third stint on this tyre. So triple stinting this particular set of tyres. Remember, this is not yet it is the qualification bundle of tyres, but it's not Hyperpole or the race set of tyres, of which you get 14 sets or 56 individual tyres.
But that was a message to James Collado.
Yes.
Who is getting into that Ferrari for the first time. So it's obviously important for him to know how far those tyres have gone. Certainly in my experience of managing drivers for Red Camel, as I have done, a driver never likes to go out on tyres which somebody else has used. We force them to do it, but you have to kind of give them an ice cream or something to persuade them that they'll be able to do it. There's probably more professional ways in the World Endurance Championship, but no, it's always a tricky job for drivers when they don't quite know what the tyres are going to be like. If they've been used already, then what I'm not sure is what was exactly meant by third stint, because the previous 2 stints for that car had only been 4 laps each. So it may well be that the tyres have only done 8 laps, rather than a full, true triple stint, which would be somewhere up in the 20s number of laps.
Interestingly, they just had a notification on our timing screen, number 38, Hertz Team Toyota Cadillac, 5-minute stop and hold penalty for an incident at Marshall Post 20. That's in the braking zone for Mulsanne Corner. So I wonder what that's to do with. Now that is a very, very heavy braking zone, and that appeared to be, from when we heard the radio with Sebastian Bourdais, the area that they were struggling with in that car. So
there was an incident at 15:53. So
that's the one.
When was that? Over an hour ago? No, half an hour ago. There was an incident involving Sebastian Bourdais and Andrew Gilbert in the number 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes, which was under investigation, and obviously Sebastian Bourdais having been found at fault, and that's the reason for that 5-minute stop and go.
And that's, you think of the closing speed there, the Hypercar will be over 200 miles an hour when they hit the brakes there. An LMGT3 car is at 165. It's quite a closing speed, isn't it, when you think about it?
And also the braking distance of a Hypercar is a lot shorter than for an LMGT3 car. So yes, there is the closing speed, but also Sebastian Bourdais, one would imagine, would have been very late on the brakes at that point. And so an explanation perhaps.
Yeah, and Andrew Gilbert is in his very first Le Mans. Imagine that, you're in your very first Le Mans, and someone like Sebastian Bourdais is absolutely not in his very first Le Mans. You've got to really take your hat off to the Le Mans rookies, particularly if they're a bronze graded driver, because what you're asking them to do, what the challenge they're taking on is remarkable, really.
Second most experienced driver in this year's Le Mans 24 Hours, I reckon, Sebastian Bourdais. He's competed 17 times before, and I'll take any offers for the most experienced, who's competed 18 times before.
I've got it in my notes. Richard Leeds.
Very good.
Okay. Yep. So that's a message to Martin Berry, one of the Mercedes drivers, of which there are 9 in the Iron Lynx LMGT3 ranks. 8 of them, we reckon, didn't we, Paul, were actually rookies for Le Mans, and therefore 8 of 9 drivers had to do 10 laps. But also in the adjusted lineup, which is Andrew Gilbert, Lorcan Hannafin and Fran Rader, none of them have raced Mercedes before, or certainly 2 of them.
Yeah, one of them has raced a Mercedes before.
That's Lorcan Hannafin.
Yes, but neither Fran Rader nor Andrew Gilbert have raced a Mercedes. They're predominantly Ferrari drivers.
Yeah. The other point that actually Ryan Marine made towards the start of the broadcast, moving to LMP2 now, is that the amount of work that's taking place in this session, and will be doing so in the remaining free practice sessions, about new tyre data for the LMP2s, because this is a tyre that's only been used and made available by Goodyear at the Le Castellet 4 Hours, which was the second race of the season in the European Le Mans Series. It's not been brought here to Le Mans before, so tyre data, not only of course for the qualification, but more importantly across a stint, is going to be so crucial, because tyres in LMP2 you get for the race. It's the same as Hypercar, so 56 in total, 14 sets of tyres, which will have to be certainly double stinted, maybe even triple stinted at times, because there's a lot of stints to get through in LMP2, about 40 minutes a time under green flag conditions.
You think for their pit crew as well, if you're on an LMP2 pit crew, you're getting so little time for rest. You're in and out of the garage all the time.
Yeah, that's a big factor as well. My mind was just attracted to the screens. A new fastest lap of the race, lap of the session, to Sebastian Bourdais. We were talking about him having had that 5 minute stop and go assessed due to his driving, but Sebastian Bourdais has now done 3:25.148 to go quicker than anybody else.
He obviously heard his name being mentioned by us here on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans as the second most experienced driver in the whole of the field. So Cadillac quickest in a car that's really not been behaving itself up until this point, in fairness, but it needed Bourdais and probably some other minds to get together to work out precisely what they needed to do in that car. And it's quick now, 10th and a half faster than Nicholas Nielsen's Ferrari car number 50, which was an Antonio Fuoco time, 3:25.302. And Matt Campbell's number 6 Porsche from Penske Motorsport, their 963, is now third fastest. And then 4 different manufacturers in the top 4, because Toyota is still there. Brendan Hartley in the number 8 car is 4th quickest. So Cadillac, Ferrari, Porsche and Toyota all there in the top 4 places. We'll take plenty more of that, Peter Mackay.
Amazing. And Sebastian Bourdais, he's just evergreen, isn't he? I mean, his first Le Mans was 1999 in a Labra competition Porsche 993. Think how many generations of Porsche 911 we've had. I'm sorry, Sebastian, I'm aging you here, but you look at how many cars he's had to dial in to work at Le Mans. Remember the Peugeot diesels? He was part of that program, and the Ford GTs, which of course were very successful. He won that first Le Mans for that car. So, you know, hugely important to have that experience. But looks like he's going to be just handing over to Jenson Button, his teammate, 2009 Formula 1 World Champion. And this is the lefties car. I heard that the Sebastian Bourdais, Earl Bamber and Jenson Button are all left-handed.
Is that right?
I don't think they'll be driving left-handed. They'll be using both hands somehow.
Let's hope so. Of course, Sebastian Bourdais, again, going back to the historical side, his father used to race here at Le Mans. So Sebastian was coming here in his pushchair before he was even old enough to drive. Local family from Le Mans. And Patrick Bourdais used to race Porsches during the 1980s at Le Mans. So there's a family history.
Huge family history. Was it GTs or prototypes?
I'm just looking it up, actually. I think they were mainly GT cars.
You had the option of both at the time.
But there are a few drivers associated with Le Mans, not just Sebastian Bourdais. Think back to when Julien Canal used to come here regularly in LMP2. He's another born and bred man in the city. Arnold Robin, the Robin family, in fact, are from Circuit de la Salle, not from the circuit itself, but it's been there forever, probably, as they were growing up. And you can't just necessarily enter the race. You need certain stars to align, but certainly, you know, the temptation is there from a very early age, and an intrigue to get involved, no doubt.
You think of also the drivers that have come to study here at the Technical University and be part of that junior program that's set up at Le Mans. There's just so much that goes around it. It's really the centre of the universe of motorsport on this week in June, but also at other times in the year as well. I mean, I have to say the French Grand Prix, the motorcycle Grand Prix, was held about 6 weeks ago.
Yep.
On the Bugatti circuit, of which we are sitting on right now in our Ford Performance studio. That was won by a Frenchman for the first time in 74 years.
Wow.
Which was amazing to watch, and Johan Zarco got the job done in changeable conditions, and just fantastic. Huge.
So many emotions floating around. So many people have been waiting for that day to come, and it blew a lot of people away. And you didn't necessarily have to be French either to realise how important that was for that race. French winners here at the Circuit de la Sarthe are slightly more frequent in four-wheel machinery at the 24 Hours of Le Mans So exactly 4:30 on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. 2.5 hours in, 30 still to go. It is time to pause then for an hourly update. Very recently, Sebastien Bourdais setting a 3:25.148 in his Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V Series R has gone quickest, car number 38, and he did that time and then pretty much pitted straight away. Remember, they've been fighting the fact that the steering's not been straight on that car. It bounced over a few curbs. It had a spin as well in the hands of Earl Bamber, but is now quickest by 0.154 of a second over Nicholas Nielsen's Ferrari 499P from the AF Corsa team. His time a 3:25.302. Actually, it was not his time, but set by one of his teammates quite early on in the session. Car number 50. Then third fastest is the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 of Matt Campbell, 3:25.568. And about half a second behind the Bourdais time, Brendan Hartley's Toyota, car number 8 from Gazoo Racing, is fourth quickest. So that's Cadillac, Ferrari, Porsche and Toyota, the top 4 fastest times. Then car 5 and 4, they're both Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s as well. The 5 is currently being driven by Michael Christensen, heading for an outlap. Felipe Nasr was last in the number 4 Porsche, but that car is currently in the pits. Their times 3:25.7, 3:25.9 and a 3:26.2 from Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota. I'm being distracted by something that's going on right in the middle of the update, and that was an Alpine that was trying to pit and very nearly didn't manage to do it and had to almost return to the Ford chicane. Disaster averted there. So that's Kobayashi indefinitely a Toyota, 7th fastest in car number 7. René Rast in his BMW Hypercar number 20 has done a 3:26.4. Felipe Albuquerque in his Cadillac WTR 3:26.5 is 9th fastest, ahead of another Cadillac. Norman Natto's Hertz Team Jota car number 12 is 10th fastest. LMP2, here's the top 6 times. RLRM Sports, Ryan Cullen is in number 16. That's the fastest car that Patrick Pilet did a 3:36.888 in, and the gap is about 2/10 of a second, 3:37.125 back to Nick Yellerly's Inter Europol competition car number 43. Third is the number 45 of Algarve Pro Racing and George Kurtz. Then it's Esteban Masson's VDS Panis Racing 48 car, 4th fastest, ahead of the TDS Racing offering of Matthias Besch, number 29, and Edex Sports' Mathis Jobert in car number 18. But again, a good spread of Pro-Am and non-Pro-Am lineups, 3 of each, in fact, in the top 6. LMGT3, the times are led by the Acodis ASP team, Lexus of Arnold Robin, number 78, a 3:57.248 from the 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari of Thomas Fleur. Third is the number 92 Manthey First Form at Porsche for Ricardo Pera, the time of 3:57.5. It's a 3:57.6 for Ian James and the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin, number 27, ahead of the 21 Ferrari of Francois Heriot, and Lilou Wadou in another Ferrari, the Richard Mille AF Corsa car with the French tricolor as its livery, number 150, 6th fastest. Toasty 30.1 degrees Celsius in the air, but the Mobil 1 track temperature is now north of 40 degrees Celsius, 44 to be exact. 30 minutes still to go then on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans as we bring you live action from Free Practice 1. After this, the 24-hour cars will next be out on track in individual qualifying sessions, one for, well, a combined effort. Let's just hear some team radio first. Mikkel Jensen saying about his Peugeot 9X8. This is the number 93 Peugeot that he cannot really push. So there's one or two problems that the engineer needed to know about in that respect. What was I talking about? Oh yes, qualifying later on. So qualifying, one session will be LMP2 plus LMGT3, then a small pause, and then another 30 minutes of qualifying for the hypercars. But then we go back to standard free practice running for 2 hours from 10 o'clock through till midnight. Were you able to decipher that radio message a little more than I was, Peter Mackay?
In general, not happy for Mikkel Jensen. That's the Peugeot 9X8, both of which are lingering pretty much at the bottom of the hypercar order at the moment, at 19th and 20th for the 94-93 car respectively. At the moment, they're 4 seconds off the front-running pace of Sebastian Bourdais, so in the Cadillac. So Peugeot, they are not in a good way at the moment, at this stage of practice.
No, and you had the impression there, again, listening to what you were saying, that it was a handling type of issue. It wasn't anything that there was anything wrong with the car as such. It just wasn't handling to his satisfaction. He wasn't able to push. And because during the race, that might not necessarily be a problem. But last year, Peugeot led the race for a very short time and were right up there at the shouting end of the race at various points. Although they've never had the quickest car here at Le Mans. Certainly not with the advent of the 9X8, and I think that must be a disappointment. The other French manufacturer, Alpine, don't think we've really mentioned them, apart from me ramping on about the length of Fred Macaviti's stint at the beginning of the session. But again, they're kind of, they're just ahead, they're 16th and 18th. So, they're not really where they want to be. But then again, I'm sure if we would ask them, they'd say, we're not going for times at the moment, we're going for a race setup. And this is the difficulty with this kind of thing. You really just want to have a setup that you can use during the race, and one that will last for a long time. We can go down to the pits now.
We can to Toyota. Yeah, Toyota. Here's Nick.
Yes, down with Mike Coy. Mike, first of all, what's it like being in the wrong garage?
Well, different to last year. We'll see how it pans out. I mean, there was definitely some advantages being in this end of the pit lane last year, but some rules have changed, so maybe I don't know if that stays anymore, but it could still help us. But yeah, for many years we were way down there, so I've got a bit more time to get the belts ready before I get out.
Yeah, I suppose you get to the front of the queue. Was that the reason, the shortening of the queuing?
Yeah, it could be an advantage with that for sure. So we'll see how it works, but we saw last year there could be an advantage, yeah.
Obviously just got out of the car. How much has the track changed since Sunday?
Yeah, a lot actually. Yeah, we've had other things running since then and it's quite grippy. So yeah, I was quite surprised first time through the chicane, turn 2-3, was actually a lot of grip. So yeah, pleasantly surprised.
Next session out is, of course, the first of the qualifying sessions. Normally, of course, this would be a race-only session. But how much work have you done towards that qualifying, given that hypercars are so close now?
Yeah, it kind of changes things now because most of the time you're running for race setup and you put a small bit of that time into qualifying. But now it's kind of put more emphasis on qualifying. So at the same time, you're still trying to get race setup very good. So you're giving some time to it, obviously, but yeah, for me, I'm just working on race setup stuff, and yeah, it's the most important part for me.
Yeah, we've had a Ferrari steamroller so far in WEC. Is there any reason for us to expect that to be different now we're at the Le Mans?
They're still very quick, as you can see. I think they're... are they still there? No, Cadillac now. Anyway, it's changing all the time. But yeah, we've got great competition, obviously Ferrari, Porsche, Cadillac. So let's see. Yeah, I mean, definitely won't be easy, the first part of qualifying, but I think hopefully we've got enough to just sneak in there with one attempt, hopefully. But you saw last year how quickly you can get a track limit or something, or you know, a yellow flag, which kills your lap. It's so long around here, to get it right is hard.
Does the team come in with confidence, though? I mean, you operationally, you've proven again and again that at this race, Toyota can pull results out the bag that the pace doesn't really indicate.
Yeah, I mean, experience shows there, but every year more and more of these teams are getting the experience too, so it just gets that a little bit harder. So yeah, we feel confident, but we know it's a long race. You've got to have a perfect execution, no mistakes.
Great, so thank you, Mike.
Cheers.
It's an interesting point of just trying to figure out who's got what at this point. Looking at the times at the moment, Johnny, in the top 6, okay, Porsche don't have the outright best time. That's, of course, held by Hertz Team Toyota Cadillac at the moment. But there are 3 Works Porsche Penske Motorsport, all 3 of the Works Porsche Penske Motorsport cars in the top 6. That might be more significant, actually, because some of the other marques, they're more spread out. The top Cadillac is in first, but the bottom Cadillac is in 12th.
Yeah.
So what's more important? Do you want to have the absolute outright pace, or do you want to have more cars sort of close to the front?
Yeah, true. I mean, it depends on your approach to this particular session. It also depends on whether certain teams are going to almost split their strategy and focus with one car on pure speed and the other one to be more solid, not quite plodding around, but just being, dropping off a little bit with a more conservative approach. I still think after not quite 3 hours of running, you can't work all of that out yet. You've got to give everyone at least the full day. Night practice is its own beast. We were talking about Peugeot and Alpine, and I honestly think Alpine are the stronger of the 2 French teams at this stage of the World Endurance Championship, but of course we're not going by WEC balance of performance numbers, so you can say that Alpine have had a strong car at certain races in the WEC so far this year. Will that be echoed here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans? But it's as important to Alpine to try and get on the podium here, ideally win this race, as it is to Peugeot. Peugeot winning it in 2009. Alpine, they win this race going along well? Yeah, I thought so.
They
but
won it back in
many iterations before.
78.
Okay. So, yeah, it's been an even...
It was a Renault.
Was
it called an Alpine in anywhere of its title?
Yeah, it was called a Renault Alpine.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Well, I mean, they are the same family.
So you mean they've only got half a win then?
Well, yeah, no, it's one of those things. I mean, yes, we could talk about the Alpine factory having been founded in 1953, I think it was. And they were kind of regarded as a tuner for Renaults. So a bit like M is the tuner for BMWs or Schnitzer for BMWs. Alpine was merely a tuner, became a manufacturer in their own right, but were tuners of the turbo Renault that won in 1978 and in 78 only, wasn't it? Just the once. Yeah. And then they decided to take that engine to go Formula One racing, having developed the turbo in the relative anonymity of Le Mans endurance racing rather than in the more exposed Formula One. But it'd be interesting actually whether Alpine themselves regard that as being a win. Because, as I say, they weren't really a car manufacturer in those days. It was very much a Renault operation.
But they did have the original A110,
A110
which was very much an Alpine product at that time. So, yeah, there's a lot of wins at Le Mans. If you look at Porsche's 19 wins, there's a few in there that you could put an asterisk beside, couldn't you? Because the 1994 win, yes, it was based on a Porsche 962, but it was a Dower. It really was what it entered as, though it was run by the Porsche Works team and Joest. And then you look at like the 2 years that Joest won with the TWR Porsche. Is that a true Porsche? Up for debate, isn't it? I daren't say yes or no.
Well, you got a vested interest from Porsche.
But that's no, not at all. That's part of the. But that's part of the beauty of this race. There's so many great chapters to the story.
No, I'll accept that point. But if you ask me who won in 1978, I would always say Renault.
This fence is quite uncomfortable.
Yes.
Well, they will be eager for a good result, having had a couple of podiums already, actually, Alpine, in the World Endurance Championship. So it was a shock to me to see that car, the A424 we're talking about now, today's Alpine Le Mans racer, able to compete, it seems, with the Ferrari, certainly at times in that 6 hours of Spa. I did wonder whether the Ferrari was taking a more conservative approach to that race to make sure it had the required tyre life, whereas, as I put it to Paul during test day, Alpine didn't care about that. They wanted to be at the front for as little or as long as possible, just to take it to the more established manufacturers in this championship?
Well, the ingredients are coming together with this project because the base chassis is an Orica chassis, which is what the Acura runs in America. And that's a very successful car. It's an excellent car. And what held them back last year was the engine, of course. Now, they've used one of their development jokers to hopefully put that right. So you've
Still
got a good chassis.
Power plant,
still the same power plant, but they will not tell, but I tried, but you wouldn't be able to find out what it is exactly that they've changed. But they believe they've made a big step, and they've used one of their valuable jokers to make that change out of width of the homologation. So you've got a good chassis, you've now hopefully got a good engine, and there's nothing wrong with their drivers. They've got great drivers. A lot with who have come through LMP2 World. Mick Schumacher, who's at the wheel right now, the 36, he's come from F1. So, and then they've got Fred McAvecchi, who's got huge amounts of experience with his time with Porsche and in the GTE category, excuse me. So all the ingredients are there.
Absolutely, and I said to Johnny on test day, I have a huge soft spot in my heart for Alpine, and I would love to see them go well at Le Mans this year. If they could be on the podium, even have a strong finish, that would be a real fillip somehow for the team. I think last year they were struggling with trying to put their attention into the Formula One team, and there wasn't enough resource within the team to deal with both the Formula One team and the prototype team, the hypercar team. But what they've done now is produce a very good car. And, I mean, John has seen the WEC races where they've been in there fighting, and particularly at Spa, were looking at one point like a very serious threat.
I think they were. I mean, there was always that caveat of could they continue this for the whole of the race?
Yes.
But they were getting a bit more mileage out of each stint from memory as well. Maybe just an extra lap here and there compared to Ferrari and Porsche. So the ability to go fast and use less energy could be crucial in a place like this.
Absolutely. And, getting that once or twice in a 6-hour race, if that can translate into getting it to 4 or 5 times in a 24-hour race, then all of a sudden you're looking at skipping a pit stop. And once you've achieved that, then all of a sudden you've stretched that little 20-second, 30-second lead that I was talking about earlier on, where it suddenly looks a bit more likely. I don't know, it would be a bit of a dream come true, but it's one, as I say, the Alpine as the dark horse amongst the Ferrari, Porsche, Toyota steamroller, for me is something to look forward to.
The 31 BMW, we were hearing some team radio when Augusto Farfus possibly was at the wheel. I wondered whether it was Yasser Shaheen. Timur Boguslavski's brought that car in quite recently, though, and brought it to the garage, it seems. So there's a fair bit of bodywork off that car. Whether they're just not free practice one on the head now and say, do you know what, we've retained or slowly got some information together on the list. Now let's work on the qualifying setup straight away, because we're talking for qualifying today. 6:40. Well, it'll be 6:45. It's with it being a half-hour session. Paul's probably got the official times, but there are 2 30-minute sessions. There'll be a Mustang Challenge free practice 2 wedged in between the two, but the turnaround is still relatively quick.
7:30 for the qualifying for hypercars.
Okay, and LMGT3?
They're around
LMP2?
6:45.
Okay. Yeah, I second-guessed myself there. I thought it was 6:45 until 7:15, then a 15-minute gap before half an hour of hypercar qualifying up until 8 o'clock tonight. All those are local times. A couple of warning flags for track limits. They have been observed from the off. So Ryan Cullen in the number 16 RLR Sport LMP2, and the AWA Corvette for Matt Bell, car number 13. AWA, a team that's receiving a bit of help from TF Sports, as Tom Ferrier made the point to John Hindhaugh. They're overseeing actually 4 different cars this weekend, but AWA are their own entrant as well from Canada.
Yeah, and what what a result they had at Daytona in that amazing battle that we were so privileged to call, Johnny. I'll never forget that, the last hour and a half.
And it was Matt Bell in the car at the end, wasn't it?
Matt Bell in the car at the end, and he had to almost refine fuel in the cockpit and somehow find a way to the tank as they went along. And when there was one of the late yellow flags, they had to really risk it and go for an extra lap to avoid taking emergency service, and that effectively won them the race. They're an amazing crew. They've got a very experienced head in Jeff Brown, Colin's dad, on the pit wall, who's kind of like their head of overall performance, making the car go quite effectively. Ori Fadani, who's the bronze graded driver, who's behind the project. Hugely significant moment for him, of course, winner of the Bob Aiken Award by being the top graded bronze driver in IMSA last year. That gained him the invite to come here to compete in the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, and excellent that there are still those invitational spots from other championships around the world and indeed outside of the immediate ACO rule set, although convergence has helped IMSA and ACO be close partners and possibly getting closer. Paul?
Yeah, I just got excited again. Dries Van Toor in the BMW has suddenly put in a fly. We're in the last 10 minutes now, so this is... there's no reason why, but they go quicker in the last 10 minutes. Dries Van Toor in the numbers 15 BMW M Hybrid V8 has just put in a 326.022, which leapfrogs him up the field, 7th fastest. So that mix at the front we were talking about earlier on, John, is still very strong indeed. Cadillac, Ferrari, Porsche, Toyota, the top 4, then 2 more Porsches, 5th and 6th, then BMW in 7th.
Yeah, great spread, and I wonder whether a few more may join the free practice party in the next 8 and a bit minutes. Focus right now on Mick Schumacher in his Alpine Endurance team A424, going down the gearbox into the Daytona chicane. And a fair bit of curb taken on the exit of that corner then, with the Iron Dames Porsche a bit further up the road. Several others leaving pit lane, including Will Stevens in his number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V Series R, a sister Cadillac, the Whalen example for Jack Aitken is on the racetrack as well, the 311, and the 009 Aston Martin Thor Team Valkyrie for Marco Sorensen. So all of the hypercars are now circulating again.
In fact, all but 3 of the 62 cars are circulating. Check that 4, because of course we're missing the Grove Mercedes. So 58 cars on the circuit at the moment, and 7 of them, 7 of the hypercars, Johnny, have gone quicker than the fastest car on test day on Sunday. So they're increasing the power. We knew this would happen, and it will happen again in qualifying.
Are they doing a dress rehearsal for qualifying right now? Is that the run plan, do you think?
Little bit. Not maybe a full dress rehearsal, but a proper run through. I would think. And of course, the numbers we need to be looking at for the qualifying is, as far as the LMGT3s and LMP2s are concerned, you need to be in the top 12. As far as the hypercars, you need to be in the top 15 in order to get through qualifying and into the hyperpole sessions on Thursday. So 12 each for the LMP2 and GT3s, and 15 for the hypercars, and then we go through 2 hyperpole sessions, which will whittle them down further.
To Nick Damon with a CrowdStrike pit and paddock report.
Yes, up at the beginning of the row of woe. The 21 car out there in the pit, on the pit wall is Antonio Rivera. And it's do you guys have any idea where you are in relation to the other cars at this point?
Honestly, it's difficult to say, because especially today is a completely different condition compared to prologue. It's super warm, and so it's quite difficult to say. But we are trying to work on the race distance. We're trying to double steam, triple steam the tires to see where we are. But difficult to understand also the fuel load of the others. So we try to improve ourselves.
There's a bigger problem that tomorrow is also going to be very warm, but race day is quite a few degrees cooler. How do you work around that?
Basically, when the temperature is a bit cooler, it's a bit better. I have to say, especially for our car. So I'm not worried about it. I'm worried when it's hotter. So we'll see, because maybe there is expected of rain in the Sunday morning. So yeah, we'll see.
Next up, we've got the first part of the qualifying, the hyperpole situation. How is your team approaching that?
So for us, qualifying is for François Heriot, the bronze driver. Then for the two hypercars, we have to decide still. But one step to one step. So we have to qualify first, and then we'll see.
I mean, is it that important though? I mean, in a 24-hour race, I mean, it's obviously it's a busy class, LMGT3. Is it that important?
Not so much, honestly, because with a 24-hour race, the qualifying is 0.0% of the victory. So we focus more on the pace. The qualifying is more for the driver pleasure, engineer pleasure, because you extract the maximum on one lap. But yeah, as I said, in a 24-hour race is not so important.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alessio Rivera talking to Nick Damon in that CrowdStrike pit lane report. So Alessio is in the number 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. As he says, François Heriot, his French teammate, will be out in the standard qualifying session for LMGT3. It's that session, though, Peter Mackay, where we stand to actually lose half the field at the end of qualifying today. It's only 12 that progress in LMGT3 and in LMP2. In LMP2, 5 don't get through. In LMGT3, 12 of them will not get through. So Alessio can say what he likes. I still think that actually it's a bigger deal to be at the front and away from any carnage that might kick off on those first few laps.
I see it from both points of view. I do agree that it's better to be further up, but I think what Alessio says about it being for the driver's pleasure, there's a lot of that. You know, the drivers build themselves up for qualifying. François Heriot has actually been one of the you'll confirm this, one of the better of the bronze drivers, because of course that session is going to be bronze drivers only in LMGT3, and François Heriot is, as I say, one of the better ones, and I would suggest should be able to bring the car through into hyperpole without too much difficulty compared to his other bronze rivals. But of course you do need to have a car that's set up to do and that will work for you and help you do that. You know, otherwise it doesn't work. But bearing in mind that the LMGT3s are all going to be starting behind all of the LMP2s anyway, then I think the carnage, inverted commas, if it happens, is going to be ahead of you, and you should be able to work your way through it.
What's fascinating about that format is that for the, as Paul rightly says, you know, you've got to put your bronze driver in an LMGT3 for that first hyperpole session, but to get into that in the first place, you need to then use one of your other two. So do you put your silver in, or do you put your gold or platinum in? And that's the question. That probably depends on how much performance you've got in hand. If you feel like you've got performance in hand, you can try and put your silver in and then keep your gold and platinum in reserve for the pole shootout. Or do you need your gold platinum driver to get you into the next stage, full stop? That I'm really excited to see what the teams put in, and I think that could give us a little clue of who's got what in LMGT3.
And it will be an interesting dynamic to know how the team decides, whether it's the drivers, whether there's a team manager who puts his foot down and says this is the way it will be.
But it is all three drivers in LMGT3 that have to do a lap in the qualifying process if you make it all the way.
Not necessarily, because there's nothing that says you can't use your bronze in hyperpole.
True.
But your point is valid in that hyperpole 1 and hyperpole 2 have to be two different drivers. Qualifying has to be the bronze. So in all likelihood, it will be all three that play a role.
Yeah.
Although only one lap counts. So it's none of this averaging business. It's only the fastest lap in the final hyperpole that counts to set the grid position.
Will Stevens is flying at the moment. He put in his personal best on the last lap with a bit of clear run, 3:25.9. At the moment, he's trending just over 2/10 up on the absolute best time, although he's about to hit traffic.
So that is Will Stevens on the radio saying going to back off so that Indianapolis is clear, and the route out of Arnage quite possibly as well. So 15 seconds to go. He's not going to get one more lap out of this. Very quick first sector for Felipe Nasr as well in the number 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. That's the Porsche that's not one of the World Endurance Championship entries, remember, the IMSA car effectively. But there are 3 from Penske here this weekend. Checkered flag is out. Is this time going to take the Cadillac level? No, probably not, because Will Stevens had to back out too much. Still waiting for the time. There it is, 12th position for Will Stevens. As it's a good middle sector there for, it's not 12, sorry, 6th for car number 12. 7th fastest so far for Felipe Nasr in the number 4 car. And that car could yet go quicker than the Will Stevens effort, because look at that middle sector time. Peter Mackay 3 seconds up, in fact, from Tetrus to Mulsanne.
Well, could be going all the way to the top for Felipe Nasr. He's in the form, I think, the form of his life right now. The way he's driving in IMSA, winning Daytona for the 2nd time for Porsche, winning Sebring again, but first time with Porsche, leading the championship. They won the first 3 races of the year. They're on it right now, and the red-tailed number 4 cars comes through the Porsche curves right now. Is he going to complete this lap, or is he going to back out of it like Stevens did as they come through towards the last part of the lap now for Felipe Nasr, and he's coming? I'm not surprised at that at all. Nobody wants to show their hand here. Will Stevens did the same, and Porsche maybe just want to keep their hand in their pocket.
That's free practice 1 done and dusted. 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2025. We'll be back for all of the coverage this week. Ford Mustangs are next.
That's much neater at the bottom of the hour, doing that track temp straight off the back of the update bit. That's much better.
I haven't really worked out what I was doing. I just was doing it, so I need to. No, but I need to listen to it to fully understand what the heck's going on, because it was sort of decided whilst I was on air. So, I'm used to that, but I'll listen back to it on the archive and I'll work out.
Unfortunately, Tim decided he wasn't going to be around the day 40 minutes before we went live. And it's a very special Mustang challenge that we are heading into, the Le Mans Invitational, with almost 40 cars, 40 cars, that will be going out onto the circuit for their single qualifying session for 2 races, one on Friday lunchtime, and one on Saturday morning before the big show. First time that we've had the single manufacturer Ford cars here. Talking to those young drivers yesterday, they were saying that they were expecting to be touching somewhere near 180 miles an hour. Let me just say that again, 180 miles an hour, and that will be on the run down from Mulsanne Corner to the Indianapolis area of the track. 5 gears used most often. The 6th is a little bit of an overdrive. It's from the car. It's the Tremec gearbox, and it's a Torsen limited slip diff. And I'm told when you bang it into 6th, if you are not in a draft, then it will actually lose you a mile an hour or so. If you're in the draft, it will pull, and it will continue to pull because it's the aero that's slowing you down. Very much based on a road car, these. Peter Mackay is alongside me for this qualifying session and will be for the races as well, although we are hopeful of some special Ford Performance guests as well. 3-pedal car, proper. Stick shift, proper. No traction control.
How often can we say that about a race car nowadays? A 6-speed H-pattern manual gearbox in a racing car.
And it was absolutely 100% decided by Ford that that's the way they were going to go.
Yep.
These cars, nothing's cheap, but they're good value for the 500-odd horsepower that they've got. They have got some racing parts on them, but quite a lot of things like the consumables and certainly the body parts are all available at your local Ford dealer. And indeed, Ford Performance really encourage their teams and drivers to build a relationship with their local Blue Oval dealer. And to help that, they make introductions, but they also give every team or driver who buys a car a service manual that has all of the part numbers that are the standard parts. So, and they don't mark them up. So you can, if you need a front wing, then you can get a Dark Horse front wing fender at your local Ford dealer. There's no Ford Performance markup on that.
That's very refreshing in one make racing.
Isn't it?
I think that's very refreshing. It's highly commendable, actually, I would say.
There are other manufacturers who use bog standard parts but put a race number on them, and there's a percentage to pay for that.
Yeah, and sometimes that can come down to the track support that's given as well, and it's part you're paying for it, them being a supply of that part being there, to be very fair. But in general, it's very commendable from Ford, and the package. You just look at the success of the Mustang challenges around the world, particularly in the United States, of course. But
well, they've just announced their second one will be in Australia.
Great place to go,
and they will appreciate a big throbbing Coyote V8.
Definitely, they always have, haven't they? You know, the battle between Ford and another Detroit automotive manufacturer.
Or the offshoot thereof,
yes, exactly. Is obviously iconic in Australia. But you look at how many drivers from down in from Australia and from New Zealand who have travelled to take part in this Le Mans Invitational is fantastic, and some great stories. I mean, one that really stands out to me is Andrew Miedecki, 75 years old.
Yeah.
He raised in Tasmania. He's known as Mad Andy, and he's been racing for over 50 years, and here he is at Le Mans. What an experience for him.
It's a great opportunity for people to come and do a couple of races at Le Mans. $145,000, by the way, will get you your race car, plus local taxes and shipping if required. I'm quite happy to go to Multimatic and pick that up, particularly if they'll deliver it to the UK. Now, I'd be happy. It's based on the Mustang Dark Horse, which is the performance version of the Mustang, available in right-hand drive in the UK for those of you listening back in the UK at the moment, round the track here on 91.2 FM. And it is really actually in times where we're trying to pack more and more technology into cars, it is a refreshing thing to see even the road car. Yes, it's connected. Yes, it's got all the bits and pieces, got a nice stereo in, but it's a big 5-litre V8. But it's got all the technology, the emissions on it, etc. for the road car. And you can take it out and use it as a Grand Tourer, which is, of course, exactly what it was meant to be.
Yeah, or you could take it on the racetrack, and you can get a lot of the Dark Horse R challenge car experience, but you can drive it home afterwards. I think it's a really cool thing. And as far as I understand, you can have that car with either the manual or, if you prefer, an automatic gearbox or a dual clutch gearbox, you can have that. It's a 10-speed unit that's in the Mustang Dark Horse.
I thought it was interesting talking to 5 of the 6 full performance young driver program entrants for this year yesterday, and that was what you just heard if you were listening in. Jensen Altsman, who comes, Alison and Jason, his mum and dad, both doughty competitors in all kinds of motorsport and excellent drivers. And so it's no surprise to me that Jensen came up into racing. And he said, and he's not the only driver who said this to me, that the rev match, it is a 3-pedal car, but there's a button for rev match. So that basically when you dip the clutch, you still have to dip the clutch, but as you dip the clutch and change down, you don't have to heel and toe. The car does it for you. Now, some people might think that's a bit of a cheat, and I understand that. And I have it turned off on my road car. There's 2 reasons I have it off on my road car, because even if I have it switched on, I still just naturally heel and toe when I need to do it. I also don't like to do it if I don't need to. So if I'm not having a rev match and I can just change down without a blip of the throttle because I'm slowing down, and my road car's got quite a lot of torque, so sometimes you're rolling quite slowly before you go down into second or first. So I don't need to blip it and make a noise. However, in situations, and I've driven exactly the same model of my car on a track, not my car, hasten to add, in a situation where you are learning a track, where you are concentrating on something else, then just making sure that you're in the right gear can be stressful enough, and not having to worry too much about heeling and towing and blipping the throttle maybe once or twice and just getting your braking right with your right foot, it's just one fewer thing to worry about. And I expect a lot of people here will be leaving that switched on the race car, because I've heard it is very, very good indeed. We're just about a couple of minutes away from getting underway. 39 cars. You mentioned the Antipodean connection. Ryan McLeod Racing Cars have brought a couple of cars over for Cameron McLeod and for Keith Kasulke as well. Delighted to see Keith back in a racing car, and particularly pleased to see him here. This has always been on his bucket list. He suffered a nasty accident a couple of 3 years ago now and was quite badly burned, actually. We didn't know whether he would ever want to get back in a racing car, whether or not he could or not, what his state of mind would be. He's conquered that. He's got back on the horse that bit him, and he's back here this weekend. Delighted to see that. We've got the first ever Mustang Challenge champion in the shape of Robert Noaker. Robert from Pennsylvania area of the United States of America. Used some of his prize money from other single manufacturer championships down through the years in the States. He's raced in quite a lot of IMSA racing, came up through Mazda MX-5, as many drivers do, and started his own team, Robert Noaker Racing, with 4 cars listed against them, but they're actually running 6 cars here, so they've been an integral part of this. LAP Motorsports, Lewis Pericarpi's cars. We've got Scott Thompson in one of those. Spark Performance, that's Nathan Spark, another MX-5 champion actually, Sparky. And he's got Alex Batura in that car. He'll be running the 33, is he? Yes, he is. So some of these names And also, actually, again, from the Australian, other side of the world, Wall Racing with 2 cars, David Wall and Tim Miles. And those are the guys who normally run the sort of stylised BASF coloured Lamborghini in the Bathurst 12 hours.
Yeah, there's a lot of top drivers who have come all the way from...
Tony Quinn's here as well.
Yeah. I mean, one driver I've got my eye on here is Cameron McLeod. We saw him race at the Dubai 24 Hours in a Porsche Cup car. But he's actually leading the Super 2 Championship in Australia, which is the feeder series to the Supercars Championship. So, if there's a lot of hot talent in that championship. I want to see how he gets on in this Mustang Dark Horse.
Well, the green flag has come out, and the first car out onto the circuit was Robert Noaker. So he and Sandy Satulo, but that's another Robert Noaker machine. We normally have 2 classes, which are Dark Horse and Dark Horse Legends. The Dark Horse have the red number panels. That is effectively the pro class, the top class in this championship. The Dark Horse Legends with the blue number panels, that is for drivers of a particular era, those who perhaps have matured a little.
A certain level of life experience.
Indeed so.
Yes.
Very nicely put. We've added a 3rd category here for the Dark Horse Stars. They'll be on the green number panels. I think we've got 5 of them. Frankie Muniz, who's had a little go in this car at the Circuit of the Americas last year when they were supporting the World Endurance Championship. He really enjoyed it, but then unfortunately he had to come and do the second race in the booth with me, when I think he would really have been much happier if he'd been left in the car. We've got a shared car for 2 Chris's, Sir Chris Hoy and Chris Harris. It can only be a matter of time before Chris Monkey Harris is knighted as well for his services to cars and stuff. Got to be. I would think so. Also, a name that a lot of you will know is Tanner Faust. Now, Tanner will drive anything. I saw him a few years flinging a GT4 spec Porsche up Pikes Peak because he has no fear.
None.
No.
None. Hey, he's a gold medalist at the X Games, Formula Drift champion twice. And can you believe he's 51 years old?
Yeah.
I'm 35, and I think he looks younger than me.
The whole pack of cars are heading down the middle part of the Ligne Droite Nadia, the Mulsanne Straight. The car that was late on parade was the Team Floral, Nathan Van Springel. That car, sorry, check that. No, that was the 34th car out. It was Will Lucas for Automatic Racing, another American team who run in a variety of IMSA championships. I'm just looking at the trap speeds here. Now, these are kilometres an hour. Where is the trap? Oh, it's just before the first chicane, the Daytona chicane. So that was 182 kilometres an hour for Bruce Marine for LAP Motorsports.
Well, that's a driver we have to mention because our very own Ryan Marine, who you'll hear on 91.2 FM over the week, and was also a big part of our IMSA radio team. His dad, Bruce, is competing here at Le Mans. This is a huge experience for him. It's even for Ryan. It's been a special day seeing his dad go out there. And Ryan was telling me that his kids, they were very excited to see Grandpa going out there and driving a Mustang at Le Mans. I love that.
Well, why would you not be? He's living his best life. Cameron McLeod still in the pits. Tom McGlynn still in the pits for Competition Motorsport. And Ryan McLeod racing cars, actually, I've flipped those around. So those are the 27 and 92 cars. Now, we have got the timing. If you want to follow along and you're away from the track, well, actually, even if you are track, burn a little bit of the old data here before it gets too busy in the week. If you go to Alcamel WEC, if you search Alcamel WEC, it'll come up on a page, and there is a separate link on there for the timing page for the live timing for the support races. And therefore, you can see what we are seeing in the studio. And we have got some splits as well that we can look at. The format is very much as we see in IMSA, where your best lap, Peter, will be your grid spot for race 1. Your second best lap will be your grid spot for race 2, unless you improve your time in race 1. And then that will become your qualifying time.
Which, with track conditions,
might happen.
Might happen, because there's going to be times of the day where, I mean, the weather here is incredibly hot. So
42 Celsius on track at the moment for the Michelin tyres to deal with.
That's a lot. So, and then when we get to, if we go out for a race early, I think the second race is quite early in the morning.
Yeah.
So the track will of course be cooler then, but that we've got to take into account. We're going to see when the Le Mans 24-hour cars go out later for night practice. I think we could see some very, very hot lap times indeed when things get a little bit cooler.
Well, next up is qualifying. This is a brand new process for the Le Mans cars, where we have a qualifying session that is split by classes. We've not done this before. Used to be any lap in any of the free practice sessions would do. Thank you very much for the setting of the grid. Here cars coming around behind us. Here already we have some track limits. Oh my goodness, they sound great, and we are 250 metres away from the side of the circuit.
Imagine being in one of them.
Oh yeah, just magnificent rumble. And we're keeping an eye at a couple of places around the circuit for track limits. I'm just trying to see if everybody... now a few cars have come straight into the pits, including Sandy Satulo, who's one of the first cars out. They have got 45 minutes, so I wonder if they've just gone out there to either scrub in a set of tyres or whether they're just going to check the tyre pressures, Peter, and see what the conditions are like there, like out there on the 8.5 miles.
And it's such a voyage of discovery for, I mean, a very large number of the drivers on this field have never driven on this circuit before. A very large number of the teams have never been here before. The car, I don't believe, has ever been raced here before.
No, it's never been raced outside the States.
There you go. So it's everything's new. So I think having to be able to, in a free practice session, you don't have to put any big lap time in. It's not qualifying, so you use it how you want. So I think the engineers particularly will want to see how a tire's performing, how the pressure's changing, how the driver feels. What do you think? Does the car feel okay? Is everything fine? This is a totally unique scenario, and it's not really anything you can simulate either. I mean, probably the closest thing you could do is drive it on a home computer simulator like iRacing or something like that. That's about the main preparation that you can do.
And a few people have been doing that. I'll tell you that right now. The iRacing version of this track is pretty impressive, as we heard. Was Daniel Hunkadeya.
Yeah. So he's a really, he got into sim racing in 2020 in the COVID lockdown, as many people did, and he's now, that experience has got him a position with one of the Formula One teams as their full-time sim driver.
So I'm just going to throw some times at you from this morning's session. 4 minutes 20 for Robert Noaker. Now, this is on a car that is based very closely on a road car, but with some race bits on it and certainly the safety bits. 4 minutes 20. This is not a GT3 spec car. It's not even a GT4 spec car. So they are hauling down the tubes to get that. They haven't got that much downforce through the corners. They move around in the corners. Nearly 190 kph at the timing line going into the Daytona chicane, which
that's average speed.
That's right. You're right.
Lap speed because,
sorry, you're right. Absolutely,
it's really fast. I mean, to give that, just give a bit of context. That's off the best race of best lap of the race last year was 3:57 for an LMGT3 car, Ferrari.
Yeah.
So you're talking.
That was the best.
That was the best.
So you're talking 20 seconds.
So call it 20 seconds from a GT3 car, which is million euros for a GT3 car.
$145,000.
There you go.
$145,000. You could buy 10 of these for that. Well, 8. So, so it was Robert Nowicki this morning from Cameron McLeod, from Alex Pachura, and then Will Lucas, and then one of the Chris's. Unfortunately, we can't tell you which Chris is in the car at the moment. Then Dan McKeever for Robert Nowicki, Sam Paley, Marco Signoretti. Marco Signoretti is one of the Ford Young Driver Academy graduates. He was an 8th, the Canadian. Sandy Sotelo and Eric Evans, another one of the Academy guys. And we've got a red flag. A red flag on the circuit. Now, on that screen there, Peter, I know this doesn't work on radio. If you wiggle the little button on the back, you'll be able to find a weather and something else page. Keep going.
Oh, other way.
Yeah. I think it might be 7.
So
6 or 7. There we go. So we should be able to see. Oh, I see. They're not doing anything on. Oh, yes, they are. Red flag. Okay. So we might see some information on that. No pictures at the moment. So
I think I can shed a bit of light of who's in the Chris Harris car. Chris Harris ran in free practice 1. So I would think, if all things being fair, Chris Hoy will be doing free practice 2.
Right, got you. Now, I've been told that because of the numbers that the standard car would take, and thank you very much indeed for this coming through from Ford Performance, that actually Ford have blocked the cars from using 6th gear here because they were a bit worried about what the top speeds would get to. The data said about 190, possibly even more in a draft. And that's hauling around here.
Well, you look at what the top speed of the road car will be. It'll be well over 180 of the in the road car, and it's lighter than the road car.
Yep.
So yeah, that would add up.
Exactly right.
Slick tires and everything.
So they are. They've put in a little electronic. I presume it's electronic. I don't suppose they've welded a bit of metal across the top of the gate of the gearbox. No, I'm only kidding. It is electronic, and that is stopping the cars going into 6th gear, and using 6th gear certainly is a performance advantage if you're in the draft. So the car's going a wee bit slower than the simulations would have expected. So everybody into the pits. Let's see who doesn't make it back. Again, apologies for not being able to tell you why. And I can't even tell you that there was a yellow flag anywhere. I'm leaning across to look at Paul's screen to see if his shows me any different. And that's not up and running at the moment because it's not the top class. So I can see the cars coming in. There's a gaggle of cars that is led by Tanner Faust and also has the number 38 of David Wall in it. By the way, in that interview yesterday, I thought Jim Farley would be running number 66 because he always runs 66 because of the Ford win. There isn't a 66 here, and Jim Farley is sneaked out in the number 17 car.
I'm surprised at that. And the only one we could call would be the 68 of Chip Van Vers, which is one of those 4 Ford wins at Le Mans, which of course were consecutive, 66, 67, 68, 69. So it's the only effectively Ford Le Mans winning number is Chip Van Vers in that car. But I think it's, while we've got a moment, I mean, you look at, it shows you everything you want to know about Ford's commitment to motor racing across many different categories and types of motor racing. At Dakar, trucks, here at Le Mans, here at Le Mans with the Mustang Challenge, with what they're going to be doing in F1, what they're going to bring a car to Le Mans in due course. And you look at who's at the top of the organisation, Jim Farley, who's a racer himself, tells you all you need to know, really.
So many people in Ford Performance are. And when you look at the Ford Mustang, a truly global car, in the true sense of the word nowadays, not changed for different markets. It is a global car. It is about to become Ford's only car that they build. Everything else will be a crossover, an SUV, or a truck. The Fiesta's gone, the Focus is going, and basically
Puma?
That counts as a crossover.
Of course it does. Yeah, fair play.
Yeah. So it will be the only car. It will represent Ford around the world, And in terms of performance, you have the variety of Fords. You can start with the EcoBoost engine, which is the 2.3 car. If you want a bit of better mileage, you've got the 5.0 standard GT, which you can spec up the way you want. You've got the Dark Horse. Maybe you want to do a bit of track days in that if you wanted to. And then you could, after that, you could step up into the Ford Mustang Cup in the States, which is run under SCCA. You can get a specific license. It's built for people who are coming out of track days. So you might have bought a Dark Horse R and maybe go track days in that, and then you can go into the race series. The car's exactly the same spec as these cars. It runs on a slightly different tyre. Maybe do a couple of seasons in that and move into the Mustang Challenge on the IMSA programme.
Well, I think that's the big thing. Look how popular track days are. You know, as performance cars get faster and faster and roads get busier and busier, track days have become more popular. You just look at how busy the Nürburgring Nordschleife is and how many tracks have track nights and track days all the time. So they are your absolute perfect target customer to get into motorsport and to sell customer racing cars to. So it's just perfect.
So imagine you've bought your Mustang, you've upgraded to a Dark Horse R, you've done some track, you might even do the SCCA series, the IMSA series, and you kind of say, I like this, so how about a GT4? So you go and do Michelin Pilot Challenge, or you come and do British GT in Europe, or the European GT4 Championship, which some of the academy guys are
and
going.
You needn't buy the car. The team, you can go to a team that own a car,
but you're still in Mustang.
Yes,
right.
Course,
you've still that little relationship that you've built with your local Ford dealer probably still has the stickers on your car, and then you go, I want to do some bigger races. I'm going to have a GT3.
It's grown arms and legs by this point.
And then you've got, exactly, so then you go on a GT3. Still a Ford Mustang, though.
Yeah, all the way through.
Still a Ford Mustang. So you could actually go to the World Championship in Le Mans GT3, having started with your road car. Not the same car, I'm not saying that at all, but in the same model of car. I can think of another manufacturer that you could do that with, but only probably one that has the broad spectrum to be able to bring you through to a GT3 here at Le Mans and in the World Championships and in IMSA, etc.
And they've been coming here since 1951, that manufacturer.
And have been here every year since.
Yeah, exactly.
There's never been a race without one.
What's even more confusing is that all 39 cars have made it back to the pit lane. So it's just...
We counted them out and we've counted them back.
Yeah, so it's a little bit like sheep, isn't it? They've all been counted back in. So it's impossible for us to say what the cause of that red flag actually was. Not sure, really not sure. But it's great. You know, you look at, you mentioned Frankie Muniz. Of course, I remember coming home from school and watching episodes of Malcolm in the Middle. Of course, he was the main character in that.
He was.
And the way that he's approached racing, and, to this season, he's had a top 10 finish in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Now, that is a seriously competitive championship. To be in the top 10 at this stage of his racing career in a championship like that.
And he was fuming he wasn't at the front of that race because he felt he was dealt a slightly bad hand in that race. I saw some of his socials on that. Still can't give you any further information. The bad news is that nobody set a time. Not anywhere near a time. Now, the good news is that this morning we set times in free practice 1. This is the last outing before the race. All 39 cars did set a time. That 4 minutes 20.1 was on the 4th lap by Robert Noaker, and that was impressive. A lot of people took to lap 6, 7 and 8 to get their quickest laps. So we do have a hierarchy that we could fall back on, because obviously we can't use championship here because this is a non-championship race. This is an invitational.
And of course, this isn't the qualifying session. So if there was any issues with qualifying,
good point.
This isn't qualifying, so we're okay.
Sorry,
in fact,
there is still qualifying to come.
I'm very excited for actually. Can we say where we're going to call the
We're going to go old school tomorrow because there's no pictures for qualifying. We've had a word with the guys at the head of this program, and this is free practice too. Sorry, not qualifying. I'd skipped ahead of myself because I'm so excited about it. And we're going to go old school. So we're going to go trackside, and we're going to call it with a pair of binoculars, with a timing screen. Probably have to be on our phone. No, it won't be because I've already scoped it out. And we are going to stand on the balcony of the Ford VIP hospitality area. It's got nothing to do with the great food and the potential of cocktails and the fact that we have a driver who's going to take us there and back. Nothing to do with that at all.
No.
It is so that we can do absolutely tremendous commentary on the qualifying. And also means we've got some Ford guests as well that we can talk to.
And I know that you've had the privilege over your 36 years at Le Mans of doing stuff like that as a matter of course. You know, this is my first
where you
time.
had to do it.
Yeah, and that's going to be quite special for me to do that, to stand on effectively on the tribunes.
One of our Le Mans memories of this year. This is the 20th Le Mans RSL Radio Le Mans 24 hours. Hence our hashtag 20RLM24. 20 Radio Le Mans 24 hours. One of them that we're going to play where we've clipped a little bit of the audio from years gone by is the start of the 2023 race, which was the 100th anniversary of the first race. And credit Johnny Palmer for this. I'd been doing some of the build-up from where we used to commentate, which is on the Tribune driver's left, going across the start-finish line. So I did the countdown to green and the Roll of Honour and various bits and pieces. And Joe Bleasdale and I were just standing up there watching and getting ready to come down, but still with our headsets on because it's very loud up there. And JP came up with this great idea, and he comes on to the talk back and says, "Do you want to do the start of the race?" I went, No, I'm happy just watching it, mate. No, I think you should do the start of the race from up there. And so we cleared it with the responsible adult, and we cleared it with technical to make sure it would work, and we called the start of that centenary race. And that was all JP's idea. That was never in the plan when I negotiated with the armed CRS to get over there in the first place, which is a story in itself. We've got video. And that's one of the highlights of the last 20 editions of Le Mans, and we'll be playing some of those out. And in fact, after a bit later on tonight, in fact, after this programme, we will be playing the 2006, which was our first radio show at Le Mans. We've put together a little bits and pieces for you. And in that first year, not only did we take over the running and the stewardship of Radio Le Mans here at the circuit, but we also provided what was then the American coverage network Speed with what was their overnight coverage, because obviously they were on a different time zone. They went deeper into the overnight, and we picked it up and did their overnight for them. And so I've plucked out from the archive, dusted it off from the vinyl copies from 2006, and Greg Kramer talking into our coverage starting, and then a little bit of drama immediately. It was brilliant. We just got into it, and there was a bit of drama. I'll let you listen to that in a wee while. Coming up on 6 o'clock, there's still 20 minutes to go, 21 minutes to go. The clock is still running.
Yeah.
No sign yet of these cars going back out again. This might not be restarted at this point.
For the less experienced drivers, this is not what they wanted. It's always the risk. There's a very strict time schedule to keep to. That's the same if you're on the support package for a Formula One race, isn't it?
Surely.
It's exactly the same thing. So, if there is an issue on track, then it's a red flag can happen, and the clock keeps ticking, and therefore keeps taking away track time. So that it's just part of the game, unfortunately. But isn't it wonderful to see Ford back in true force? I know they were back last year, and very impressive too. But this is the true force, and of course, what's coming next with their hypercar program. And you look at, we all know the stories of, 1966 and coming here and have taken 2 years to get ready and then beat Ferrari in the third year. But you also look at other Ford engines that have won Le Mans as
Oh, yes.
well. Can you name the 2 years where a Ford engine powered the winner?
Well, one of them would have been a derivative of the DFE.
Yes, on both occasions, yeah.
Right, okay. So, let me see. So there'd have been a Mirage Ford,
Correct, yes.
which would have been 19 now. So it was Porsche in 70. It was at 71 or 69. It was one side of the
Mirage
Porsche.
was 75.
75. Oh, that was later.
Yeah.
Okay, and who had the other? And I haven't got it on a screen, so I'm having to work through. That was the Golf Mirage Ford. Now you're going to have to tell me.
The Rondo.
The Rondo. Do you know, I nearly said the Rondo. I'm really annoyed with myself for that because I knew that. Rondo, who won Le Mans with a car with his own name on it, which obviously Alan de Cadney tried to do as well, which was also a Ford-powered car,
Yeah,
strangely enough.
And that was what you could do.
Yeah,
that was how good the Ford Cosworth DFE engine was. And, you look at Walter Hayes, that initial £100,000 investment, which sounded decadent in the late 1960s, but I think they probably got their value for money out of that one.
There's a great Ford documentary on that, which is called something like 12 Days in June or something, but Bradley will remember it, but it was all about them leading up to getting the pole position at Zandvoort and the first pole position. And they had to actually spoof up some of the stuff earlier on because they didn't have cameras. They hadn't really realised how important it was. So they redid the rollout of the engine, which I think was at Oulton Park.
Snetterton.
It was Snetterton. It was Snetterton. And they had the dapper and debonair Graham Hill getting out of the car. And allegedly at this first test, but the story goes that it was spoofed up afterwards to make it. Getting out of the car and deliberately not looking at the camera and talking to one of the mechanics and saying, I say, the old girl's got a bit of poke.
I thought it was, boy, it's got some squirt.
Yeah,
it was something to those effects.
Absolutely.
I'm sure it's modified in time.
Absolutely.
But one person who was very influential in that tie-up with getting Ford Motor Company really in with Formula One was Sir Jackie Stewart, of course.
He was. His
an
birthday
ambassador.
today.
It's his birthday today, hence why I mentioned it.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, he was with the Ford brand for over 40 years, and you think of all the Ford road cars that he was involved in the development with long after he retired from racing. So, this is, you could not just write a book about Ford's motor racing, you could fill an entire library full of it.
It was called 9 Days in Summer. There you go.
I've never seen that.
Have you not seen it?
No, that sounds right up my street, though.
So, Jim Clark, Graham Hill, Colin Chapman, Keith Duckworth, who was the Worth of Cosworth, of course, Walter Hayes, Harley Copp, really, really nicely done. Made in 1967. Starts with Keith Duckworth working away at his drawing board, and then it brings in the 1967 Dutch Grand Prix. Which is it's absolutely fabulous. If you haven't seen it before, I'm sure it is available on various video sites.
Yeah, you'll be able to find it.
9 Days in Summer.
9 Days in Summer. 48 minutes of gold, I think.
It's
like. Yeah.
In the days when you said something in the coverage earlier on, actually, that there was. We didn't have social media in those days, so trending and stuff like that. So the only way to get it out there was get it on film, and all of the manufacturers made movies on celluloid film because videotape hadn't come out yet either. And some of the old British Leyland ones, some of the old the oil companies ones who did them across different manufacturers, but Ford, in common with a number of other major manufacturers around the world, session restarting in 90 seconds, had their own film unit and produced their own documentary films, promotional films, not just for cars, for street cars and launches, but also for their motorsport activities, etc., etc. And people go along and stand at the side of Formula One. This was long before FOM and FIA even before Bernie Eccleston took it over, so they would get credentials and they would go and shoot for their manufacturer and they would put together. We see that now again, coming round full circle, but doing it digitally with people like Jeff Musial and those guys and Mark Urban and all the guys, particularly Mark Urban for Ford. Actually, he's here with the film crew, doing pictures and video and all that sort of stuff. And it's actually come round full circle, just as the way people consume things have changed, which I think is mega. So let me have a look. 30 seconds to a green flag, and that was going to leave us with 15 minutes. That's 3 flying laps tops. Possibly only two flying laps.
2 flying laps.
Two lying flaps. No. 2 flying laps. Let's hope the rear aerofoil stays on and we don't have any lying flaps.
No, we definitely don't want that.
No, absolutely. Waiting for it to go green at the end of pit lane. 2, 1, and there is the green flag, spot on time. So everybody will stream back out again onto the circuit, and the 5-litre Coyote engines then firing into life, and once again those at the far end of the pit lane get access. Do you know what? It's worth the price of admission alone for everybody here to drive out the pit lane and see that famous bridge.
Yes. That straight away you know where you are anywhere. Yeah. And the thing with Le Mans as well is that you can tell people who have never watched a motor race in their life, never paid it the slightest bit of attention. You say, I'm going to Le Mans at the weekend. They go, oh, yeah, for the race. Oh, yeah. That everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. And so for people like us who are completely incurable of our love of motorsport, we know it's everything to us.
It's big, isn't it? You found this out last night.
Oh, yeah.
Because although the Mulsanne Straight is now cut up into effectively 3 pieces, as you come out of Tertre Rouge and look down there, you can see all the way to the kink, even though there's roundabouts in the way. There was a point when you were sitting in the car and going, oh, wow.
And it's the tunnel. It's just the world's longest tunnel.
It's the vanishing point effect that you learned how to draw in your first year of senior school art class.
Yes, if I was paying attention.
Yeah.
But imagine being Bruce McLaren or AJ Foyt or Ken Miles in a Ford GT, 1966, 1967, 1968, or Jackie X in 1969 when they won with the John Wyer team. Imagine that, how fast that
220 miles an hour.
Yeah, and trying to get it slowed down with 1960s brakes.
Yep.
Different world to what we have today, and in many ways, thankfully.
So still to go out, Tom McGlynn for Competition Motors in the number 27, Academy Motorsport, Nickel Jones in the number 62 car. And in fact, they're the only 2 now. Somebody's just popped out the pit lane. Who was that? That was the 92 of Ryan McLeod's racing cars, and that's Cameron McLeod. So Cameron's Ryan's dad. Is that right? No,
other way around.
Other way around.
Ryan is Cameron's dad.
Yeah,
yes.
Of course it is.
Who used to own Mark Cars.
Yes.
Yeah, I met him at Dubai. Very nice guy.
Yeah. Good people.
And Cameron is, as I said, leading the Super 2 Championship. And you look at the drivers that have come through that championship.
That's
and
a step
gone
up to
supercars.
supercars.
Exactly.
That is a step up to.
Yeah.
And Anthony Quinn, that's Tony Quinn, who used to be VIP Pet Foods and owns all the racetracks in New Zealand. I think it is.
You could absolutely be right. I'm not sure either way.
Let me find out.
Because we were at an event where one of those old VIP Pet Foods cars was running at Laguna Seca, I seem to remember.
Yeah.
Hopefully we're going to get a look of what the pace order is. Like as John said earlier on, we've seen in free practice 1 with Robert Noviker 4.5 seconds clear of the whole field. That I did not expect the gap to be that big. But let's see if there's any improvements here. Track temperature is probably hotter than it was. Yes, it definitely is hotter than it was when they went out mid-morning earlier on. So whether there'll be performance improvements, let's see.
Yeah, he bought into Triple Eight as well, of course. Tony Quinn used to own Buckehoe Raceway, and there's another track as well. He's absolutely embraced his motorsport.
That's one track I'd love to visit, is Buckehoe. It looks really cool. Looks like just a great atmospheric place.
So coming around to start laps now. Still 1 car in the pit lane as we've got a yellow down at the entrance to the Porsche curves. That's Marshall Post 30. And just before that, a car moving slowly is Dan McKeever in one of that phalanx of Robert Nowicker racing cars. He's got the number 31 Mustang from the Dark Horse Legends class. So he was going slowly from halfway down the run from Mulsanne to Indianapolis. So lap starting now. So let's see if we can get a green flag lap. Yellow's removed at the Porsche curves. That's good. Somebody may have just had a little whoopsie there.
Plenty did in the earlier 24-hour Le Mans session.
Oh, yeah.
And spraying some gravel onto the circuit, which is about the last place in the world you want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
It's big commitment through there. And you know, that's the thing as well, is that these cars have compared to a prototype, they have completely different level of downforce. They have very little downforce, actually. So coming through somewhere like the Porsche curves, trying to get the car, trying to be committed through there, and the car will move around a lot, especially in these hot conditions. And that is, you've got to be very, very brave through there.
It's Peter Mackay and John Hindhoff in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Our studios at the bottom of the Bugatti circuit. And another car with issues. It is Tony Quinn. Oh, dear. The Celtic racing car has stopped at Arnage. Well, at least it can pull off the track there. That's good. And the 91 car is back up to speed from what I can see. That was the car we mentioned earlier on for Robert Nowicker Racing, Dan McKeever. So the first car down the Mulsanne straight in the middle part at the moment is the number 13 Robert Nowicker Racing car with the boss on board. Now, he's got a tough job this weekend because he's part of that young driver academy from Ford Performance, but he's got his team are here running 6 cars. And he's sort of got to, when he's in the car and puts his helmet on, he's got to forget about the other 5 cars. That's what his team, who are very, very competent at doing. This is a really good opportunity for Robert, who's a relatively quietly spoken young man. Does lets the speed of the car and the stopwatch do his talking for him.
I think going 4.5 seconds quicker than anyone in morning practice was a good way to do that, and he's gone significantly faster than anyone through that opening sector, which is from the start of the lap to the exit of Tete Rouge.
He's got Sandy Satullo in one of their cars. They're both Dark Horses, as reported for track limits, and Will Lucas is going to lose his second lap. Oh dear, that was early on. Marshall's Post 3, that is just coming out from underneath the Dunlop Bridge there. Easy to do that. Take a little bit too wide. So that's a lap that's gone.
This is an amazing lap from Robert Nowicker, of course.
It could be one and done here. He knows that, doesn't he?
Yeah, 4 went well. I think he'll maybe be working on race setup now because he's clearly got fantastic one-lap pace. But 4 wins out of 4 starts in the Mustang Challenge in America this year.
Yeah.
I mean, quite in a competitive field, that's really difficult to do across 2 quite different circuits as well. We were there for Sebring 12 hours, and they were great races.
Oh, it's great races.
Yeah.
The guys down at turn 10, absolutely loving those cars as they rumbled by. And why wouldn't you? What's not to like? Drew Neubauer has lost a lap as well for track limits.
Joey Hand looked like he enjoyed commentating on that with you as well.
We had good fun.
Yeah.
And Joey doesn't normally like doing that. The only thing Joey likes less than doing the commentary, because he's never done it, he said, I've never done it before, is when he was, another time that he was next to me, in close proximity to me, he was in the passenger seat of the GT 350 or GT 500, and I was the first person who wasn't a Ford employee to drive that, and we were doing a series where I was driving drivers around the track in cars that meant a lot to them, and I took him for a drive around the circuit of the Americas. He wasn't comfy. That's when he wasn't comfy.
So he found commentating a more comfortable experience.
Indeed so.
Yes. fastest lap, first lap on the board, 4:21.2 for Robert Noika. That's about a second or so off this morning's times, but the track conditions, I would say, are less conducive to a quick time. It's about 1.1 seconds off. Ambient must have been 10 degrees cooler than it is right now when they went out this morning.
The trap speed at the Daytona chicane was 120 plus. That was 160 miles an hour coming out of Turk Rouge down to just on the braking area.
And that won't be the fastest part of the track.
That is nowhere near the fastest part. The fastest part of the track is where, at the moment, the number 62 car is, which is going into Indianapolis, and that's the Academy Motorsport of Matt Nicol-Jones.
And that's with one more gear left in the tank.
Yeah.
That they've been. No wonder they've not been allowed to use it. I would also think brakes as well. When you think that there is not many places in the world that are harder on brakes than
here. Yeah.
There's not really many other places I can think of.
Yeah, race brakes on they are race brakes on these cars, but even so,
but
yes, you're right.
This is the extreme, and this is why Le Mans was created in the first place, to put the automobile
absolutely
to its limit and beyond.
This newfangled automobile out at the just outside the French city of Le Mans.
3-litre Bentley from Cricklewood in London.
Yes, absolutely.
Driven by Wolf Bonato and John Duff.
There were.
Let's not. We could be.
No, let's. And we. You're right though. It was to prove things like brakes, headlamps, windscreen wipers, and just generally the cars. Remember, in the early days, you weren't allowed to add fluids of any description for the first few laps, and you had to do a lap if you had an open top guy who had to do the first lap with the hood up.
Of course.
Yes. Otherwise, it wasn't cricket. Marvellous. And do you know what? That pioneering spirit, that proving technology spirit has never left Le Mans. Never, ever left Le Mans. Just as it's passing me over.
Sector 2, which is effectively the drag strip, shall we call it, coming out of Tertre Rouge all the way down through the Daytona chicane, then through the second chicane, then down to Mulsanne. That is actually Ryan McLeod who's quickest there at the moment.
So 1933, the first 24 laps had to be completed without refueling. In 1949, it was 25 laps between any fluid top-up. So that was not just petrol, that was oil or water. That was increased to 28 laps in 1952. So the ACO, even then, was thinking about do more with less, guys.
Yes.
Make your cars efficient. That came down to 30 that went up to 30 in 1954, 34 in 1956, and then in 1986, right in the middle of the Group C and that fantastic era as it came into, that was a fuel formula as well. 52 litres per 100 kilometres, which was pretty much double what you were being asked to use in 1954. You had to do 25 refueling soft, and hypercars need 40 litres per 100 kilometres nowadays. That's 6.5 miles to the gallon.
That's impressive for a racing car.
It is very impressive.
And you think how long that's full throttle for?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you could have a road car that could be more thirsty than that.
Yeah.
Actually.
Well, yes, and I'm sure that some of our team will have been as that heavy-footed. No, indeed. No. Indeed. Let's see who else is coming through. So the top four are the Dark Horse cars, with them coming round for second flying laps now, and it's 2 Academy drivers and 2 non-Academy drivers. I know Robert Noik is an Academy driver as well. He's just driving his own in his own race team. That's the number 13. Then Cameron McLeod is 3.3 seconds back in the Ryan McLeod racing car. Then 2 Academy Motorsports, Marco Signoretti, the Canadian, Matt Nicol-Jones in the number 62. The best of the legends, Alex Bashura in 5th place, only 5.5 seconds off. In fact, he's just been usurped by Sandy Satullo as he goes through into 5th position. The Stars, Tanner Faust from Chelsea de Nova in 11th and 12th. Second in the Legends, Alfonso Diaz. Alfonso can pedal a car, and he's going nicely. So it's a good spread at the moment, and we didn't get Anthony Quinn back out again, get back started again. That was the car that pulled off at Arnage.
Yes, that's right. So that's quite a lap from Alex Bakura, the leader in the Dark Horse Legends Championship at the moment. 4 wins from 4 also.
Tom McGlynn hasn't gone back out either since we restarted. Tanner Faust in the pit lane. Frankie Muniz in the pit lane. Jim Farley right in the middle of the field. 22nd, 23rd overall. They love that. He's right in behind the qualifying time of... Who did you think was doing between the two, Chris's, Hoy and Harris?
So Chris Harris was in the car this morning.
Right.
So you would think that then Chris Hoy would do the second. Because Chris Hoy has competed in the 24 Hours of Le Mans before.
Yeah,
in 2016. Chris Harris has driven the circuit, I think, in a Porsche Carrera Cup race.
Right.
So they have experience, probably Chris maybe a little bit more so having done the big race.
So Chris Hoy raced a prototype here, raced an
Nissan
LMP2.
prototype. Yeah, yes, he did. Yeah, yeah, with Algarve Pro.
Was he? They were knocking on the door of a podium at some stage there, weren't
they? Yes. And there's a great documentary. Now the name escapes me, but you'll look just search it, and there's some quite amusing moments in it at some point.
Stuart Cox is the star of that.
Yes,
there's quite a lot of our commentary in it. Not that the producer bothered to give us a credit or pays bills on that one, unfortunately.
Oh dear. Well, there we go. We've given it a plug now. We know.
Yeah, absolutely. Academy Motorsports. Steve Denton sees the checkered flag first. Cameron McLeod's gone through. Matt Nicol. Robert Noyaker got onto another lap, I think, and he's coming round. What's he splits like as he comes round? I don't think he's going to actually improve. Still, Alex Bashira, top of the Dark Horse Legends. Tanner Faust already pitted. Chelsea Denofa in the stars as well for Creative Autosport, the number 88.
The gap is got a lot closer in this session. 2.6 seconds. Robert Noyaker is still the top driver, but instead of being 4.5 seconds ahead, he's now only 2.6 seconds ahead from Cameron McLeod. And if you think, in a normal racetrack, you'd think, well, that's a lifetime. At Le Mans, not as much of course.
Sandy Satulo is on a personal best lap here that might push him up from 8th position. Top 8 are all Dark Horse Legends. Here comes Robert Noyaker through the Porsche curves, in through that fast right-hander. Loads of grip there now since it's been resurfaced, but it changes just before the double left. He's through that now, over the bridge. Comes to the out corner of Porsche. Right, little wave on the right-hand side there. Driver's right to the Ford Performance hospitality area. Now into the Ford chicane. I mean, perfect, isn't it? Mustangs into the Ford chicane. One of the first named areas of the circuit to slow the cars down when they came past the new start-finish straight. You couldn't believe how tight it was down through the old White House when I took you down there last night.
Ooh. And when you think of when Ford's last win at Le Mans with a Porsche right behind,
absolutely.
Of course, with Jackie Ickx and Hans Hermann, that was at the Ford chicane.
Yeah,
that
overall
win.
Yeah,
that's so cool. Yeah, last overall win, yes, of course.
So Robert Noyaker didn't improve, but somebody who has is Sandy Satulo. As I thought, he's gone up to 4th position, beyond the outside of the front row. I tell you what. There's going to be some swapping and changing, I reckon, here. 2 good laps from Robert Noyaker. I think he's 4:21.2 and he's 4:22.8. I think that's good enough for Paul in both races, as it stands right now. Okay? Cameron McLeod's got a 23.9 and a 23.9. Who's that? Sam Paley's come up.
But this isn't qualifying, remember?
No, sorry. Yes.
But it's very much a simulation of it, for sure.
Sorry.
Yeah. I think it's exactly... It's going to be what's just happened, actually, with that red flag. We've had 80 minutes of running perfect qualifying simulation.
Yeah.
I
Good
think.
point.
So I think it's going to give us a very clear view of what will happen in qualifying. I can't wait to call that from the the Ford Hospitality. Does it have a name rather than Ford Hospitality? Is it got a
Scott Bartlett will, I'm sure, tell me by the time we get there tomorrow.
Okay.
Hello, Scott. Hello, team. Already got some guests in there today. They'll have been enjoying the hospital. It is a magnificent edifice. You know what? Fair play to all the manufacturers down at Raccord-de-Mont, which is the public-facing side of things. It's if you work backwards, the way we're going out, there's Ferrari, there's Michelin, there's Alpine, there's Aston Martin, there's Ford, and then there's another couple that belong. But my goodness me, in the paddock now, there's buildings that's bigger than houses that I've lived in.
Yes. And the temporary, I've never seen structures like it.
And behind the pit garages now as well.
Never seen anything quite like it.
Absolutely.
Everyone is playing for keeps here.
Absolutely incredible. So Robert Noaker takes the pole position from Cameron McLeod and Sam Paley and Matt Nicol-Jones, and Sandy Satulo in 5th. In 6th, Marco Signoretti. And rounding up the top 8, the top 4 rows all being dark horse cars, David Wall and Will Lucas for Wall Racing and Automatic Racing. Then 2 dark horse legends, the front row of that category, if you will, Alex Bashura and Alfonso Diaz. They'll be having a scrap all the way through. And in 15th and 16th, the stars, Chelsea Tanofa got ahead of Tanner Faust. Tanner Faust pitted before the checkered flag, and that is a provisional pole position. A provisional fastest lap, should I say, for Chelsea Tanofa. So will that all be turned around tomorrow? I don't know, but Peter and I will bring you the coverage from trackside. It's a little bit of bonus coverage for you for the Mustang Challenge Le Mans Invitational. That was free practice too. Coming up next, one of our Le Mans memories. For 2025 from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre on 91.2 FM and around the world on RS1, this is Radio Le Mans. We started the second century of the 24 Hours of Le Mans just a couple of years ago with excitement on the front straight, a record crowd as we move into a new era of motorsport. The ACO has always been at the forefront of technology, improving technology and putting the automobile in all its forms out there in front of a global audience. One of the first major endurance races when it kicked off in 1923. Its growth through the decades has been undoubtedly an important part of bringing cars and motor racing to a much wider audience. It's also been encouraging the manufacturers to do more with less and to improve the breed. There's been so many stories of triumph here at Le Mans, but of course, there's also been some disasters. A literal one. In 1955, the worst accident in motor racing history was unfortunately here. It prompted the ACO and the local government to change the circuit and invest heavily to make sure that the motor race could continue. It prompted changes in motor racing all the way around the world. It changed even the formula of the World Championship for endurance racing and for sports cars at that time. In acting, the ACO ensured the continuation of this great race and honoured those that we lost on that fateful day. That fateful day was the 11th of June. The time was 6:26. Today, on the 11th of June, at exactly 26 minutes past 6 o'clock, Central European summertime, we remember those who lost their lives this day 70 years ago, with a moment of reflection from all of us here at Radio Le Mans and all of you sports car fans around the world. This is the sound of the front straight at Le Mans at the time 70 years ago that time stood still for so many. "60 seconds of quiet reflection for those of us here at Le Mans in 2025 to remember the events of exactly 70 years ago today." On 91.2 FM, this is Radio Le Mans. We have the first of the qualifying sessions coming up shortly. Johnny Palmer will be back in the hot seat for that here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. But first, let's catch up with some of the people who are hoping to make their history this weekend. I had a wander up the paddock yesterday, catching up with a few new faces and old. This is one of the newer ones from General Motors. Qualifying's next.
Hello, everybody, once again. The Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre is where you find me, Johnny Palmer, and Paul Truswell for a rejigged qualifying format for 2025. In the first session will include just the LMP2s and the LMGT3 cars, and then we have to wait around 45 minutes from now to see the hypercars out for a 30-minute session. But this is going to be by far the busiest, with 17 LMP2s and 24 LMGT3s, all fighting for track space. They get half an hour within this, but it is about finishing inside the crucial top 12. So in about 30 minutes' time, there will be 5 LMP2s that will not finish higher than 13th position. We're going to lose half of the LMGT3 field in terms of them progressing into hyperpole. So 12 teams will know their starting position for the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Hyperpole sessions, 4 of them, all taking place tomorrow in the afternoon and evening. And of course, we'll have every step of that covered as well. The cars are now being released, though, from the pit lane, a lengthy queue. The question is, when's the action going to happen in this 30 minutes? At the start? In the middle? Most likely the end, we reckon. So welcome aboard, everyone. A little bit of an unknown entity, this. Not so much these next 2 sessions, I suppose you could argue, with 30 minutes of qualifying. In previous recent years, we've had an hour-long session, which has included all of the cars. And as these cars then work their way out onto the racetrack, the tyres are the same allocation, Paul Truswell, as those for the free practice sessions. So we want to make sure that, I suppose, you don't burn through too much rubber. But then again, these, I mean, I would imagine that, let's say 2 sets of tyres per car, surely they're going to put those back for this session and this session alone.
You would have thought that 2 would be enough, wouldn't you, for half an hour of a session? I think the trick is going to be getting the tyres to work for you. And I say that not in the sense of getting temperature in, because it's a very warm afternoon, early evening, but getting those to work properly and to use the car and the way that the suspension is set up in order to get the best of them. I think the most significant difference from last year is the fact that the LMP2s and the LMGT3s are on their own. They don't have to be looking in their mirrors to see if there are hypercars coming up behind them, particularly for the P2s. That frees them of a lot of the excuses, the fact that the cars may get held up. And it'll be an unusual scenario, both in this and in the hyperpole situations, for the lower classes here to won't have the circuit to themselves, but to have a relatively quiet circuit on which to do their laps, because normally they always have the faster cars to deal with. So I think that will be interesting to see how that plays out. The other interest, of course, is as far as the LMGT3 cars are concerned, bronze drivers only. Now, you've paid much closer attention to the WEC races so far this year, but very often it's the bronze drivers in the races, Johnny, that have made the difference. They're the ones that can kind of extract that extra little bit out of their car or out of themselves, whereas the golds and the platinum drivers, where teams have them, which is not all of them, but you can kind of plug a driver like that in and he'll take the car round as fast as it'll go. You're only talking small percentage differences. And the bronze drivers will make a much bigger difference, in my view. So I think that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in this session.
Yeah, and you don't necessarily have to have all 3 drivers in through the qualifying phases if you get to Hyperpole 2 in LMGT3, but I think that is the most likely scenario, considering this has to be a bronze-only session for LMGT3, and then you've got to do a driver's switch between Hyperpole 1 and Hyperpole 2. Let's get some early news from the pit lane with this CrowdStrike pit report. Here's Joe Bradley.
It's news on the 23 United Autosports car that came in before the end of this afternoon's free practice session, and it had a problem. It had an electronic problem to do with the data acquisition for the ACO, and the team squeezed it out into the free practice session, but then had to relinquish to the ACO, asking them to bring the car in. That entailed, to get to this system, they had to drop the whole floor off. The car was on the high stands. It was quite a lengthy job. However, the good news is they've managed to rectify the problem. Everybody's happy. The car was a few minutes late to this qualifying session, but it's out. It's just left the pit apron. And the good news is that all the systems for both the team and the SEO are now working.
Well, I think that might have been quite a smart move. It came out a little bit late because they've got a much clearer track in front of them. So, that United Autosports car is, I think there was one other that came out late. But, as I say, as a result of doing that, he's got a much clearer track than everybody else because they're all kind of bunched up together. Anyway, we'll see how it goes. It's Ben Handley behind the wheel of the 23. The other car that was out late was car number 199, which is the AO by TF Orica, which is in the hands of Louis Delatraz. That was the car, you may remember, you may not, but it was on the pole position for LMP2 last year. A Pro-Am car, there's nothing to stop a Pro-Am being on the pole. The only difference being this year is it's going to have to use at least two drivers, whereas last year they depended just on the skills of Louis Delatraz to put the car on overall in LMP2 pole position.
Yes. And that, you can see where Paul's coming from because LMP2 is split, not quite down the middle, but we've got LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am. So advice to Joop van Uitert in car number 28, that being the EDEX Sport entry, and advice to him that on lap 2 he can push a little bit more, maybe for a quick lap. I'll give you a flavour of how the World Endurance Championship qualifying has unfolded for LMGT3 and the bronze drivers in just a tick. But in the meantime, to the other end of pit road for a CrowdStrike pit report, here is Ryan Marie.
Yeah, that's right. I wanted to give an update on the AO by TF car that also was late getting out in the session. The team a little bit lipped about the situation there, but I did ask, hey, is this according to plan? And they admitted no, it really isn't. But I also said, should I be concerned? And they said no, everything's going to be all right. But just a little bit of a late start for them, and they admitted the benefit to it is they should have plenty of clear track to work with.
Good stuff. Let's go by their word then, and the more optimistic outlook. So the way World Endurance Championship qualifying happens for LMGT3 cars is that the bronze driver has to do the initial session where all the cars head out. There are 18 in them in the WEC, and if you get into the top 10 there, then the silver must do the hyperpole. But it's interesting always for me as to who are the quickest bronze is, and in Qatar at the start of the year, the 18-12 kilometres, that was Darren Young in one of the McLarens from United Autosports, the 95. He's here this weekend as well, from Arnold Robin's Lexus, and James Cottingham in another one of the McLarens. So they had a great start to the year, did United Autosports, with their GT cars. Ahmed El Hati took the bronze pole, not ultimate pole, but he took the initial qualifying best time in the 46 BMW from WRT. From Francois Heriot, who is a name that Paul's mentioned to me, number 21, and Arnold Robin again in strong car this weekend, the Lexus from a Codis. And then Spa just a few weeks ago, Francois Heriot actually was the quickest bronze driver from Ryan Hardwick's number 92 Porsche, and Razvan Umbrescu, the 87 Lexus. So Lexus have been there or thereabouts. McLaren had a good start to the year, but haven't necessarily been able to replicate that. We're still waiting for any meaningful times from the LMGT3 runners to come in, but this is just a tyre heating phase because you're not allowed to heat the tyres prior to qualifying. And this lengthy lap will certainly help with that, but one or two unconventional lines being taken through the Ford chicane by at least one of the LMP2 cars. And the Bend BMW, number 31, has now found the first form car of Ryan Hardwick. Ryan Hardwick is the quickest so far in number 92 with a 3:58.0, but I feel like we've got a bit more to push to find a slightly better time. I suppose the nature of this as well, though, Paul, being a bronze session, is that generally the cars will get quicker. It's not as if a bronze can go out and set a quick time from the off.
Well, yeah, and that's a big question because you're absolutely right. A bronze driver tends to build himself up to it, but around a long circuit like Le Mans, I'm not quite sure how true that is. And it tends to be a matter of stringing together all the individual parts. There are 3 sectors that we have times for at Le Mans, but of course the circuit itself has far more timing loops around. And if you could kind of piece together your quickest lap based on all your individual sectors, then I'm sure the bronze drivers would be very happy. As I say, what tends to happen is they'll do a good sector 1, a good sector 2, and then mess up Indianapolis or something. Or they'll have a really good run at the Porsche curves and then mess up the Ford chicane. So whether they get better as the session wears on, we'll have to wait and see. I think it's going to be interesting how the half hour proceeds. And I would imagine they'll do a couple of 3 laps, come into the pits, have a chat, ask if there's anything that can be done to the car, put a new set of tyres on, and then go out and go banzai for the last 10-15 minutes.
Yeah.
You asked where the action was going to be, beginning, middle or end. I think it's going to be all 3, to be honest, because the one factor I haven't mentioned yet is the knotty, thorny subject of track limits. And in the free practice session that we had earlier today, all but one of the 62 entrants had at least 1 lap disallowed because of track limits. I won't say who the one is. If you want to get I will eventually. It was the Lexus. It was the fastest Lexus. Not only was the fastest car, but he was the only one not to transgress track limits. But you don't want to just do 1 lap. It's a bit like the Ford Mustang session where your 2 races, you do 2 laps, and each of the 2 fastest laps determine your good positions for the 2 races. It's a bit like that in this. You need to do at least 2 fast laps in case you get one of them disallowed for track limits.
And these clever Alcamel screens these days should actually tell us whether a car has breached track limits whilst the lap's taking place. So we've had a couple of yellow dots, for instance, against the name of number 22 United Autosports and the number 60 Iron Lynx Andrew Gilbert Mercedes. So those times, 3:38.2 for the LMP2, 4 minutes 1.3, were recorded by the timing system and then effectively deleted. Here come the flurry of times though in LMP2, and first of all it was Louis Delatraz in the 199 AO by TF Spike the Dragon P2 car. That's a Pro-Am car, 3:36.888. Then, though, Esteban Masson, the Frenchman, went across the line for VDS Panis Racing, car 48, with a 3:36.7. Théo Pourchaire, the 2023 FIA Formula 2 champion, going even quicker than that by 0.168 of a second. So he's done a 3:36.6 to be quickest in the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car. So the first 2 are non-Pro-Am teams, then 4 Pro-Ams for Delatraz, who is very much not an AM driver. Well, none of these are, frankly. Patrick Pilet in the 16, Alex Quinn in the 45, and 23 United Autosports car. So that's AO by TF, the quickest Pro-Am from RLRM Sport number 16, and Algarve Pro Racing in the 45 car. Team radio from Ahmed Al-Hati, which we just missed. Apologies for that. But that was probably just a bit more advice on how the tyre heating cycle is going, because that can be monitored as well in these very clever GT cars. Tyre pressures, at least. And so far, the pace being set by the Belgian runner, Tom van Rompuy, who has had pole positions in his time in the World Endurance Championship as well, in the black-roofed 81 TF Sport Corvette.
Good mix in LMGT3, Johnny, because we've got the Corvette leading the way, as you say, with Van Rompuy at the wheel. Then it's a Porsche, Ryan Hardwick driving the first farm Manthey car, first form Manthey car, and then a BMW M4 from Team WRT with Ahmed Al-Hati doing the driving. Then it's Aston Martin fourth with Ian James at the wheel of the Heart of Racing team, Aston number 27, and fifth the Lexus of Arnaud Robin, number 78. So fine mixture of the brands in LMGT3. There's there's not a duplicate amongst the top 6.
So Arnold Robin, his number 78 Lexus, will go fastest now for a Codis ASP team. He's done a 357.321, 357.7 for Ian James in the Heart of Racing Team Aston Martin, number 27, and the TF Sport Corvette, therefore dropping down to 3rd position. A minute to 7 here at Circuit de la Sarthe, and it's time to check the weather. So the conditions are perfect for this qualifying session, 30 degrees Celsius with a light breeze, and in fact it's going to climb a little bit more yet to 32 Celsius this evening. Cooler, not exactly chilly, a light wind and a low of 18 degrees Celsius. And at the point where we get the weather update, pretty much half distance, the red flags are out around the raceway here at Circuit de la Sarthe because of a stopped Mercedes, the number 60 from Iron Links, which is right at the top of the hill. Let's hear some team radio. There is an issue, mate. We tried to investigate. So was he told to turn the car off, the driver of the number 60 Mercedes, which is Andrew Gilbert, stopped just underneath the Dunlop Bridge after turn 3, effectively, Paul, at the top of the hill, the Dunlop chicane.
Yeah, I suspect it was a car issue rather than him being told to turn it off, because you wouldn't turn it off at that point. You'd wait till you get to a hole in the fence and do that, but I suspect it was a systems failure of some sort, and so bad news there for Andrew Gilbert.
I should say that the radio messages are delayed, so we weren't hearing that in real time as the car stopped. A bit more from them. So spluttering at the Ford chicane at the end of the previous lap, and then got to the top of the hill, and it sounded like there wasn't much fire in the belly. The problem is there are repercussions if you are seen by the officials to cause a red flag, as in generally all of your times are stripped from that car.
Yes, he was 18th out of 24. LMGT3 cars. Just checking that. Yes, he was 18, so he wasn't bottom, but interestingly, 3 of the LMGT3 cars hadn't yet set a time at that point. So you and I were talking about the need to set a banker lap early in the session, Johnny, and there's 3 drivers that haven't been out and set a lap time at all, those being Petran Rabzan Umbarescu in the number 87 Codis Lexus, Stephen Grove in the Iron Links Mercedes, the sister car to the one that stopped, and then the other Iron Links Mercedes, 61, Martin Berry. So it's not looking good for the silver Mercedes at the moment.
Well, Stephen Grove's not going to be seen in this session by the state of the car, is he?
That's true. No, that's yes. So he's not been out at all. The other 2 have been out, but haven't set a lap time. So cars making their way back. I mean, the speed with which the marshals are working these stoppages is very impressive, I have to say, because the car, the Mercedes, has practically been pulled away. Well, it has been pulled away to a place of safety already, whilst there are still cars making their way back to the pit lane. So by the time the tail enders get back to the pit lane, we'll be in green flag situation again, hopefully, because there was no damage to any circuit furniture, no barriers were hit. So we'll be able to get the session underway very quickly indeed. And has the clock been stopped? It almost certainly has. Good. And
you stole my thought there, because in a free practice session, a red flag doesn't stop the clock. But it does in a qualifying session, because it's so little time to actually play with.
But I would suspect that many of the teams were planning a pit stop mid-session anyway, so this is in some ways playing into their hands, because they're just going to use this stop to do the work on the car that they would have done otherwise under green.
True, yeah. Well, to make sure that you're appraised with how this session is going to run, the top 12 will progress into Hyperpole 1 tomorrow in each of their categories. Remember, we kind of keep these two categories at Le Mans combined for all of their qualifying. So LMP2 and GT3, Hyperpole 1 will run as one session, Hyperpole 2 will run as one session. It's only the Hypercars that get their individual sessions. RLRM Sport. So that is RLRM Sports' Patrick Pilet talking on the radio to say that the braking definitely better in car 16. And it's AO by TF and Louis Delatraz quickest in the 199. 23 United Autosports, Ben Handley now second fastest with a 336.116. These times were done between the Theo Pourchaire effort in car number 25, 336.6, and the red flag coming out. So Delatraz now top, Ben Handley second fastest, and we were just hearing Patrick Pilet in the RLRM Sport crew as we can head to Ryan Marine with this CrowdStrike pit report.
Checked in with the Iron Lynx team to see if they had any indication what the problem might have been, and they just shook their head, kind of despondent. Quite frankly, they just don't have a clue at this point. I can tell you, however, the sister car that had the incident in the previous practice session, that car will not be taking part in this session, as I'm sure you've surmised at this point, but a number of crew members actually working on the front end of that car, making some repairs as we speak in the garage at the moment. One other note that I noticed during this red flag, the number 183A, of course, entered LMP2, spent a little extra time in its pit box. They actually did a steering wheel swap, which would indicate perhaps some kind of electronic gremlins on that car, but they seem satisfied with it, and it's rejoined the line, and they're just waiting to be released once this red flag is lifted.
Excellent. Thank you, Ryan, for that CrowdStrike pit report. Clearly, plenty of work that is actually being forced into this red flag in order to get the cars turned around. But as Paul makes the point, Paul Truswell to my left, that actually this is time that they would normally have thought would have been soaked up in the session to get tyres changed. So they are being rewarded with a bit more running, in actual fact. And this may well delay the second qualifying session, which is due to be 30 minutes and begin at 7:30.
Pit exit will open at 19:07:30. In 20 seconds we're opening pit exit.
So we are going to restart very shortly, as we just heard from Eduardo there. And when we do restart, we will have 20 minutes still to go. So 20 minutes of the session still remain, and away we go again. Green flag, and everybody ready to go.
So, yes, the runners that are still eligible, because even if Andrew Gilbert's car had got back to pit lane, the red flag that it has caused would prevent it from continuing in the session, so it should have its laps deleted as well as not being permitted to continue, and therefore will likely start the race from stone last now at the back of that GT3 field as we head for Joe Bradley with a CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, David Hannemeyer Hansen is one of the drivers in the number 22 United Autosport. David, you're standing there watching the timing screens like we all are. Is it as exciting for you as it is for us?
Oh, it always is. This is my 12th time at Le Mans. There's never a dull moment here. It's always just such a treat to watch these cars go around, and especially when I think we have a pretty good car, and especially also when it's a bit of a surprise. We had some issues in the last practice, so Pietro didn't really get a proper run. And now we get to see exactly what he's got in the bag.
Do you like this new format? There's a little bit of jeopardy there, isn't there?
I do like that. I was skeptical at first, but I think Hyperpole is a really good setup. And I like the fact that we're going back to two drivers having to set an average. I used to do that all the time in WEC, and now I get to see Ringer and Pietro do it.
But then again, the old adage, I'm going to ask you the old adage, how important is qualifying for a 24-hour race? Anything can happen.
The only thing that really matters is that you're not in the thick of it if something happens in turn one. So that's all we're driving for, is just to get a little out of the thick of it, such that you decrease the chance that you're going to replace a nose right coming through the first lap.
Always great to talk to you, David. I'll leave you to enjoy the rest of the session. David Hannemey Hansen, who was eagerly looking at those timing screens. The number 22 car has qualified so far, but this session's not over, is it yet?
No, certainly not. So when you say it's qualified, it's in those crucial 12 positions indeed, but things could yet change. I suppose the benefit in LMP2 from their perspective is there are only 5 cars that could jump ahead of it, whereas in LMGT3, I mean, it's anybody's, frankly. We're going to lose half the field heading into Hyperpole tomorrow.
A proper 50-50 jeopardy, isn't it, really? Just one correction to what David Heinemeier Hansen said. Although 2 drivers are involved in the Hyperpoles, it's not an average of the 2 Hyperpoles, but the time set by the second driver or the driver who participates in Hyperpole 2, that is the driver who sets the time, and it's his time which sets the grid position. The other thing, just picking up on one of the radio messages there that we heard to Manthey Racing regarding the amount of fuel they have on board, refueling is not allowed during the qualifying session, nor is it allowed during either of the Hyperpole sessions, although you can refuel in between sessions. So you're not quite in the same situation as you are in some other series where there's no refueling for the duration, but for the duration of each individual session, you're not allowed to refuel. So it is important for the drivers, whether they're in LMP2 or in LMGT3, to use the amount of fuel that they've been given wisely, because although they can change tyres, they can't put any more fuel in the car.
I'm pretty sure, I'm now in Le Mans mode, of course, but I think the World Endurance Championship standard rounds also do not allow refueling between standard qualifying and Hyperpole. But Hyperpole 1 to 2, you can refuel the cars. Yeah. Long lap around here, that might be part of the reason.
You don't have much time to do it, is the only thing, because the gap between Hyperpole 1 and 2 is very short, and you do have to get the car back from wherever it happened to be when the checkered flag came out. And what you can't do is to refuel it before the end of Hyperpole 1. You have to wait till the end of Hyperpole 1, see if you qualify, and then you can go through.
Understood. 11 minutes to go. We had 15 minutes and 15 seconds at the point that the red flag came out, so we haven't seen any opportunity for cars to improve yet, because they've only just been released from the pit lane. Round they go on a reduced speed lap because they've all been released from pit road. And now an opportunity to increase, or rather decrease the lap time, increase the pace. Ben Hanley in the number 23 United Autosports car remaining on board. Louis Delatraz has already headed out there, and now he begins a flying lap in the bright purple Spike the Dragon 19980 by TF Orica. LMGT3 front runners are heading out of pit lane as well, including Arnold Robaz, a Codis ASP team, Lexus number 78, which has done a 357.3, 357.7 from Ian James in the heart of racing Aston Martin, and Tom Van Rompuy, who set the early pace for TF Sport and their Corvette number 81 in third, ahead of the Manthey First Form Porsche. Ryan Hardwick, we were hearing the radio that Paul was referring to a short time ago, and Aman Al-Hati as well, who's having plenty of radio chatter. Back to those at WRT at pit out. 4 garages for the Belgian squad in 60, 59, 58 and 57 for hypercars and GTs. But the 30 minutes for hypercar qualifying will be after this. So inside the final 10 minutes, Colin Brown, very high speed heading into Mulsanne corner. One car is either backing off or has genuinely got a problem. That's a problem for the 34 into Europol competition car, which will hopefully make the pit lane. Car 34 being driven by Luca Giotto. This is actually an outlap, so is he trying to buy himself some space ahead? Or a genuine problem from coming out of the pits? Because
He's-
Giotto had an off during the test day, I'm now remembering, Paul.
Yes, he did, and he's being closed in upon by Ben Hanley in the United Autosports Oreca, and Ben is going to reach him actually probably just between the Porsche curves and the Ford chicane.
It's a tyre down. It's the rear right tyre that has totally gone bang. The sidewall's still there, and Giotto drives off the circuit to allow those quick cars that you've just described through, Paul.
Yeah, it's just the one, in fact, Ben Hanley, and Hanley's coming through the Ford chicane on a reasonably quick lap. His best so far has been a 3:36.116. Before the session, I said that anything at a low 3:36 will do you very nicely. I didn't think we'll get into a 3:35, but we might, because Louis Delatraz is only 200ths of a second outside of that. But Ben Hanley has gone through. In fact, he was on his outlap as well. So the first to have the potential to improve on a flying lap is going to be Job van Outert in the EDEX Sport Oreca 28.
Well, here comes Delatraz. The 3:36.0 is surely going to be bettered now. He'll complete that lap, and still waiting for the Delatraz time. It's going to be a bit longer yet before he arrives at top speed in 1:99, but the sector times are good. Esteban Masson's just done an absolute best through the first sector as well, but in the fallout zone, Proton Competition's Bent Viscal currently 13th in car number 11, and in 14th place, the 18 EDEX Sport of Andre Lotre. Let's get this update, this CrowdStrike pit report from Joe Bradley.
Yeah, Gemini is the thing, isn't it? The 34 in with that puncture. Very swift pit stop from the 34 crew, and it's back out. It's got, 6-7 minutes left, Johnny? Yeah. So it can still put a time in and get itself within that top 12.
Yeah, we'll certainly get around to complete one lap. Two might be a stretch. In terms of the LM GT3 drop zone, the drivers at risk. We're talking Racing Spirit of Le Mans' Derek De Boer, and that's got worse actually as Stefano Gattuso goes over the line and improves. Tom Van Rompuy completes his lap in number 81 and skips up a few places. So from 13th down to 24th, all of a sudden takes a different complexion, and now it's Darren Young who might not make it in. He is 12th right now in the 95 McLaren, but Bernardo Souza has just dropped out in the number 77 Mustang. 57 Kessel Racing, Takeshi Kimura, that's a Ferrari from Kessel. The Swiss squad is 14th. The Bend Team WRT BMW currently not making it in the hands of Yasser Shaheen and Ben Keating's TF Sport Corvette. Now, despite the 33 leading the World Endurance Championship, very rarely have they got into the Hyperpole sessions of a standard WEC round, and at the moment that Corvette's going to struggle from there as well.
One that's surprising me is how far down is Andre Lotre in the EDEX Sport car. He's outside the envelope at the moment, only 15th. So he needs to find, well, he's done a 3:38.6 is his best, and he's going to need a 3:37.7. So he's going to need to find a second from somewhere, is Andre Lotre in the number 18 car. And one wonders, I mean, Andre's not as young as he was, but he's still supposed to be quick and was seen as being a fine addition to that EDEX Sport team. But at the moment, he's outside the qualifying bubble.
You lay off the early 40-year-olds with your trusses. There's life in him yet.
Well,
the advice to Ahmed Al-Hati, keep pushing, mate. Mega lap. That's from the 46 at BMW. So Ahmed Al-Hati, just looking for his position. He's top. That's why I couldn't find him. He's jumped ahead of Ian James. So Ahmed Al-Hati in Team WRT is quickest, the only car at the moment to skip into the 3:56s. In fact, he's 10th and a bit clear of Ian James in the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin. Then Ryan Hardwick's Porsche number 92, Arnaud Robin in the Lexus number 78. And it's all been happening at the sharp end in LMP2 because Louis Delatraz did indeed improve down to a 3:35.4. So he got half a second off the early marker that he'd set. Now, Alex Quinn had just done an absolute best through the shortest sector on the run to Tête Rouge, but the middle sector has been pinged for track limits, so I'm not sure where he's run wide there, but we now know that Quinn's Algarve Pro Racing lap, this number 45 car, will not count. Is he going to get another one out of this? It might be nip and tuck.
Oh, got a red flag.
Oh, oh dear. Red flag's out, and 3 minutes 51.
That's scuppered us because there's no point in going out because it's going to take you more than 3 minutes and 51 seconds to get around to get onto a flying lap.
Well, the applause has begun at WRT. Valentino Rossi very, very happy as well. 3 minutes 51 remains on the clock, but in order to get out, I mean, if you're on a quick one in an LMGT3, it's taking the fastest car 3:56, which is less time than we have on the clock. Ahmed Al-Hati progresses. They're almost celebrating like it's pole position, and of course it's not yet. But the cars that aren't going to get a chance, we think, of now going into Hyperpole tomorrow, the Proton competition Ford Mustang of Bernardo Souza, number 77, the 87 Ocodis Lexus of Petru Umberescu, where the other Lexus is in at this stage, 78, but 87 is not. The 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari, the Bend Team WRT BMW, so that's the sister one to the Ahmed Al-Hati car, Yasser Shaheen, out. TF Sport, the championship leader, 33, Ben Keating, not into that final 12. And then also the 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. Here's team radio. Well, they're so happy with that, Team WRT. This screams to me that they're not going to use any bronze drivers moving forward. Effectively, this is a pole for the bronze drivers.
Oh, yeah.
And
as far as Ahmed Al-Hati is concerned, he's on pole. So for the individual, he's on pole, and the engineer is right to congratulate him. But they are speaking or counting a few chickens before they've been hatched, because pole position will be set in the Hyperpole. It says so on the side of the tin.
Everything Ahmed Al-Hati had, and he's managed to be faster than Ian James by 0.2 of a second, a 3:56.875, the only LMGT3 car to drop into those 3:56s.
And in LMP2, the 5 that we are potentially going to lose, Bent Viscal driving the Proton competition, Orica at number 11, Andre Lotterer said he was on the wrong side of the envelope. Edex Sport number 18, he's out. Richard de Guerras, Iron Lynx, Proton team car number 9. Luca Giotto couldn't recover from that puncture in time, really, because that car for the Inter-Europol competition team car 34. And then finally Colin Brown in the Nielsen Racing Orica number 24. That car is not going to be able to go through into Hypercar.
And we're getting confirmation now from officialdom to say that the Hypercar session will start bang on time at 7:30, even though we are 7 minutes away, 7 minutes down from where this session should have finished. It's not actually technically finished yet, because there's still 3 minutes and 51 seconds, but as Paul Truswell and I suspected, they were never going to restart it. So it means that we've lost 5 LMP2s. Paul's just gone through the numbers. The others that I didn't mention in LMGT3, well, the 60 Mercedes had already been crashed. Sorry, 63 Mercedes had already been crashed earlier in the day. And then Andrew Gilbert in the 60 Mercedes had his spin, which means he's eliminated effectively from the session and was not able to restart. Ori Fidani's AWA Racing Corvette number 13 doesn't make it through into Hyperpole, nor Custodio Toledo's 150 numbered Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari. Antares O in the Manthey number 90 Porsche. Celia Martin in Iron Dames. They've had a terrible start to their Le Mans with Michel Gatting not fit now to race. But Sarah Bovey brought back to bring the old band back together, if you like. And Derek de Boer, the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin, not in. I think I've reeled off the other names. So we are 12 down. 12 will progress in both LMP2 and GT3. And we can get a sneaky word with the provisional pole sitter in LMP2, who is Louis Delatraz, with hang on a minute, let me just have a conversation with John before I go to this. It's provisional pole, but it's not pole. I'm calling it provisional pole.
Because if all the other sessions don't take place...
Yeah, it would be pole. Anyway, Louis is waiting. Here's Louis Delatraz.
Okay, you are the quickest, but it's only qualifying to enable you to go for the pole tomorrow, Louis. It's everything going to plan? Were you pushing really hard?
I mean, I was pushing, but, in the back of my head, I know there is a session tonight, there's sessions tomorrow, it's only practice. Of course, it's always nice for Diego to put it P1, but it doesn't really matter now. I want to win the race, we all want to win the race, so we're working towards that. It's a nice feeling that the car is fast. Obviously, I could put 3 laps together, and we go onwards and try to do better tomorrow.
Are you happy with the car completely, or are you going to speak to the engineers and sneak a little bit of performance more?
I think drivers are never happy. We always want a bit more. It was very good. Everyone did a good job. Everyone at TF and AO did great. So thank you for that. And we're going to watch the data, try to make small improvements, keep it in the window, no big changes, and continue like this.
Thank you, Lou. Well done.
So, provisional then. Yes, I like that. I understand that a bit more now that we've had the explanation. Custodio Toledo in the Richard Mille, of course, a GT3 Ferrari has stopped entering the Daytona chicane.
That was the cause of the red flag.
Correct.
We weren't kind of sure what the actual trigger was. Custodio then wouldn't have qualified anyway. But as I say, for causing a red flag, he will be excluded from, or his times will be excluded, and therefore he falls outside of the top 12 and therefore isn't part of the Hyperpole 1. The other car, which is under investigation, and that's Ben Keating's number 33 TF Sport Corvette, which has been under review or under investigation for a pit lane speed limit infringement, possibly. So that could mean that he gets pushed down, but again, he's outside the top 12 anyway. So Ben Keating's TF Sport Corvette is, as I say, under investigation. And another message coming up on the screen to the effect that 2 other cars are under review, one of which is the RLR M Sport LMP2 car, number 16, which should be safely within the qualifying. And he...
Checkered flag now, Paul.
Right, okay, inevitable. That number 16 car has been potentially pinged for that offence. And then the other one which came up just at the last minute there was a message to say that, it will come up on my screen in a moment, to say that the 24 and 16, so 24 is the other one, which is the Nielsen racing car, and that was one of the cars that were outside. So that's not an important one, but the significant one potentially is the RLR M Sport Patrick Pilet driven car, which is being investigated for a possible impeding of other cars. And so we'll see what comes of that. But normally he will be into the Hyperpole 1 session, which will be taking place tomorrow. We get these 2 Hyperpole sessions this year, a new feature, and the LMP2 and GT3 cars again will be together.
Let's take a CrowdStrike pit lane report from Ryan Marine with Ori Fadani.
I found Ori Fadani. Unfortunately, your qualifying session didn't go quite according to plan, but you are the IMSA Aiken Award winner, which earned you this chance to come here and be at Le Mans. And I suspect even if qualifying didn't exactly go according to your script, you still got a big smile on your face.
Yeah, just happy to be here in general, and I mean, it's amazing to drive out here and just having a great time. I mean, the boys and girls are working really hard on the car, and I'm sure we'll get it right and sorted and perfect for the race, and we're just going to push on and enjoy our time here and keep moving forward.
The car looks sharp. You're representing Canada well.
Yep, thank you, buddy. That was our plan. I mean, I just want to show a good tribute to our country and try to make everybody proud back home.
Already won one 24-hour race this year. Can you make it 2?
I mean, we'd hope to. We'll see what we can do.
Great to see you here. Best of luck.
You as well. Thank you.
So another 30 minutes on the clock for this first part of qualifying, where we will lose pretty much half the field of hypercars. Actually, no, it's more, isn't it? It's 15 that go through in hypercar. It was only 12 in the other two sessions. And then we knock them down again in the session tomorrow before we do the third part of qualifying effectively.
Yeah, so it's 6 that we will lose, there being 21 of the hypercars this year. And the unique thing about this session, the the qualifying session to determine who goes into hyperpole, is that the hypercars got it all to themselves. Last year, of course, they had to do this part of the session with the LMP2 cars and the GT3 cars out on the circuit at the same time. And this year, they won't have the excuse of coming across slower traffic. And hopefully, they won't be able to use the excuse of going out and finding slower hypercars out there. What always mystifies me is why we have this queue of cars waiting to go out at the front of the field, and they all get bunched up together. Now, actually, having said that, they are being a bit sensible and leaving some gaps. But it is far more sensible just to wait that, not even 30 seconds. You only need to wait about 10, 15 seconds. But let that car ahead get far enough ahead. Hope that the car behind you does a similar sort of thing. And then you've got very much a clear track. With a bunch, you're just going to trip over each other.
.1 Celsius. Is that warm enough for you on your Michelin tyres for this little run for 30 minutes? The tyre regulations are, well, put some tyres on and go out and do your qualifying. You can come in, you can't fuel within this session. You can fuel between the sessions, but not in the sessions.
And there's nothing to stop you actually using as many tyres as you want.
Exactly.
Apart from the physical time of putting them on, because you're going to end up using about 15 minutes to do a 3-lap stint. By the time you've done your out lap, done your timed lap, come back in again, change the tyres. Really, to get through more than 2 sets is a tall order. And so what we saw in that previous session was that red flag coming pretty much on the dot of halfway, which played ideally into everybody's hands. But then a final red flag, which scuppered many plans, including those of Andre Lottereif here, who was probably quite disappointed not to have made it through into the Hyperpole sessions, or the EDEX Sport team will be. And Andre will be disappointed that he wasn't able to do it.
So 42 cars in the last session, 21 in this, so it doesn't take a genius to work out that's half as many cars on the same amount of track, so there should be a little more space. These cars pushing a little bit more air around, so they will disturb the air a little bit. The question is, do you want to be near to a car or do you want to be further away? Let's listen into some Ferrari radio. This is Nicholas Nielsen, and he's saying, I'll focus a bit on brake warm-up.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So he seems to think getting temperature at the brakes is going to be an issue. Big stopping track this, Paul. There's a few of very big stopping areas here that you can make or lose quite a bit of lap time in.
Absolutely, and of course the way that the hypercars perform is very much that the braking is very effective indeed, because you're powering up the hybrid system a lot of the time through the braking areas, and that means that the braking is even shorter than it would be otherwise.
And a reminder, of course, that the two different types of rules, actually 3 different types of rule sets in the hypercar class do that in different ways. The Aston Martin doesn't have any regenerative braking. The ACO hypercar class rules class cars they all have regenerative braking on the front wheels, whereas the IMSA Hypercar class cars, which are the LMDH cars, they're all on the rear, and that's where they deploy as well, whereas the ACO hypercars, I know.
LMH, LMDH.
Yeah.
Far easier.
Yeah.
And hybrid rather than regenerative.
Yeah, well, it's regenerative braking though, isn't it?
Well, yes, I'm just trying to make the words easier to say.
So it is a very different answer to the question, can we go quickly for 24 hours?
Oh, and this is nothing to do with how quickly you can go for 24 hours. This is how quickly you can go over 13.6 kilometres.
Well, in terms of the two rule sets, we have now got the third rule set of technical regulations in effect with the Aston Martin Valkyrie here. There are still about another 3 or 4 that nobody's delved into yet, which is very exciting. In terms of cars with rotary engines, there's a different rule set for that. There's a different rule set for a non-hybrid road-derived hypercar. For a hybrid road-derived hypercar, the Aston Martin, the Heart of Racing Aston Martin's using the non-hybrid regs. And the SEO and IMSA had to put all of this together, and Thierry Bouvet and his 13-person crew have got to somehow balance all these cars within the class, and then also stratify, as they call it, the class with the LMP2s and the LMGT3s as well. Good luck to them.
And then they've got to do a balance of performance for each of the different platforms.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
I think on a more basic level, the other thing we need to be looking out for is track limits, because I don't know if you heard me earlier on, John, but
I was listening.
During that pre-practice session, all of the hypercars had track limit offences. They all had laps deleted for transgressing on track limits. And that's in a pre-practice session. In a qualifying session like this, it's very important to get that banker lap in. Who knows when there's going to be a red flag. And then push hard, but try and make sure that you don't transgress on any of the track limits, because I think in the old days of high downforce prototypes, we had a much greater chance for these prototypes to be stuck to the road. These hypercars are not quite as secure on the road. They tend to slide about a bit more, and that means they go off the track a little bit more easily.
So waiting for the first representative laps to come in onto the newly resurfaced run into the Porsche curves. They're basically blended back from just as you turn into the first of the left-handers back onto the main road, and that has taken away the bump that used to be there when you changed the surface, but it's put a new bump in just as you're turning in for the left-hander. But the driver's telling me earlier this week the amount of grip there is on turning there is absolutely astounding. And at the moment, the BMW number 20 of Robin Frimes, the red, white and black car coming to the line, trying to exploit the times, and goes through in a 3 minutes 24.683. So that is the marker that is set down. Per Guidi a little bit quicker in the first sector, a little bit slower in the second sector for Ferrari.
First lap already faster than anything we've seen all week. But then
low fuel.
You kind of half expected that, didn't you?
Low fuel.
Not that low, because they're going to have to make it last for half an hour.
True.
So this is one of those tantalising prospects for the team managers to decide how much fuel to put in, how many laps does your driver need in order to set. It doesn't have to be the optimum lap, and this is the other thing. Provided the sessions tomorrow take place, this will count only to decide which 15 cars are actually going to be allowed to participate in tomorrow's sessions. Doesn't decide who's going to start where, except for the last 6 races on the hypercar grid.
So, assuming everything goes to the ACO's plan, let's say Per Guidi on the front. Okay, so AFA top of the shop at the moment in the number 83 work-supported semi-private, call it what you will, of 3:23.994 from Kevin Estre in second on a 24.2, also on a 24.2. The best of the Works Ferraris is the number 51 car with Per Guidi behind the wheel. Nicholas Nielsen, his teammate, is a smidgen behind him. The top 6, Julian Andlau for Porsche, number 5, and the number 6 Alpine. Watch out for Alpine here this weekend. If you haven't listened to our preview shows, Alpine are on the up. And do I think they can win here? Well, pretty much anybody can win here. Would I put money on it? No, but I think I might have a sneaky each-way bet on an Alpine being on the podium here. And I made a quite bold prediction when Johnny Palmer and I were doing the first tickets previews, in that I think that Alpine will get a win in the WEC this year. I genuinely believe that. So top 15 then will go forward, then we'll knock out another 5, and then the top 10 go for pole. Sorry, is it top 10, top 6 for these? They keep swapping between them. The way
no, top 10 for the Hypercar.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So we knock out 6 at this stage.
And then 5.
And then 5 we knock out.
So the ones who are left behind, dear listener, their times stand and their positions stand. The times actually don't make any difference, but the positions in which they finish after the individual sessions, qualifying Hyperpole 1 and Hyperpole 2, Hyperpole 1 rather, they stand. And then it's only those top 10 in the top class who can get pole position. So even if it was to rain in between Hyperpole 2 and 1 and everybody went way, way slower in Hyperpole 2, even if you were 2 minutes slower than the guy in 11th position, you would still start ahead of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Much as you do in the way that Formula 1 qualifying works these days.
You just give a front row start to Red Bull, don't you?
So the 6... The 6 who need to
towels
worry
down
at the moment, and we're already 10 minutes into this session, nearly 11 minutes into this session, are 3 Cadillacs, 2 Peugeots and 1 Aston Martin Valkyrie. So I think Aston are quite happy with the situation the way it is at the moment. Whether it lasts, we'll have to wait and see. But 007 Harry Ticknall is still to improve into the top 15. Both the Peugeots...
Here's a Cadillac about to come through, but not one of the ones that need to improve. It's both the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars, the 3B and the 12 at the moment, the lefty and the 12. Here comes the 311, or the 311 actually, and Jack Aiken puts in a, where's he just disappeared to? 8, thank you.
24-8.
I keep looking for 31. So he's in at the moment. AF Corsa from provisional pole, as Johnny was rightly calling it earlier on, comes in from that and probably throws another set of Michelin tyres on us, as Kevin Estre for the best of the Porsches, the Porsche Penske Motorsport, with 4, 5 and 6 here. Felipe Nasr is doing the qualifying in the 4. That's the additional car. Also in the pits is Julian Andlau, and Ryan Marine has joined us here in the booth after a hot, sweaty stint as one of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters. That was quite an interesting session that you had in the pit lane.
Yeah, stop and start. Hard for teams to get in any kind of rhythm, hard to work out how best to play it as well, and certainly that timing of that red flag late cost several teams a chance to go for, one last chance to try and make it through, but that's the nature of it.
Yeah, there'll be a few annoyed people, I think, in terms of what happened there. Didn't see the condition of the car that came back, but Race Control did say to the remainder of the LMP2 and LMGT3 field to speed up and get back to the pits because they wanted to start this session on time.
The 2 Peugeots running nose to tail at the moment, heading out of the winter now, the Ford chicane. As I say, they both need to improve, but Stoffel Van Dorn in the 94, John Eric Verne in the 93 are coming through now to set times. and that may move them up.
16.5 to go. Harry Tinknell with a nice bit of clear track in front of the 007 Aston Martin. Might just still be in the wake of the Alpine of Paul-Luc Chatin, the 35 car, just turning left-handed into the second of the two chicanes. He's going out as Harry comes in, monstering the curb on the way in, missed the middle curb, clipped the outbound curb, dropped 2 Michelins just over onto what used to be the red tarmac. That's actually off the track there, but he's all right because he's still got 2 Michelins on. Now the run down to Mulsanne corner. One still on the power as he goes over the painted section on the right hand side there. There's no curb there, that is just flat tarmac that's painted. Now with the sun in his eyes and the bugs on the windscreen of the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, through the first right kink, coming to the second right kink, might just be far enough away from that Alpine ahead of him as he heads down towards the right-hander before Indianapolis. Oh, lifting the downshift there before he turned in. Now through, not that I'm saying I wouldn't have, by the way, I'm just commenting on the fact that he did, into Arnage, plenty of curb, bit of tyre torque in the pit lane, and with the Michelin. Oh, there's a puncture, and it's a proper old-fashioned puncture with a bit of moisture put on the tyre facing there and bubbling up. So that's a proper puncture from whatever. Did you notice what car that was from, Ryan? No,
I did not. I just saw the Michelin text.
Dries Van Toor has a problem. All of his times have been disallowed, so he has to start up until this point.
Right.
So I'm guessing he was picked for speeding in the pit lane.
Ah, okay.
That's a guess, because that's why we've seen times being disallowed earlier in the session, earlier in the week. And say Dries suddenly finds himself right at the bottom of the times with no time. He's now set one, but he's got work to do.
New fastest time of the session is a 3:23.9. It goes to Alessandro Perguidi. And Ferrari number 51 then back at what they will say is its rightful place, going for the third consecutive win for Ferrari since their return. Porsche Penske Racing in the pits, nose off the number 8 Toyota at the end of pit lane at pit out, both of their cars in.
But only just. 11th and 12th, the 2 Toyotas. That's not a comfortable place to be.
No.
Not when you've got cars behind you. Mick Schumacher, for example.
Both in the pits as well at the moment, in to the next part of Hyperpole. Stoffel Van Dorn lost a huge amount in the middle sector there. Maybe just building up to something. It's got a decent gap with Kevin Estre having just emerged from the pit. Stoffel about to come into the Ford chicane. Kevin Estre going under the Dunlop Bridge at the moment. So the bewinged Peugeot, as it was for the first time here last year, crosses the line. 3. Has he got in? Yes, he has. No, he hasn't. And so that hasn't improved the position of that car at all.
No, there's a couple of opportunities that Peugeot have had, and they just can't turn the lap times. I'm worried about Dries Van Toor because he's currently still in the pits. So having had those times disallowed, he went out and did a single lap, and
which he got track limits for.
Oh, is that why? Okay.
Yeah, 3:33.7 was a track limits lap. So,
right, okay, so
according to the little yellow lozenge that's alongside it on my screen, which I think is a great addition this year. And Stoffel actually on that Peugeot warm-up lap, he got a track limits as well last time around, as did Kevin Estre, reading one line too far down. In the pits then for EFA in the 63 AF Corsa for Brendan Hartley in the number 8 Toyota. They're in at the moment. Dries Van Toor in the number 21 BMW is not in and not out on the track, if that makes any sense. Alpine number 36 down through the gearbox. You can hear the engine note change as he comes into the first chicane, the Daytona chicane, turning right first of all. As out goes Dries Vanthoor with a brand new set of Michelins.
Would you bet against him based on the qualifying form he's had this year?
Well, absolutely. As I say, I was worried because I thought there may be a mechanical issue with the car, but maybe he was just biding his time, waiting. Still got 11 minutes to go the session, so there's still time enough. But as I say, for those 6 that are currently outside the qualifying, the target is that of Mick Schumacher, 325.475. So if you can get under 325.475, you're in, and then Mick Schumacher has to worry.
So in case you don't follow sports car racing other than Le Mans, what Ryan was alluding to there is that Dries Vanthoor has been the pole meister in the American Series with 4 out of 5 pole positions.
He got the first 4 of the season, that's right, 4 on the bounce, and looked unassailable in qualifying pretty much. And there were a few that came down to last gasp flyers, and it might be that he needs to dial up some of that magic here in Le Mans to get his car into the next round of qualifying.
And that's all the order is at the moment. You know, if you were the team manager or the race control chap for Dries Vanthoor, you're not asking him to set the best lap of the year.
No.
You're not asking him to set a 325. All you're asking him to do is get into the top 12.
Yeah.
And do so without it going over the track limits, to do so without stressing too much of the car.
There's actually not a big gap to get into. There's 1.1 seconds between not being in and 1.2 seconds between not being in and being in now. The last driver in is Toyota Gazoo Racing's Nick De Vries, and he's 1.1 seconds away from Berguidi's time, which is the fastest. So it's a 325 flat now is the target to get in. I think you'll need somewhere in the region of a 324 and a half. And there's a lot of cars around that at the moment. There's a lot. I'm looking at a lot of 324 6s on that timing screen at the moment.
It's such a closely matched category, and we see that whether we're looking at qualifying times or the race times, but everything is so closely matched. Pre-practice, I think we had 8-9 cars separated by a single second around 13 points, around a 3.5 minute lap.
Yeah,
that's very close, just 1 second to separate 7 or 8 cars.
Right the way through the season, at the back end of last season, at the start of this season, I stopped talking about time gaps and talked about percentages. And you're talking about, in some cases, 0.1% is the difference between scoring a point and not scoring a point, getting into hyperpole, not getting into hyperpole, and 0.5% probably between 10th and 1st in that hyperpole session. Well, and that takes out the length of the circuit.
Yeah, and the BOP is supposed to, their target is to match everybody to within 0.2%.
Yeah.
And again, that's something which they've only now stated as their objective because they didn't think it was possible before. But now they've got to where they got to last year. They've been able to refine the BOP, and there's some very clever engineers as part of Thierry Bouvet's team who can work that out and get those different parameters to work so well.
But to do it without taking out the human element, because you can't penalise people for just being really, really good.
That's absolutely, that's the whole point. Yeah.
Or not good enough.
Yeah.
You shouldn't reward people for not being good enough. All 4 wheels spinning from the Peugeot there, heading out as the engine and the electric motor were employed. It wasn't just the electric motor pushing them away. That is pretty cool. Down on the pit lane, getting a bit of heat onto the tyres.
Apologies for a silly question. I'm the new guy here. So
that's what your job is.
Is the cutoff 10th or 15th?
15th in this one.
So we're talking about Mick Schumacher then as the bubble.
That's my fault. I went down to 12th.
Bottom 6.
Okay.
Bottom 6.
Yeah.
Wanted to make sure I had that straight. Thanks.
So that is a 2.5 seconds, actually. The previous 2 sessions were the top 12 because there's more in this class that take 15 and then down to 10.
The bottom 6 are effectively forming what are going to be rows 7, 8, and 9 on the grid.
Correct. Yeah. And they can't improve from that. No rock, paper, scissors. No gimmies.
How far around the lap is Dries van Toor?
Well, Kevin Estre is lighting up the scoreboard at the moment, and he's going to have to do it because a 3:23.890 is now the best time for the 31-1 of Jack Aitken and the Whelen Cadillac, the Action Express machine, in as one of the two entries at large, if you will, from the IMSA Championship. In fact, I think they are the... actually, I'll take that back. I think they are the only two cars that haven't qualified in through an automatic entry in this field, because we've seen a number of others. Oh, and a lap spoiled by the Alpine number 35, and that is a disaster because there were some good times coming in there. That car is not safe for Paul-Loup Chatin. Schumacher coming round to complete his lap in the team car, crossing the line. Yellow flags are behind him.
And they've been removed now anyway.
Schumacher improved to... Where's he gone to? He's gone to fifth position. See, that's a 24-1. I think a 24-1 is going to be all right. But if you go down to 24-5, Philippe Albuquerque for Cadillac and the Wayne Taylor Racing, the 10-1 rather than 101, if so that I can keep using the IMSA. Big sideways movement from Dries van Toor and, from the Alpine of Chatin, and well, nobody won the 209 million on the Euro jackpot on Tuesday. He's got to put a ticket on after that because he was sideways at full speed through the middle of the Porsche curves and hit absolutely nothing. Ryan Marine is just sitting to my right, shaking his head.
I'm gobsmacked. How do you not hit something when you're that sideways at that speed? At that part of the track.
It didn't even completely spin.
Right.
Thanks to the fact the barriers have been moved away. Because,
well, that's true.
In previous years, that would have been a big accident. Here comes Dries van Toor through the Ford chicane. This is the lap which is going to see him get into the top 15. Side deep left.
Well, how about to position 1?
Well, that's pretty well fair.
That is in the top 15, Paul. You were spot on.
Yeah, but if I was on the radio to him, I said, you only need to do a 3:25.
Yeah.
You do not need to do a what is he on?
3:22.8. Half a second quicker than Kevin Estre, who's now in second place. Tonio Fuoco in third. So it's different manufacturers here. 4 different manufacturers in the top 4 with BMW, Porsche, Ferrari and Cadillac with that Jack Aitken lap in the 31-1. Then it's the 51 Ferrari of Tonio Giovinazzi, Brendan Hartley for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Robert Kubica on a 23.9 has gone back out.
And Philippe Albuquerque with the Wayne Taylor Cadillac, the WTR Enter car number 101. That's moved itself out of the danger area as well.
Yeah. 24 flat for that car. I think that's fine. And just going down now to the 15th, Nick De Vries for Toyota Gazoo Racing at 25 flat. Then it's 24.6, 24.6, 24.6 for the next 3. Being Robin Freins for BMW, Paul-Loup Chatin in the pits for Alpine. He's not going to improve. So Chatin in 13th position is betting that the 24.667 gets him through.
I think it will. So we'll see how the remaining 2.5 minutes plays out.
Well, you've got to think that Porsche and Felipe Nasser in the number 4, the American car, if you will, he's coming through the Porsche curves now. Oh, big 4-wheel drift coming through the second of the lefts. And now he balances the car through the final part of the Porsche curves and in towards the Ford chicane. He's going to bump out Nick De Vries as it stands, and Toyota could be going out with the number 7 car. They may not advance unless there's a better lap from De Vries. He's putting a decent lap, but it might not be good enough. Slide from the rear Michelins from the Porsche as he goes across the line, and the number 4 car from Felipe Nasser does not improve at 25.1, but he does get one more lap.
And while
4 thousandths of a second slower than his previous best.
While we were watching that, a new time at the top of timing and scoring. Alex Lynn now has Cadillac number 12 in P1.
That's the Cadillac Hertz Team Toyota machine by 0.040 of a second. Kevin Estra has put down his cards and sticks, and he sticks on a 3 minutes 23.3. I think that's fine. I'm still looking at Paul Loupchat on a 24.6, and Toyota have been bumped out. So Toyota have now been bumped out by the Nick de Vries car is out by Marco Sorensen in the heart of racing Aston Martin. And they've now got a car into Hyperpole. That will be beyond their wildest dreams. The Great Dane Sorensen has stuck that one in at 24.8. I didn't think that would be enough, but he's in there at the moment. Where's Nick de Vries? And what is his lap looking like at the moment? He has just started another lap. He's done a 38.8 in the first sector. That's nowhere near enough. He's not going to go through.
Well, he needs to get beaten by some. Oh no, he's gone down, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's already in 16th. He's out. As it stands now, Porsche Penske Motorsport with the 4 car.
So in addition to the Toyota, we've got both of the Peugeots also struggling. One of the Aston Martins, the Proton Porsche, and one of the Penske Porsches are not in.
Both Peugeots, as the checkered flag come out, have just done their fastest lap. In fact, the bottom 4 have all just done their fastest laps. It's not fast enough. Nick de Vries, if that time is right, the 38.8 in the first sector, he's on his last lap now. He's not going through. He's down at Mulsanne Corner. He's behind the number 99, Neil Janney, who's just done his best middle sector, and he's got the 009 of Marco Sorensen behind him. Sorensen has no, he's backed out of it. So what about Harry Tinknell? He's put his best middle sector in, and in that glorious sounding car, he slides it. It's track limits on the way out of the Ford chicane. His right hand side tyres were out. The checkered flags come out. It hasn't improved, and now it's all going to be down to Felipe Nasr and the number 4 Porsche for Porsche Penske Motorsport needs to find somewhere in the region of half a second, actually a little bit less than that, because they haven't gone as quickly as I thought they would. Last Chance Saloon took a lot of curb in the middle right-hander, slides the car out to the yellow and blue curbs as they come out and crosses the line now. Does he improve? He does. Just, oh my goodness me, he bumps out Marco Sorensen, and Paul Loupchat for Alpine survived. Both the Alpines are in. Neither of the Peugeots, all of the Works Porsches, and neither of the Aston Martin. There was a moment, just a moment, when Hartner Racing's cardiac monitors all went up a little bit.
Oh, no question. What a remarkable performance. A little bit short there for Sorensen. Didn't miss out by much. And, you know, I wondered about Chatan because he had that big slide. I suspect that he came into the pits with flat spots and they didn't want to throw another set of tires on it here. And they were hoping it would be just enough, and it was. They do make it through by the skin of their teeth.
It's Ryan Marine and Paul Truswell in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. We will digest this in a moment after we've had a look at the weather. Chilly tonight, 19 Celsius. I'm only kidding. It's going to be hot and sticky this evening. Tomorrow, heading up to a high of 29 degrees. Possibly a shower in places for the Thursday action. Friday, we've got people on the track as well, of course. Still this yellow thunderstorm warning. 32 and 17 overnight on Friday. Saturday and Sunday, 25 on Saturday, 13 overnight, 25 on Sunday. Nice and warm with sunny periods. That's your weather on Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. Let's head down to the pit lane and our CrowdStrike reporters and pick up some reaction. Let's go to Joe Bradley.
Well, Sam Hignett is the team principal at Jota Hertz. Hertz Team Jota, actually, Sam.
Cadillac Hertz Team Jota.
Yes. The mission statement was to qualify in the top 15, but you guys actually went quickest. Is that a surprise, Sam?
No, I think, we know the Cadillac's very, very good round here. The guys did a great job, Alex and Seb. Fantastic laps from both of them. So, yeah, it's only the beginning, though. We've now got to get through night practice, and we've got to do it, hopefully, twice more tomorrow before we actually know where we start.
It was a great start, Sam. Well done for everybody. Hi, Kelly.
Down with the Aston Martin. That's Marco, so close.
I know. I'm actually really gutted for the whole team that we just missed out on the Hyperpole 1 at least. It's such a shame, basically. But let's see if it's coming to maybe some penalties under the yellow flags or whatever, and maybe we can get in. There was so much in the car, and I'm really proud of the team that how close we actually are. There's a lot of work to qualifying, and it felt really nice.
Well, Mick Schumacher's under investigation, so that's good news for you in some ways. Great improvement by the car's getting better every race, though, isn't it?
It really is. It's like these cars are really built for this track. It's such a fun track to kind of extract some lap time. Going through Porsche curves and all this is just amazing in these cars, and it's such a challenge to actually get the lap time out of the car. So yeah, it's been exciting so far, and to do the first quali in this beast down here is special for sure.
Well done and bad luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was very exciting. Nick Damon and Joe Bradley down in the pit lane as our CrowdStrike pit reporters. Before that, Ryan Marine, who's with me now. What did you make of that then? If that is a precursor to what we're going to see in Hyperpole 1, 2 and 1 tomorrow, that's mouth-watering, isn't it?
Oh, sure is. 0.04 of a second between first and second. It's, about a second, just a little bit over a second, separating basically the entire top 10. Amazing parity as well between the brands. I think the comments there from Marco Sorensen, he's definitely upset not to make it through, but I suspect if you had told him, hey, you're going to out-qualify one of the Toyotas, they would have liked their chances to be in the top 5 going into that session. That's what he did ahead of Nick de Vries in that session, and as he noted, there are a few investigations underway, so not out of the realm of possibility that we couldn't see some shake-up before the final order for Hyperpole is set.
Absolutely incredible in terms of what we have just seen. Let's run through then who we have lost, because we're not setting any positions unless we don't get any more qualifying. The top 15 would remain as is, with Cadillac Hertz Team Jota and the number 12 car on the top of the pile. However, we've lost Aston Martin and the Heart of Racing Marco Sorensen car. Nick de Vries in the number 7. I just realised we've got a 7 and a 007. It's just taken me all this time talking about the hypercars to realise that we've got the same number twice in the same class. Toyota Gazoo Racing, Nick de Vries. That number 7 car is out. Both Peugeots, 93 and 94. John-Eric Verne and Stoffel van Dorn both improved on their last flying laps but couldn't get through. It was also bad luck for Neil Janney in the number 99 Proton Competition 963, and Harry Tinknell in the 007 Heart of Racing Valkyrie also did not make the cut. Oh, hang on a second. The 31-1 Jack Aitken car has had a lap deleted at Marshall's Post 35, but I think that was just his last lap, if I am not mistaken. I don't think that it is his fastest lap, which was the 23.8.
Correct.
Yeah, 35, by the way. Marshall Post 35 is at the end of the lap at the end of the Ford chicane. I think we actually saw that when he came through and slid off the track. The right-hand side Michelins were all on the curb. The white line here is the decider, and you have to have some part of your tyres over that white line on the track side. The curb, for the purposes of what we're talking about here, is not part of the track in terms of you being on it. If you're on the curb and nothing is over that white line, you're off the track, if that makes sense. So 15 cars to go through. Cadillac Hertz Team Toyota, BMW Team WRT 12 and 15, both of the works Ferraris, all of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, both the Cadillac Hertz Team Toyota, actually, with Sebastian Bourdais half a second, 6/10 away from his teammate. BMW M Team WRT, Robin Freins got through, so both of them got through. Alpine have squeaked both of them in at the moment, and Wayne Taylor Racing will live to fight again tomorrow, as will the 31-1. So both the American cars, the 31-1 and the 10-1, they will both go through into Hyperpole. Thanks to the guys down in the pit lane and to everyone in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre at our studios here on the end of the Bugatti circuit. Do not tune away from RS1 on from 91.2. You are going to want to hear some Le Mans memories coming up next. Johnny Molan on 91.2 FM here at Le Mans 2025.
Good job, you son FP2 now. We need a good race.
Entre la Cadillac meilleur temps, Alex Lynn et celle qui a complété le tableau de classement, l'Aston Martin, qui est numéro 007 et qui a relevé 3 secondes moins 502 pour être très précis. Voilà, mesdames et messieurs, pour la première des séquences émotionnelles de ce timing 24 heures avec les essais qualificatifs. Merci d'avoir aussi à suivre cela. Et demain, naturellement, nous reprendrons ça va se passer en 2 temps quelque part avec une apparition en piste commune aux voitures de la catégorie LMP2 et LMGT3.
Yeah, we dig into it here. We got a day there, so good fight. Good fight. Yeah, good job. Yeah, good work.
Was it? Is there a warming strategy?
A pleasant evening here at Circuit de la Sarthe. The current temperature is 28 degrees Celsius, warm with increasing cloud and a late night shower possible, a low of 19 Celsius. Tomorrow, showers in places in the morning, otherwise very warm with sunny periods and a high of 29. Welcome everyone. It is time for night practice with messages on our screen saying this is all going to be considered as official night practice. But as I check up on the official sunset time, in Le Mans at least, it is actually at 9:50. So we are a minute away from now official sunset and darkness descending around the racetrack. Because this is night practice, it's pretty crucial to qualifying drivers ahead of the night sessions, essentially. I mean, you have to be qualified for the ability to drive through the night should you be required. So that's either running over the next 2 hours or in the hour that completes free practice tomorrow evening from 11 through till midnight. And all of that will take place after a quadruple set of hyperpoles for LMP2, GTs, and the hypercars as well. Some of the grid for the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans has already been set. The tail enders of hypercar and LMP2 and half the LMGT3 field. But we're now back to a free practice format for a couple of hours action. This is going to pass very quickly indeed, but might be essential to how the race pans out. So 91.2 FM at Radio Le Mans for 2025. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. It's Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell and Peter Mackay with a variety of voices that we'll be cycling through in the pit lane as well to bring us news. And we've had quite a bit of stuff kicking off already, in fact, with a big crash for one of the Silver Arrows already today. The Stephen Grove-driven Mercedes with a significant frontal impact heading up through the Dunlop curve, and we've had laps deleted as well as cars stopping during the qualifying session as well. But as far as this session is concerned, it's considered as a separate one, free practice 2. We will no doubt get a combined document at the end of all of the free practice sessions to work out who was fastest across them all. But it's Sebastian Bourdais who grabbed the headlines at the end of a lengthy 3-hour session earlier on, which in turn saw quite a number of red flags. But we did get that flare-up, Paul Truswell, towards the end of some impressive times coming in, down to the low 3-minute 25s.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to expect now as the green flag waves at the end of the pit lane, allowing the cars out onto the circuit, because the conditions were quite warm earlier. It's a lot cooler now. Certainly by midnight it will be considerably cooler and far more appropriate to setting quick lap times. On the other hand, there's nothing to be gained from it. The job for this evening is for each driver in each car to do 5 laps, one of which must be across the start-finish line. So one of those, or 2 of those 5 laps must be consecutive, but other than that you can go out, come in, go out, come in. But from the point of view of utilization of the time, 3 drivers, 5 laps each, 4 minutes probably per lap. You're going to spend 40 minutes just getting your drivers qualified, and then you're going to want to change noses, probably change rear decks, not necessarily for any aerodynamic advantage, but just to take the headlights work on each of those nose sections that you've got. So there's plenty of work to be done in the next 2 hours, and as you were just alluding to, this is the only opportunity to do it, except for the extra hour tomorrow evening. So 3 hours to get quite a lot of work done. So hopefully the teams will be focused more on that than on setting quick lap times, but the way of this thing is that somebody always just sets an extra fast lap, almost by accident. You've been here often enough to see that, Johnny.
I mean, the temptation is far too great, isn't it, to just ease your way into this session, especially as cars just seem to like the cooler conditions through the evening. We often get the happy hour period, sometimes 4, 5 a.m. when the fastest lap of the race is set, Peter Mackay. And, you know, it's crucial track time. You don't get a lot of it, although 9 hours sounds like a lot. It can pass in the blink of an eye almost. And there are some teams who probably aren't quite on their schedule just yet.
Definitely not. And there are some teams who are desperately searching performance. There's a lot of teams and manufacturers who are going into this night practice session really not where they want to be at all. In particular, Peugeot. I mean, they've really had a horrible week so far in terms of pace, and with how much of a gap they can plug between now and the race will remain to be seen. But they will definitely. This is a very, very important first session for them, and hopefully for them they can find something.
So neither of the Peugeots got through into tomorrow's Hyperpole sessions in the Hypercar part of qualifying. Neither of the Aston Martins, although the 009 got very, very close. So that's 4 of the 6 that dropped out. The 99 Proton Competition Porsche, see the same above, really. They have struggled. Well, all the 963s have struggled weirdly in the World Endurance Championship when they've been having so much success in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. And that's the bit that we can't quite entirely work out, although there's a different balance of performance. There's also a different balance of performance, document, measurement, deployment for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So maybe we shouldn't read too much on the pattern of play in the WEC. So I'm not hugely surprised, with the greatest respect, to see the Peugeots drop out. Aston Martin are on the upward trajectory, but they're not quite there yet. 99 Proton Competition, okay, that sort of goes with form. The big surprise for me was the car you can hear in the background, the number 7 Toyota of Nick de Vries, who had a total furrowed brow at the end. I don't think he quite worked out why they didn't have any speed in qualifying.
Yeah, it was. They seemed absolutely flummoxed, didn't they? The number 7 crew, to see where their pace has gone. Because even on a bad week, it's for Toyota. Even a bad week, they're still relatively in the hunt. But this is the thing now with this more competitive hypercar category, with more and more teams in the mix. This is what's going to happen.
It was a 3:25.0 that Nick de Vries set, but when you compare that to Alex Lynn's 3:22.8, and also in the 22.8s was Dries Vanthoor, just 40 thousandths of a second separating the two LMDH cars for Cadillac and BMW. So that's very promising, although I realise single lap speed is entirely different from doing well across the piece in this 24-hour race. Let's get our first CrowdStrike pit report in this 2-hour session. Here's Nick Damon.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Yes, it's this idea that it's not very hot. It is. It's muggy as heck. Yes, the sun's come off, which is going to reduce the track temperature. But telling you out here, it's still full race suit, relatively uncomfortable, I'll be honest with you. Just meandered up to Peugeot. I'm doing the pit-in bit for the first hour. Ryan Murray, my very faithful friend, is up the exit. And the number 94 is in the garage and on the hijacks, which isn't particularly rare, but it's being strung, which means they're trying to align it all. But they've actually going a kind of an extra layer with this, because they've put the correct amount of ballast for the driver in the car. Rather than seeing the driver in the car, it's got a load of what looks like rejects from your local gym, dumbbells there for the correct weight. So they obviously think this car's not quite put together correctly, and they've been spending several hours doing it. It's one of these things where it's very hard to work out whether it's going to take. They've also got weights for the nose and weights for the tail, whilst they aren't actually using the nose piece or the tail piece. So it's very hard to work out whether it's like within 10 minutes they can get it all that off again and everything will be fine, or it's a major deconstruction job. But basically they're not very happy with how that 94 is put together. They're completely redoing it and making sure it's absolutely right by having all the correct ballast everywhere.
Nick Damon with the CrowdStrike pit report. So 94 Peugeot still in a state of undress, and it might be a little while before that car then heads into the session. Not a happy time, as we've detailed, for one French team, but Alpine, I think, will be happy with their day's work, having got both the 35 and the 36 numbered A424s into the next stage of qualifying. Top 15 places, therefore, will get you into Hyperpole 1. Whereas the 6 cars we've lost, that is the back of the grid now. That is the final few rows. 21 cars entered into the Hypercar division. Paul?
There's 2 other cars which we don't want to see for the first 5 minutes, although such is the way time goes by that we've already had the first 5 minutes of this session. But having to serve 5-minute penalties at the beginning of this session, the number 45 car, the Algarve Pro Racing Orica, which called George Kurtz was driving at the time. This is for an offence at the end of free practice 1. Apparently they didn't properly obey the red flag procedure. And then the other car that's affected by that is Antares O in the car number 90 from the Manthey Racing, the Porsche. So those 2 cars being given 5 minutes penalties for the beginning or for offences taking place during free practice.
51 Ferrari touring its way in, and I think that's after instruction from the Ferrari's engineer to say cool down and box. So clearly Alessandro Pierguidi was complaining about something, and I'd noticed that this 499p was lower than the normal speed we might have expected it. So Nick Damon in the pit-in area, which is a Codis Lexus and the Proton end of things. Proton Porsches, but also various other machines in LMP2 as well. And then, therefore, Ryan Marine is at pit out with this CrowdStrike pit report.
And on the other end of the spectrum emotionally as well, quite frankly, because this is where Iron Lynx is. They brought 3 Mercedes-AMG LMGT3s to Le Mans here this year, and 2 of them already have had a difficult day. The number 60 brought out one of the red flags in practice, or actually it was during qualifying earlier today. Whatever the technical problem was with that car, it seems to have been rectified. It left at the beginning of this session and seems to be lapping without any issues. I can't get anyone on the team to confirm what exactly the problem was, because so many of the team management right now are focused on the number 63, the sister car, Britton and Stephen Grove, along with Lucas Stoltz, that had that major front-end impact in the practice earlier today. The primary chassis, the one that was damaged, has a tarp over the whole front of that machine. There's no suspension affixed to the front of that car, and I'm looking behind the barrier they have set up in their garage, and I see another chassis that's being built up right now. So again, I can't get anyone to confirm this, but my suspicion is they might be building up a spare after that heavy impact that we saw earlier today. If I can get an answer, I'll pass along the information, but right now it's all hands on deck for Iron Lynx, with 2 of their 3 cars having problems here today.
Yeah, well, it's certainly no mean feat in terms of the level of support that they brought with them. Iron Lynx have had 3 cars in their possession this season, running 1 in the European Le Mans Series and 2 in the World Endurance Championship, but these are not connected with any of those. These are 3 brand new chassis and exclusively for Le Mans, and it might be that they're trying to now source a 4th car, Paul Truswell.
Well, yes, I mean, the advantage of this kind of car is that it is much easier to source than would it be a hypercar, for example. Other cars which we've not yet seen, the 150 Richard Neal Ferrari, which had an accident at the end of qualifying in the LMGT3 qualifying session. Custodio Toledo was the driver at the time. That car hasn't been out, and we haven't really ascertained quite what the damage was to that car, having come off at the second chicane on the Mulsanne Straight at the end of qualifying earlier today. Neither have we seen the TF Corvette number 33, and that's a bit of a disappointment. Ben Keating failed to get it through the qualifying session, and so it sounds to me as that car may have a little problem of some sort or another.
We were just discussing before this session started how uncharacteristically Ben Keating that session was, where you usually see him much further up the order amongst his other bronze graded drivers, and his teammate Tom Van Rompuy was well over a second faster. So it's not what Ben Keating comes here for sure.
I mean, on merit you would expect to see Ben further up than that.
But having said that, they lead the World Endurance Championship, but Ben hasn't got a car into Hyperpole all season. So This is sort of going with form, to be honest, although bear in mind that Hyperpole in WEC is the final 10. He was trying to get into 12, so it's not a huge difference. But it wasn't a shock to me because they were able to get the results across the 10 hours of Qatar, not least because Danny Juncadella got in at the end. And Danny Juncadella got in the end and just drove hugely defensively, but did in the end come home with a race win. But I mean, Ben's not happy. I mean, clearly, I don't think he'll mind me saying that Ben is just not in a happy place with that Corvette, or if he feels that he's not getting the rub of the green in terms of its performance versus other cars. And it's difficult to see him in that state because he's normally so enthusiastic. He's not quite got the fire in the belly, and I can understand the reasons why.
Enthusiasm doesn't quite match what Ben has.
True.
It's something a bit more than that. It's passion or something with Ben.
Next thought in a second, but just got to get to Nick Damon with a CrowdStrike pit report.
It's a chat with Loic Hartog, who's just seen the number 90 car go off. You had a bit of a delay, a penalty at the start of this session.
Yeah, correct. So we now served it, and now we're back to our run plan.
It's looking like quite a strong team, isn't it? Antares and obviously Klaus Bachler, who's fast everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're one of the only few invitational entries in the race. Of course, they have credit to their performance in ALMS. So, of course, winning basically your entry on merit already shows that you are having a good capacity. And basically, along the way, they picked me up, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, it's quite a contrast. Obviously, we've chatted at Creventic events, which are a little bit less, what do you say, intense than this. I mean, how different is it for a driver? You're racing at a smaller event or racing at the biggest event in the world. I mean, how different is it for you?
A good question. I think it's a very important question to ask. So ultimately, it's just a 24-hour race, but it's of course it has a certain prestige to it. But luckily for us drivers, we're already here for I would say half a week. So last week Thursday, I started my journey here, and then kind of all the special ambience around the track they kind of fade away in the course of the first weekend and your first session. I think it's a good system as well because everybody that comes here full of adrenaline, it kind of fades off until now where we're on the Wednesday, and now it's just any ordinary race, I would almost say.
Okay, I understand you're also doing the triple. You are doing this, then you've got next week you're the Nürburgring 24, the weekend after at Spa 24. How do you prepare for such an intensive period of racing?
I think I don't know what I signed up for. So there's 5 drivers in total doing all 3. I'm the only one who's not contracted to a manufacturer, so first of all that's something, and then I'm also the only one who has never done any of these 3 races. So last year I was entered on the Spa 24, but before I even jumped into the car we unfortunately had to retire, so I have no idea, no expectations, so you have to ask me end of this month how it was for me.
Now, obviously you'll have done the Nürburgring qualifying races, so you're up to speed with that, but have you actually competitively raced at Spa before?
Yes, but competing in the bronze class. So ultimately it's similar to LMGT3, where you have one bronze driver, then a silver driver, and a platinum or a gold, a professional. So this is how I find myself every time in these entries. And then Nürburgring was a special occasion. It's not often they take a silver driver, so I'm a very fortunate boy.
You certainly are. Now, talking about that, this evening is initially obviously about all 3 of you getting your nighttime qualifying laps. What other work will the team be doing over these couple of hours?
Well, ultimately we didn't have so much run time, especially if you divide the driving time that we had so far by 3, then ultimately I think I only had 25 laps in the car so far, so even on dry conditions. So it's just still getting in the laps. Every lap you learn something. It's such a long track, so for us it's still drive time. Of course, we're comparing among the 3 cars we have. We try to find the ultimate balance. Of course, the team is very experienced, but every year you learn something new. Track changed a little bit, so yeah, all good.
Good luck, and I'm sure you have a long lie down at the end of the month. Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
That's a very lucky boy.
To Ryan, well explained as well. I hadn't realised that he's coming from it from a slightly different angle. I also hadn't quite got to the 5 drivers that are doing all 3, so that's some more research that he's done on my part, if you like. So Loic Hartog keenly employed for the rest of June, it's fair to say.
Does he not know the meaning of the word no, sir? I cannot do that.
The opportunity's too great.
Well, I
isn't
know.
it?
It's, I did do all 3 races myself one year, but they weren't on successive race weekends. But
when you say you did them, you stayed up and watched them all? Or
no,
you worked them all?
I worked them all.
Okay, okay.
In one form or another. So, yes, it was hard work, but it was fun. And I'm sure Loic will do the same thing, but maybe just hesitate before he signs up to do the same thing again next year. Because I hasten to add that the 3 that I did weren't on successive weekends.
Yeah, understood.
He's trying very hard to be noticed by a factory, and I would, given the amount of experience he had in Super Cup and Carrera Cup Deutschland, etc., and indeed the cars that he typically seems to find himself in GT3, he tends to find himself in Porsche. I would think that's the factory that he's trying to court at the moment, and I guess when you get those opportunities to race in the Nürburgring 24-hour, the Spa 24-hour, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, you've got to take them. You've got to go for it. And Loic's a really impressive driver, and at the moment he's a pretty hot commodity because he's still silver graded, and arguably he's quicker than that.
Let's just deal again with this Ferrari number 51 that's again not up to speed. It spent some time in the garage, and Ryan Marina's been paying close attention to what exactly they were doing there with this CrowdStrike pit report.
I certainly can. I'll get to that in a second. I just want to weigh in first on the Luke Hartog conversation. He is a Porsche Motorsport North America selected driver this year on the heels of his great Carrera Cup season and such. So he has a couple of Porsche-related programs in the States, and you see him in these Porsches and big races around the world, as he alluded to there. So he's certainly on their radar. But to the 51, we heard that radio transmission. They called the car into the pits, and it immediately was wheeled back into the garage. They took the engine cover off. They also took the cowling off on the car's left-hand side, and they were doing some work. It appeared behind the radiator on the left side. My view was obstructed, so I can't give you any more detail than that. It was behind or not behind the wall, but in the garage for between 5 and 10 minutes, and they sent it back out. Now it's just returned to the pit lane as we're talking about it, and I'm curious what the crew is going to do here. They immediately go to the skates, interestingly enough. They drop it off the jacks, and they're going to wheel it back into the garage now. So whatever the ailment is, it's not been cured quite to this point. Alessandro Pierguidi, James Colato, and Antonio Giovinazzi will have to sit and wait a little bit longer as this AF Corsa team works to identify whatever the problem might be.
Well, you don't want this full stop, but it's far better to have to deal with it days away from the big race, so you can make sure that it doesn't rear its ugly head when we get to Saturday or Sunday. But Alessandro Pierguidi looking a tad nonplussed in the cockpit of that car. He has obviously been in conversation with the team again on the in-lap, PMAC.
Yeah, he doesn't look very impressed at all, but if you're going to have these problems, have them in practice, don't have them in the race. You almost want issues to appear in a way, because it's almost a bit unnerving if you have a completely free run all the way through practice and qualifying, and then you get to the race going, is there something lingering away? Or maybe you want them to crop up and go, okay, we're on top of that, that's happened.
I'm not sure that you do. Having been there, any problem disrupts your program.
True.
And Ferrari will have had a program for tonight, and at the very least it would have been, let's finish what we're doing at 11 o'clock and let's all go back to the hotel. So I take your point. You know, you don't want to have problems cropping up during the race. If there are problems, if there are things that you've not discovered, then yes, far better to have them at this stage. But having a nice, reliable car that never goes wrong is a lovely feeling. It just makes you confident about what the car does. I mean, we saw Alessandro Pierguidi sitting in the car there. He had a shot of him doing so. And he's used to it. You know, racing drivers get used to this, having to wait while things happen around you. So, yes, he's nonplussed, but he's just in wait mode.
It's a bit like being in the movie business as an actor or actress, isn't it?
Exactly.
90% of that job is waiting around whilst they set up the next shot, I think. And
Exactly.
yeah, you just need to either be good at sleeping, which I'm very good at when I need to kill
You'd make a
time.
great actor.
I think I would. The 009 Aston Martin has just had a big, lurid slide heading through the gravel trap, in fact, at the Ford chicane. So it was already in a bit of a tank slapper, and then this new Valkyrie for 2025 jumps its way back onto the circuit and squirms and slides to vaguely the right direction. That was Alex Riberas with some tremendous car control, although having said that, he actually lost the car initially, so that bit wasn't great, but the recovery was an awful lot better.
Took a horrible jump off the curb, and he struck the curb in the wrong place. It launched the car up.
Yeah. So it will continue up through Dunlop Curve as we head for the pit lane for this CrowdStrike pit report from Nick.
Yes, with Nick. Yeah. It's going to be good. You get the pit lane. I thought it might work then. As I said, fancy seeing you here. I mean, normally you're an IMSA man now, despite being a Brit. What's it like slumming it on?
Yeah, it's not a bad way to spend my off weekend, let's say. So really enjoying it so far. That was my first night laps, actually, or semi-night laps. So just getting a feel of it there, and I'll jump back in towards the end of the session. But yeah, I mean, so far so good. We made it through to Hypercar 1 tomorrow, which is obviously the first step. And then I'm trying to make it through to Hypercar 2, obviously, tomorrow, and have a shot at that pole. So really enjoying it. Car's working well. And yeah, just looking forward to crack on with it, really.
You've obviously got a lot more experience than most of hypercars. You've driven two of them. What is it like? What's an LMP2 like in comparison? Is it a disappointment? Is it exciting?
No, it's very different. So the hypercar is awesomely fast in a straight line, still good on the brakes, but actually the cornering speeds, even in the lower downforce configuration that we run here with LMP2, is quite a lot higher in the high and medium speed stuff. So you're just a very different type of driving style. The tyre switch on is a bit easier, definitely with the LMP2. So, I mean, I know how hard it is in a hypercar, so I have sympathy for the guys out there, trying to hang on sometimes when we come up behind them on their outlaps. But in general, yeah, both very different, but both very fun.
I mean, I suppose as a layperson, they look similar. You think, they've got a similar amount of downforce, but so they're making their speeds in very different ways. I mean, what is if you got to work out what the knack is for a P2?
Yeah, I mean, the main thing there is obviously it's a smaller car in general. It's a lot lighter, so just naturally you're able to go through the corner a bit more nimble in the slow speed, so you can rotate the car better. Nowhere near as technical, of course, so it's just man and machine. But in general, like I say, they're both very fun to drive, and it's a pleasure to be able to jump in between the two this year.
Yeah, it's a good point, because without the hybrid side, you've got a lot less work to do, haven't you? Is it a purer driving experience?
I wouldn't say purer, it's just very different. So, I mean, you just concentrate on your brake balance, and then apart from you're very focused on the aerodynamical side and mechanical side of setup. Whereas in the hypercar, you can train, you can do so many things, how the brake migration moves, how the hybrids interacting, how the diff is locking and unlocking. So, you have to have a very large spare mental capacity to actually deal with those cars. The LMP2, you just have to really commit, and obviously there's a lot of LMP2 specialists here, some great drivers, so looking, really enjoying.
Now, you've just got out the car. Have you done your 5 laps, and is that you qualified, and will you go out again today?
Yes, so I've done my 5, so that's me all sorted, but yeah, I'll go again later on in the session and just have another play when it's completely done.
I just noticed on your overalls you've got the HRC logo. I mean, are Acura going to come here, or depending on what they waste of an opportunity, surely?
Yeah, well, obviously that's way above my pay grade, so you're going to have to speak to the bosses that may be. But obviously it'd be great if they did at some point. But yeah, that's like I say, way above my pay grade.
Hey, thanks, Roger. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Cheers.
Nick Yellerly, fresh from a pole position actually in the European Le Mans Series. The first time that Inter Europole competition, the team that he is with, have actually ever set a pole overall, because it's done in different classes, the various different layers of qualifying, if you like, 4 different sessions in a standard European Le Mans Series weekend, but he managed to get that pole in the number 43 car. There has been stories, or possibly lack of story, about Honda, Acura joining the hypercar party, and at the moment they are saying a definite no, aren't they? And that is from the people way above Nick Yellerly's pay grade.
That's it. Yeah,
and you look at the way that how well the Acura has run since it came in to the IMSA WeatherTech paddock, which of course Acura is like the premium brand of Honda in North America. So, you know, theoretically it could be done. The machine is there, but I just wonder if that car has been developed very much with the circuits of IMSA in mind, which is a very different set of criteria to making a good car at Le Mans.
Okay, so the Ferrari's got, well, one of the Ferraris in Hypercar, a bit of an issue, and Ryan remains with Ferrari to speak to.
James Collado, yes, one of the 3 drivers of the 51. It's been a frustrating night practice for you guys, I'm afraid. Can you tell us what you've been dealing with?
It looks like there's maybe affecting the turbo. I'm not entirely sure exactly what's wrong, but they changed the pipe and that didn't fix it, and I think they're just looking at something else now, trying to fix it and see if we can get back out.
An air leak is what he said when we broke up there for just a moment. How frustrating is this, James, to sit here and watch when all of your competitors are out there turning meaningful laps?
It's all right, it's only a practice, it doesn't mean anything, and obviously it's always nice to do laps, but I've done thousands and thousands around here, so it's not a big problem.
We saw perhaps the first glimpses of what real pace would look like in that qualifying session earlier today. Can we glean anything from what the Hypercar teams have displayed so far?
Yeah, it looks quite close. Obviously, the ultimate goal was to just try and get in. We were pretty confident that we would, but anything can happen, and then we'll see tomorrow if we can improve the car to make it go quicker. I think there's a few areas we can work on, and ultimately, it's okay. Quali is fun, but it's the race. It's the race setup that's important. So hopefully now Ali's just gone back out the garage, and we'll do some race running.
Yeah, the car just left the garage. Fingers crossed, you guys got to the bottom of it.
Thank you.
James Collado at the 51 crew, and 51 back on the track. He referred to Ali there, that is Alessandro Pierre Guidi's nickname amongst the crew members. And let's see now whether that problem has been solved and then get a bit more running on board. But as he said, no real panic. They've mightily experienced, all 3 of them, in fact all 6 drivers from Ferrari AF Corsa, and each of them has tasted victory in the last 2 years in their relevant cars. It is the same driver lineup across the 50 and the 51. So,
and according
no
to your theory of patterns, Ferrari are due 3 wins, as you told me on Sunday. Johnny.
Yep, because the wins tend to go in odd numbers, I've found. So we're due for a 3rd Ferrari win. The 2 would destroy the pattern entirely. Prior to that, 5 Toyota wins, 3 in LMP1, 2 in LMP1, 3 in Hypercar. 3 Porsche victories before that, 15, 16, 17. Before that, I think it was 5 Audi wins.
Yeah, no, it's an absolutely correct
It's a good
pattern.
way to remember them all,
Yes,
is the bottom line.
and
you have to go all the way back to the tail end of the
early 1990s.
The Group C era. The last Group C victories, I think, were for Peugeot, 91 and 92.
92 and 93.
That was a mistake you made there.
Yes. 92 and 93 were the 2 winners, rather than they didn't get to the hat-trick. Just looking down the cars we haven't yet seen, I mentioned Ben Keating, and we talked about Ben Keating with the number 33 TF Sport Corvette. Still no sign of that car emerging from the pits. Other than that, everybody has been out, with the exception of the Iron Lynx Mercedes number 63 and the 150, of course, the Ferrari. But everybody else has been out and turned in laps, and for the most part turning in sufficient laps. Although interestingly, the 83, of course, the Ferrari, which is on the top of the timing list, Robert Kubica has set the time, but he only did 4 laps before coming in to hand the car over to Phil Hansen. Now, whether that was an oversight or whether they just said, oh no, you've gone fastest, that's good enough, come in, but they really need to get Kubica out for another lap later on. But as we were hearing from Nick Yellerly, he had every intention of doing some more laps later on and didn't see the issue with that. So it really shouldn't be a problem for him.
Hold that thought. Sorry, we're going to get to Ryan with the CrowdStrike pit report. Next, Ryan Marine.
Couple mystery solved for you, so I can report on the 150 AF Corsa Ferrari 296. That car had some issues earlier today. That crew still has that car in the garage. They're doing some work on the back of it right now. The rear deck lid effectively is up off of that car, and they're doing some work there. I do see Riccardo Agostini, though, one of the drivers, standing by, and it looks like that car might make an appearance here before too much longer. On the other side of the equation is the 33 CF Sport Corvette that Ben Keating, we were talking about earlier, was so frustrated with after the qualifying session. They had a fluid leak of some description, and so they've taken all of the floor panels effectively off of that car as they try and diagnose whatever that leak might be. And that car is in a significant state of undress, I think it's safe to say, at the moment, and I would not characterize its appearance on the track as imminent.
So half an hour done of a 2-hour night practice session, and Phil Hansen is in the fastest car so far, number 83. It's a Ferrari, principally yellow, but with some red detailing on it as well. The satellite run AF Corsa 499p, and the time at 3:25.101, a second clear of Sebastian Buemi in his number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010, and then 1.5 seconds back from the AF Corsa 83 time is Alex Lynn in the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V Series R. It was Alex Lynn who was fastest in the standard qualifying session earlier on in car number 12. Fourth fastest, the number 50 Ferrari for Nicholas Nielsen, 3:26.8. Then it's Michael Christensen's Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, car number 5, 3:27.2. A BMW's next. That's the 20 car of Robin Freins. So here's M Team WRT machine, and the 3:27.254 is in 6th, ahead of Cadillac WTR's V Series R as well. Philippe Albuquerque is doing, or has done, a 3:27.327, car 101. 8th fastest, the 93 Peugeot for Jean-Eric Verne with a 3:27.3. 3:28.2 for Dries Vantors BMW number 15. And in 10th position, it's the 35 Alpine Endurance A424 for Charles Milesi with a 3:28.3. Down towards the LMP2s, a Pro-Am car is fastest so far. The 199 Spike the Dragon AO by TF entry. Louis Delatraz clearly in some good form today. Second fastest, David Heinemeier Hansen in the number 22 United Autosports Oreca. Then it's Clement Novalak for TDS Racing number 29. Fourth fastest, number 48, Franck Pereira with the VDS Panis Racing car. Naveen Rao in a Pro-Am Nielsen Racing number 24. And the 11 Proton Competition Pro-Am car for Giorgio Roda. But the pace being set by Delatraz, his time at 3:37.515. The Acodis ASP team Lexus are first and second fastest so far in LMGT3. With Razvan Umbrarescu, number 87, fastest with a 3:55.422, although I suspect that was not a time produced by the Romanian. We'll be able to check on that in just a tick. Finn Gersitz pilots the number 78 Lexus, that's second fastest, and there's, well, very small amount between them, 2 hundredths of a second it is actually splitting those two Lexus. Then Ricard Leitz in the number 92 Manthey First Form Porsche, third fastest. Daniel Serra's 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari is fourth quickest, ahead of an Iron Lynx Mercedes of Martin Berry, number 61, and Chris Froggatt in his Ziggo Sport Tempesta Ferrari, number 193, is sixth fastest so far. Very pleasant evening, although Nick Damon still complaining that it is a little stifling when you're in a race suit. 26 degrees Celsius in the air, but the Mobil 1 track temperature is 33.3. 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2025. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. It's Johnny Palmer, Peter Mackay and Paul Trustwell with Nick and Ryan in the pits. And Peter's been trying to utter this sentence for about the last 10 minutes, so now's your chance.
Well, it's a bit of breaking news, actually, because at 10:15 local time, which is about 20 minutes ago, Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6, the team representative is required to report to the stewards in the steward's office immediately in relation to the incident below. After Hypercar qualifying session, an alleged breach of Article 4.1 of the LMDH technical regulations. Now, I've looked at what 4.1 is, and it's minimum weight. So the car must be engineered to achieve minimum weight not less than 1,030 kilograms. The weight of the car without fuel and without driver must not be less than the minimum weight defined in the balance performance tables at all times during the competition. So after qualifying earlier on, they've been deemed to be underneath that minimum weight.
Andrew Gilbert's team radio to the number 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes. Sparks from the rear as he goes through certain parts of I suppose where the car is grounding out in those compression parts of the lap. Okay, wow, that is a big story. So whilst I was digesting that, just get to the crux of it. Is in the 6 cars been taken out of the...
There has been a bulletin.
Right.
Basically, this was 20 minutes ago, requesting that the team representative of the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 goes to the steward's office immediately. But to be honest, I mean, it's either underweight or it isn't. And I don't know how you actually would argue the toss on that anyway. But it's maybe to go and discuss or to be told what the penalty is going to be.
Most likely to be excluded from the qualifying session and therefore not be entitled to go forward into the Hyperpole, which is good news for Aston Martin fans because it means that the Valkyrie will scrape in as 15th qualifier. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, that's what would happen if that is as it seems.
But the bulletin hasn't yet been issued. It's merely an invitation to the team manager to go to race direction. At the moment. Okay.
As my dad says, they're not doing that for the good of their health, though. There's clearly something there, isn't there? You know, and you would think, like I say, a weight of a car is pretty black and white.
But again, it's one of those measures that the team doesn't want to overdo. But that's why they have the weighbridge at the end of the pit lane, and that's why they do post-race scrutineering to check on those things. You posed a question, Johnny, when you were running through the overnight update about Petro Umberesco, or Razvan Umberesco's time. It wasn't him in the car, the number 87 at the time, as I think you suspected it might not have been. No prizes for guessing or knowing that it was Jose Maria Lopez, Paquito Lopez, who was actually driving the car at the time, and he is the fastest LMGT3 driver then, the 355.422 for the number 87 Lexus, done by Paquito Lopez before he then handed the car over to Razvan Umberescu. And it's a Lexus 1-2 with Finn Gersitz at the wheel of the number 78 in second place in that class at the moment.
We're calling him Razvan because Razvan appears to be his first name, Petru his middle name, but the license, I think, reads Petru and Umberescu. But every article I read about Razvan, it refers to him as his first name, so that's why I've adopted that. But you'll notice that the entry list, wherever you're retrieving that from, still has him down as Petru in the...
Yes. When I Googled him, and I Googled him under Petru Umberescu, Razvan Umberescu came up.
Indeed.
Which is always a good sign that Razvan is the... correct first name.
Yeah. So Razvan will go with when I remember. So yeah, there's a bit of a question mark over one of the Porsches that did get into Hyperpole. Let's head to Ryan Marine with this CrowdStrike pit report. Do you know any more on this, Ryan?
Not on the Porsche, I'm afraid, but we did have a very strange moment here in the pit lane where the number 193 Ziggo Sports Ferrari 296 just stopped right in the middle of the pits, which forced that of course, a crew to come sprinting down the pits and actually push that car into its pit box. It's been there for a little while now, and they had the nose off of that car. They put it back on and done a driver change, and it looked like they were about to send it out on track, but now they're saying to hold up, and some work is being done on the right-hand side of that car, so perhaps some issues for them as they try to continue here in this night practice. I can also report that the number 150 has finally made its way out. Remember, we talked about the issues they had earlier today. They were working on something at the back of that car. It's been rectified, and that car has joined the practice, albeit quite a bit delayed.
Well, John Hui now getting into the Ziggo Sport Tempesta car, the car that was brought into pit lane by Chris Froggatt. So there has been a driver change, and Jonathan Hui now taking it out, but clearly quite loud discussions were being had there by the crew, because one guy had a hand within that little inlet where lots of tyre pickup can appear. I don't think that was where the brake blanking takes place. It was just a part of the aero further down a Ferrari, but clearly the Ferrari was about to be sent, and they didn't want his hand still in the car. For understandable reasons.
Understandable reasons. All is not well either with the 51 Ferrari still, despite James Colado's wanting it to be. The work was done, but having done that, the exploratory laps, the car in the hands of Antonio Giovinazzi has come into the pits again, went out and did another single lap and is coming back in again.
Right.
So they're in and out very often.
Just got to get to Nick, because he's joined by Peugeot factory driver Malte Jakobsen with his CrowdStrike pit report.
Malte, I've seen there's been a lot of cars going both the Peugeots in this session. Did you feel there was something wrong with the cars during qualifying?
Obviously, I wasn't driving. It was Stoffel and Jeff who did the qualifying session. I'm very confident they did amazing laps, and they were really well prepared and tried to get the best out of it. But unfortunately, it didn't bring us into the Hypercar one for tomorrow, which we obviously expected to be in. So now we have to work even harder to get ready for the race on Saturday.
Do you know why that didn't happen? Was it just it didn't happen on the day, or was everyone else faster than you expected?
I guess just the competition is so high at the moment. I would say personally that we are struggling a little bit at the moment, but just because you're facing some difficulties, you shouldn't give up. We still have to keep working, and as a driver, I focus on my job, and then we're all going to work together as a team, and I'm sure we will come back stronger for the race.
Yeah, it's very noticeable that I've been watching. There've been a lot of changes to the cars during the runs. You've been testing new noses. Is it a situation where the car's only slightly off, and you think you can get it back into the sweet spot?
Obviously, we all know that, with setup changes, it's not like you're going to, turn it from, being at the back end of the foot and then to be suddenly at the front of the field. So for sure, it's not like we're expecting to, all of a sudden find seconds. But if we think, make all the small details work together, it could be a couple of tenths here and there. And at the end of the day, it could be quite a big chunk we will be able to find.
What does the team need to have a successful Saturday and Sunday, to make the podium? Is that a realistic aim now, or are you looking for something else like World Championship points?
At the end of the day, we all know it's 24 hours. As long as we minimize all the mistakes, that's going to happen, because we all know it's Le Mans. Nobody can ever have a perfect race around here without any mistakes. But if we can minimize the mistakes that are happening, and then just few that is going to happen, make them as small as possible, who knows? And the weather could play into consideration as well.
I was about to ask you, at this point really, you kind of want something random to happen, so rain for you would be a good thing.
I guess it could shuffle everything around a little bit.
Because weren't you guys leading in the rain last year?
2 years ago, I think it was, if I wasn't completely wrong.
My brain does have...
No, it's a good point. I mean, obviously, as a driver, racing in the rain, then as a driver, you can make a bit more of a bigger difference, and the cars are not quite as important in terms of setup and, let's say, pure performance. But on the other hand, it's also a fact of risk management, because it's endurance, those race, and obviously no one is going to go into the race driving every single lap like it's a qualifying lap. And yeah, at the end of the day, we just need to make sure we don't make any mistakes.
Talking about your yourself. I take it have you done your 5 qualifying laps yet? Are you still waiting to do those?
I'm still waiting to do those. Now Stoffel is back in the car. He will do a run of 8 laps, and then I will jump in and be able to finish off the session. And I'm looking a lot forward to it.
I was about to say have fun, but that's stupid. Of course you're going to have fun.
I am. This is like a childhood dream to be sitting here in the pit lane at Le Mans under the dark skies now. It's something special for me, and it's just unreal.
So thank you, Malte.
Thank you.
Malte Jacobs, he is top man. He's so fast, but he's a top guy with it. Thank you, Nick, for bringing that flavour of his personality as well with the CrowdStrike pit report.
He really impressed me at Daytona last year when he drove with the CrowdStrike team, and he was involved in a huge battle for the LMP2 win and was just so fast. And he has only recently actually become effectively a full-time professional. Up until the end of last year, he was working, I think it's like a machining shop he was working in. So he was racing at the professional level, but he wasn't a full-time professional as such. And he's worked really hard at his racing and has been recognised by a factory contract with the Peugeot team. So fantastic to see him get that opportunity, and yet another successful and quick day in at Le Mans.
Yeah,
I think they have a factory for these types of things.
It's called the European Le Mans Series.
Yes.
For fear of blowing the ACO's trumpet on their behalf, but coming through the LMP3 category and taking of 6 possible poles, he took them all. So, I mean, I've known he was coming for a little while at sort of 16 years old. I remember Bruce Jones pointing him out to me as well on certain results sheets, saying, this boy's going to be a bit special.
I remember you doing the same for me, Johnny, and you drew him to my attention. Then you think, I don't think there's a factory as such in Denmark. It's just that during the winter, it never gets light anyway, and all the roads are frozen most of the year, so they just get used to driving in difficult conditions. But you're right, I mean, the Danes have long been supporters of the Le Mans 24 Hours, and they've come along and obviously following on from Tom Christensen's great events, they're inspired by that, although some will say that he was inspired by John Nielsen before him, and I'm sure there were other Danes before him, but John Nielsen was the first super Dane that I remember, back in 1990 when he won the race. Things may not be going quite the way that number 51 Ferrari has planned, but as far as number 50 is concerned, they're currently on their 3rd driver, having already put Miguel Molina and Nicholas Nielsen through their 5 laps. And they've now got Antonio Fuoco driving the car, and once he's done his 5 laps, I suspect that Ferrari will be quite happy with that car, and the number 50 then will be able to, I won't say pack up and go home, but at least they've got the mandatory section of night qualifying out of the way, which is a good thing.
And I think also Ferrari would be happy that their satellite car, the yellow number 83, picked up pace massively. They've been cycling through all their drivers, all 3, Robert Kubica, Phil Hansen and Ye Fei have all been in the car. Robert Kubica was first in, and he banged straight away, put in a 3-minute 25.101.
But interestingly, the rotation there has gone from Kubica to Phil Hansen and now back to Kubica. He hasn't yet got into the car.
Was he not?
No.
Oh, sorry, I thought he had done.
No, so I don't know quite what their plan is, but it's not quite as predictable as the 50 car, which has just gone, hate to say it, like an Italian clockwork.
Which is a good thing.
Yes. All clockwork's good.
Okay,
I think
fine.
in general, I think that the term implies that it's going well.
Fine,
think.
okay.
Yeah, or going like a Singer sewing machine.
Yes.
Yes. Like the clappers.
Yes, quite.
Maybe.
Yes.
Ferrari, the other Ferrari is going quicker now in the hands of Antonio Giovinazzi. He just put in his best lap of the session at 3:28.461, which puts him in amongst the other hypercars. Up until that point, he's been languishing down in amongst the LMP2 cars. So I think they probably got to the bottom of whatever it was that was ailing that car earlier on, and now they just need to get on with getting their drivers qualified.
Message on the bottom of our screen, which perhaps suggests the 38 Sebastian Bourdais-driven Cadillac has been pinged for another speed limit infringement in pit lane, finding a few personal best times still coming through as well, including for Lars Kern now, who pilots the number 13 AWA Cadillac. Still a Codis ASP team with their Lexus, though, first and second. 3:55.422, 3:55.449. Very close times indeed, and they've now got new drivers in the form of Clemens Schmidt in 87 and Arnold Robau, the local man, in number 78, heading out back into the session. Not quite entirely together. Well, they might be together, but they're both on an out lap anyway. No, one's just crossed the line now, and it'll be a bit longer before the 78 car comes round to start a next flying lap. 23-year-old Tom Gamble in what we reckon, Paul, is the only all-British driver lineup in the 007 Aston Martin. That's what you had suggested.
It is,
So it's Tom Gamble, Harry Tinknell, Ross Gunn.
Exactly.
In the 007. Some talent there. I mean, especially when I have to keep reminding myself that the younger of the two Gamble brothers, George, touring car specialist more so, but he's still only very early 20s, Tom.
Yeah, and made his Le Mans debut back in 2021.
Yeah.
So he was a seriously young man then. That was with the GR Racing Porsche team at that time. But of course, the obvious team leader there is Harry Tinknell, who's got a lot of experience in various types of prototype machinery. This is his 12th Le Mans already after winning it on debut with what was a quite early iteration of Jota compared to what we know it now.
Yeah, and was that in the last year of the open cockpit LMP2s?
It certainly was.
Simon Dolan?
Could have been one of the last years, because they went on in the ELMS until 2016, I think, the open tops.
Yeah.
But they may well have been finished in WEC before that. I'm
What
not
year?
sure.
What year was his win when he first?
2014.
Yeah, I'm almost positive that was an LMP2 open top.
It was open top for sure. I don't know if it was the last year though.
I understand.
Of open top.
Yeah, okay. I hadn't phrased my question correctly, but it definitely was open top. Yeah. Timo Boguslavski on the team radio, which we may have just missed. I know it's still going out, but we're not hearing that. Timo Boguslavski drives the number 31 BMW, the Bend WRT car, along with Yasser Shaheen and Augusto Farfus. They were fighting around for any sort of setup on that car. I remember it being during the lengthy free practice session earlier in the day, the 3 hours. It was sitting in the garage for a good 20 to 30 minutes. And they were assessing something on the front of that car. I don't know whether we ever got to the bottom of that, but it's getting some mileage in now.
Well, they're classified 21st in free practice 1 with a 359.2, and then went out in, they didn't make it through to Hyperpole. They were 16th that they will start the race on Saturday. So, yeah, not where they want to be, especially when the sister car was quickest in qualifying.
Yeah, and it's a similar situation with the Corvettes as well, when you've got Tom Van Rompuy qualifying 5th in the first round of fast times. We've got more tomorrow via the Hyperpole sessions, and then Ben Keating didn't get through.
And we might have a reason why. Ryan has been down. He's been a busy boy down in the pits, and he confirmed that it's a gearbox fluid leak on the number 33 TF Sports Corvette, which is the Ben Keating car. So whether that was in place during qualifying, which went pretty badly by their high expectations, not sure, but that's what's going on at the moment.
Things going all right for the number 20 BMW, the hybrid V8. Sheldon van der Linde, Robin Freins have both done their 5 laps. René Rast is on his 5th lap at the moment. And I always give a little tip to the team who gets through their 3 drivers and their qualifying night laps first. And I think it's going to be in fact, they're not going to beat, no, they are going to beat the number 50 Ferrari. So I think it could well be the tip going to the number 20 BMW first, on the assumption that René Rast completes his lap in the number 20.
A new parts box, cardboard box, has just arrived at Iron Links with these Mercedes, that one of which may be being replaced as we speak, but I mean, it's almost like a Lego set where they just open a brand new cardboard box and they've got all these different plastic bags of nuts and bolts, and where on earth does all this stuff go? Some of those guys have got to know the answer to that.
Well, that's the thing, is that Iron Links, they used to run, they've run Ferraris, they've run Porsches, they've run Lamborghinis, and this year now moving to Mercedes AMG. Yes, there'll be things that are similar, but there'll also be other things that are totally different. And they're an experienced team; they'll have figured it out. But it's a new platform to get on top of.
It's exactly as you said with Lego. It doesn't just come with a box of bits. There's an instruction book with it, and there are different boxes for different things. So you get an oil pump replacement kit, or you get a water pump replacement kit, or a turbo replacement kit, whatever it is. The kit has all the bits you need to take out, put a new one in, and it's got an instruction manual as well. I mean, I'm not saying that anybody can do it, but the way that the customer manufacturers go racing is to make it possible for not quite anybody, but for those who are mechanically minded to get on with the job.
And that is the sign of a great customer program as well. I mean, I know Porsche have been doing it for years. I still remember the days when GR Racing ran their Golf liveried, in inverted commas, Porsche. They did an engine change, and the engine arrives on a crate, this flat six, and we joked at the time it almost got a bag of Allen keys strung from it too, and you're just like, right, crack on, there's the instruction booklet, pull the engine out, fit the new one in, what's to worry about? It is incredible, Paul.
And there will no doubt be somebody from Mercedes standing by to assist and answer questions as and when necessary. So we'll hope that they manage to get that job done and ultimately, of course, get the car back out and hopefully in this evening's session before too much time has gone by. The time still showing the number 83 Ferrari as being the quickest, courtesy of that time very early on in the session from Bobek Kubica. He's been out again since then and has got down to nowhere near as quickly as he went earlier on, actually. He's got down to a 328 as opposed to the 325 that he did earlier on. Possibly an indication of how the tyre wear is on the number 83. And so that car still leading the way. The number 8 Toyota is second fastest, and they have got both Sebastian Buemi and Brendan Hartley through and qualified.
CrowdStrike pit lane report with Nick Damon. We'll take the weather next after we've heard from Sarah Bovey.
Sarah, I mean, describe your emotions over the last week to suddenly find yourself racing at this Le Mans.
Yeah, well, sometimes you have to expect the unexpected, right? It's kind of crazy to be here. I kind of made peace with the idea, pretty much peace, let's say, as much as I could, with the idea that I was not racing Le Mans this year. Obviously, I'm super disappointed for Michelle because I know how much she worked hard to be here at the top of her form, and I know that she did prepare the best she could have, and it's kind of crazy being here now and doing my first lap with the Manthey car in the night in Le Mans, but I have a lot of fun doing it, I enjoy it, and it's special.
You've obviously been here before, you've raced the car before, you've raced with this team before, but did you still feel unprepared in some ways?
No, I don't feel unprepared. It wasn't expected, but as I said, I think, if you want to be a real professional racing driver, you need to be ready for anything. I'm still racing in the big championship in IMSA and in the LMS this year. It's my first season as a silver driver. I want to deliver as a pro driver, and I've been training extremely hard. I stayed sharp as I can be. Obviously, I cannot jump from my first season as being a silver to being a top of the gold, so I cannot replace fully Michi, that's for sure. But I will try to. I'm pretty sure that I'm ready to give the best of what I got, and that's going to be my target for the next few days.
I'm sure you will. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
So, as we go under darkness now here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe, the weather 28 degrees Celsius in the air with a real feel of 26. It's still very balmy out there here. Tonight, warm with increasing clouds, a late night shower in places maybe, and tomorrow, showers in places in the morning. Otherwise, very warm with sunny periods.
So you're listening to 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans around the circuit. If you're lucky enough to be here at the circuit, hope you're enjoying your experience so far. I have a special place to be as we are just under an hour left in night practice here on Wednesday evening. We had certainly a very exciting qualifying session earlier on with the slightly adjusted format this year, where 12 cars going through in the LMP2 and GT3 categories to the Hyperpole sessions, and 15 cars going through in the Hypercar Hyperpole sessions, if you like. So, and we may well see a change in the order of who went through to Hypercar Hyperpole, because the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport team their team representative is on their way to the stewards at the moment to discuss a breach of the rules after that qualifying session, where there is, certainly they're discussing anyway, that the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine was underneath the minimum weight. So if that is the case, then they will of course be excluded from that qualifying session, which will send them to the back of the grid. And that, John Hindhaugh, would put them in a real pickle nowadays in the competitive nature of the hypercar category. With 24 cars starting from the back is a big mountain to climb.
I kind of don't understand what they're going to do about that. I presume they'll just throw them out of the session completely. But does that mean that somebody else gets promoted? Because we've never done it like this before.
I would imagine so. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. It's like you say, it's unprecedented at this stage. So, let's see.
I think that's right. I mean, I think if the car is excluded from the session, then it gets put to the bottom of the times, and the Valkyrie will move into 15th place. The Valkyrie should then take part in Hyperpole 1, and the Porsche will have to start from the back of the hypercar grid as a result of not recording a time. It is the way I read it. If, as Peter has suggested, the bulletin is issued which excludes them from the session, if they get let off with a warning, different matter altogether. It depends. As you said, underweight is underweight. It's not a thing that you can easily talk your way out of. But it depends quite why, what the situation was that led to the car having that report made against it.
Yeah, and you think about it, I guess in qualifying you're going to be running the car very, very low on fuel, which of course affects the weight. But that will have all been calculated, and it shows you just how much the teams were pushing to the maximum, really, in terms of making sure that they were through into that top 15. So let's see. We will keep a very close watch on the notice board, the digital notice board. In fact, it's not private. You can go onto fiawec.alcamelsystems.com. You'll find it all on there. There's some really good detailed timing information as well if you want to delve into how your favourite cars and drivers are getting on, indeed which sectors of the circuit they're quick on. It's a great resource there, so do get involved like we do here in the Ford Performance studios. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, just to say the BMW, as I was suggesting, has done its qualifying laps. The number 20 car, Rene Rast, has actually stayed out, having done his 5 laps. So they're safely with all their 3 drivers in, as is the number 35 Alpine. That's done, each of their drivers has done their 5 laps, and the number 50 Ferrari, each of their drivers have done their 5 laps, which is, I was saying, it was going to take them maybe an hour and 20 minutes. Well, they've got through it in probably about an hour and 5. So good, efficient work. Whilst they've been doing that, though, Robert Kubica continuing to lap at the wheel of the number 83 Ferrari and keeping Yifei out of the seat for the moment.
Just a question, Paul, about this Hyperpole overweight thing. I'm right in saying you get an extra set of tyres for Hyperpole 2 and...
You get 3 extra sets of tyres
right.
for the 2 Hyperpole sessions.
Right, so what happens if you get knocked out in the first one? It doesn't matter, you've got to hand them all back at the end.
You can't put them back on, no.
Right, yeah, okay. So for the 2 Hyperpole sessions, whether you get through or don't get through, you get 3 sets of tyres.
For getting through the qualifying session, so the top 15 of the Hypercars or the top 12 of the LMP2s or the LMP2-3s, they get given an extra 12 tyres, 3 sets, which they can use however they want during the 2 Hyperpole sessions.
Right, so you could use 3 sets in Hyperpole 1.
Except that it's only 20 minutes.
Yeah, but I mean, in theory,
yes.
If you keep getting a red flag and stop the clock, you could, every time that you come back out after a red flag, you could put a new set on.
You could.
But then you wouldn't have a new set if you got through.
Correct.
Yeah.
But what you could also do, for example, would be just change 2 tyres. Maybe just change the left side tyres in Hyperpole 1. So you go out with a new set of left side tyres, and then you've still got 2 sets or a set, and then you can do the same thing again in Hyperpole 2. It's going to be interesting to see how the drivers react and what the teams do. And the other thing is that the times, importantly, in Hyperpole 1 mean absolutely nothing when you go through to Hyperpole 2. The only purpose of those times is to determine who the top 10 are, the hypercar category, or the top 8 in the other group, is to determine which those cars are. Right. And as you said earlier on, if it then pours with rain, it doesn't matter if the times are slower, you are basing it on that.
I think it's important to keep going through this and talking about this because it is drastically different if you've been away from Le Mans for a few years.
Or even here.
Yeah, if you're coming back this year and you haven't been for a few years, then this is drastically different. If you only come and watch Le Mans and tune into sports car racing for Le Mans and you've been away for a few years, you will remember that it would have been in about an hour from now, we would have been wondering if someone was going to slap on a set of soft tyres and go out either just after the dinner breaks or an hour ago or an hour from now just before midnight and put in a fast lap for a potential pole lap and then the sim tomorrow.
Send for Thomas Enger.
Yeah.
You remember Thomas Enger who did some laps very close to qualifying right towards the end of the session.
Yeah. Hello to Blur Fiends. Been listening all day. Just watching the pictures now as well. And a question for our CrowdStrike Brick Lane crew. Does anyone know, this is from Gareth Evans, does anyone know what the thin cable or hose that comes down from the Alpine overhead rig and plugs into the cockpit does? Is it a data download, a drink refill? Are they getting their order of Coca-Cola? Don't know, but we'll find out. Peter,
we shall find out in a moment. But what we can do is we can speak to Dries Vanthoor, who's with Nick Damon.
And with Dries Vanthoor, Dries, bit touch and go in qualifying, wasn't it, when you lost your lap?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very good. It was a good lap actually. Bit unexpected, to be honest. After FP1, we had a very difficult session there, and we actually, I must say, hats off to the engineers. They did a great job turning things around and make sure we had a good car. Even now in the night practice, the car is feeling good again. So yeah, we really went the right direction now. We still have to fine tune a bit, but happy to have been true to Hyperpole and maybe give it a good shot tomorrow.
You've obviously been an absolute master of qualifying in IMSA. I mean, but when you get to a WRC car, how different is the car you get in here than it is the car in America?
Well, supposedly everything should be the same. At the end it's a BMW, and it should be the same. Every car, every chassis has a bit of their own characteristics. That's how I've experienced racing so far. I mean, every car has their own thing. So it will never 100% be identical the same, but the basics are all the same. So it's just, every team as well has a bit their own philosophy of working. For sure it's different here compared to the US, which, has their pros, their cons. But, yeah, just at the end of the day, I try to do my best. I can't do more than that.
I'll ask you a difficult question. You may have political. Do you prefer racing in Europe or the US?
That's a good one. I mean, it's a political one. To be fair, to be honest, I love racing in Europe. I've been racing my whole life here. It's strict. There's a lot of rules. Everybody has to obey them, and that's how racing goes here. And I think, over the years, I think everybody had to adapt to them and obey them. In the US, the tracks, I must say, the tracks are much nicer. It's proper old school. If you go off, you probably hit the wall, which is how racing should be at the end of the day. I think we all love racing. We all love racing on old school tracks. I think if you ask every F1 driver, if they go to Zandvoort or whatever, they all love it. And that's what I do at the moment in IMSA. I mean, the tracks are very cool. The racing, again, is very different. There, the rules are not so many. Everybody is just shenanigans in the race. It's just different, but I mean, I love the tracks. If they could combine what they have together, this would be an amazing championship. But yeah, that's not going to work.
It doesn't, Dries. Thank you so much for talking to us. We have a full course yellow, but the good news is that Ryan Marine has another CrowdStrike pit report.
I do indeed, Nick. We're endeavoring to find out what's brought out this full course yellow. I can tell you, about 5 minutes beforehand, the number 6 Porsche Penske Porsche 963 just came in to the pits, and it's now in its garage. It had extensive right side bodywork damage, especially on the right front of the nose. Basically, all of the bodywork adjacent to and behind the right front headlight was shorn off, and there was even more damage done to the right-hand side of the car a little bit further back. That car's been up on the hijacks now for a good few minutes. I asked the managing director of Porsche Penske Motorsport, Jonathan Duguid, if he knew what had happened, and he said not yet. But it does look like there's extensive repairs that need to be made. 2 mechanics are under the car right now. 2 more are doing some work on the right-hand side. And it does not appear this car will be taking part in this session anytime soon.
Well. It's things starting to unravel slightly for Porsche Penske
Well, things
Motorsport.
gone from bad to worse, certainly, Peter, I agree. The supposition is that the full course yellow, whether some debris has been triggered by that Porsche incident or not, I'm not sure, but after Mulsanne Corner is where double waved yellow flags are being shown, and that could be as a result either of that damage to the Porsche, as Ryan was just describing. What I haven't been able to do is to identify if there's another car stuck there. It doesn't seem to be. The tracker is showing cars moving past Mulsanne Corner and heading on down those very fast right-handers that lead to Indianapolis. But so there's not a suggestion that that there's another car involved yet. But as I say, we'll keep our eyes on that. Just reflecting on possible penalties, but in the meantime, Peter.
Who's that then?
Well, if the only driver in the race called Ian is Ian James.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that is the Heart of Racing Aston Martin GT LMGT3 team.
Here's Nick DeVries on the radio. .66% at the front means that he's got his brake bias turned probably 66 to the front. Also, of course, with the Hypercar, you can use the electric motors as well to help slow the cars down. So probably winding that off and winding the friction brakes on. There is indeed debris at Marshall's Post 22 debris, and that was right in the middle of the road.
That's sort of on the run, about a third of the way between Mulsanne and Indianapolis. So, yeah, it requires the full course yellow for everything. Everyone goes to 80 kilometres an hour, which allows marshals the opportunity to go in and clear up.
It's effectively a code 80 for those
code 80, yes,
that know Creventic racing and the purple code 60 flag. This is code 80, and it was borrowed from Creventic style racing by Eduardo Freitas, who is not at all worried about where the good ideas come from.
As long as they're good ideas.
Exactly so.
Yeah, and that was fascinating insight to listening in. I mean, we were properly eavesdropping. There's, red flag. Okay, on the circuit. So as the Akkodis team are doing a brake change, I wouldn't say they're doing it at racing speed. It's not necessarily a racing speed practice. Actually, I'll retract that. The mechanics are going about it pretty quickly. But yeah, really interesting to listen in.
That was a brake disc and pad change. They are brand new discs going on the number 78 Akkodis car.
Interestingly, they changed them separately. I would have thought there would be a single unit where the disc and the pad goes on together. So there may be something else going on there. Just going back to the problem with the Porsche number 6 that Ryan described coming into the pits with damage. Kevin Estre and Matt Campbell have driven that car, but the third driver, Matt Campbell, hasn't yet got behind the wheel. So there's still just over an hour of tonight's session, plus an hour tomorrow. Still plenty of time, no reason for anybody to panic. I'm just saying that there are certain drivers who still have to do their night laps.
Well, while we ponder that one, it's a good time to get down to the pit lane for another CrowdStrike pit lane report with Ryan Murray.
It's a chance now to hear from Roman Diaz from the Aston Martin Heart of Racing team, driving the Valkyrie here at Le Mans, which it just seems to fit that screaming V12, the look of the car. And actually, you look at the pace in qualifying, although neither of the cars made it through to Hyperpole, you had one absolutely right there nipping at the heels of the rest of the field.
Yeah, definitely an impressive performance by Marco. As always, he's such a great driver, such a great teammate. So, yeah, I mean, the team did an amazing job. We're ahead of a Toyota, we're ahead of a Peugeot. I mean, we're in a really good position for our first Le Mans. Almost making Hyperpole is just, it's such a big deal for us. Shows how much this has progressed. So definitely really looking forward to the race.
I speculated during the qualifying program that if I had told you before qualifying that you guys had bumped a Toyota out of Hyperpole, you probably would have felt pretty good about your chances to move on, right?
I don't think anybody in the team would have been upset by hearing that. So no, definitely really happy. I mean, it's something to be here with the Heart of Racing and Aston Martin, just to think of, you know, where this program was a year ago. I think probably was one of the first times I drove the car was around this time. So yeah, just so special to be in the top class here. It's just such a great group of drivers, great group of people, and I think we're progressing really well. So we should have a strong car for the race.
We've seen the car at some iconic circuits, Long Beach and Spa, Sebring, to name a few, but does it gel with this place in a way that maybe it doesn't elsewhere?
Yeah, whether it's gelling emotionally or just the car is built for the track, but I mean, it's so cool to be here in this car. Like you said, it looks and sounds spectacular. It's you know, a very well-built car, and I mean, just to be in a prototype driving around Le Mans is never a bad thing. So yeah, never a bad day around here. You know where you're starting. The question is, where can you finish at the end of 24 long hours? I can tell you on Sunday at 4. Yeah, I mean, for us, we just want to finish and do our job, and like we've been doing the whole year on the IMSA side as well as on the WEC side, we just need to execute and focus on our own race. I think that's something that's so important with this race as well. Is just doing your job and executing. Everything else just falls into your hands. So yeah, just do what we can. Don't make mistakes, and hopefully on Sunday we're fighting up the field. Pleasure as always. Good luck this weekend. Thank you so much.
Just a note that a few cars that have come into the pits, the mechanics have been having a look at their tyres straight away. Tyres are not an infinite resource here by any stretch of the imagination. So there's something out on the track they don't like. We're trying to work out who hasn't come back. They're all going very, very slowly to the point where the tracker and the timing expects them at a certain time and then throws a big red S next to them if they're not there in time, and they can get a bit confused.
Yeah, the regulation demands that they return to the pits at 80 kilometres an hour, and only when the track is clear do we then get the message saying, okay, you can come back in at whatever speed you like. And what we've seen on some of the other red flags that we've had is exactly that happening. The incident has cleared itself, so they then said, go on, get back into the pits, because as soon as you do, then we can issue the green flag and get going again.
The end of the LMP2 and LMGT3 qualifying, there was a red flag, and they wanted to get the hypercars up there as quick as they could, and they were saying, can you speed up?
Yeah.
Can you come back quicker?
In order to keep on the programme.
Yeah.
Well, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters are working hard. Miguel Molina from the Ferrari AF Corsa crew has caught up with Nick Damon.
Big Will, what's it like coming to Le Mans as the absolute favourites?
Well, I don't think we are the favourites.
Oh, come on.
No, I don't think so. I think will be a very tight race, as we could see already in the practices and in the qualifying already. From what we see in the numbers and the data, will be a tough one. So let's see. For sure, we are looking forward for that race, especially after the great result that we had last year. And we are really looking forward for that.
You've got your team, the Ferrari team, has been dominating in the WEC, and we come here with very similar. I'm not allowed to say this, but very similar BOP. Why do you think you're not out-and-out favourites then? Is it the track design, or?
Well, because I think some of the manufacturers already showed a very good potential, and we are always trying to maximize our cars, so we don't know what they are doing the others.
It's still pretty warm, but I've noticed that some of the teams are beginning to look at putting the soft tyres on to try them. Is that something part of your program for later?
Well, I think it's a plan to run the soft during the night. Is the only maybe chance to use it, but the temperature is quite high still, much warmer than last year. And we will see. We will see if they are behaving good. There are a couple of cars that they are also trying the medium during the night, and we need to try and we need to check if it's possible.
Unlike many years in the past, you have a very limited number of tyres. Do you think that, we used to see years ago, we saw Audi doing 5 stints and 4 stints. Do you think 4 stints is still possible, or is it just a triple that's the most you can do?
Still early to understand, but I don't think will be like the old days of running a lot of stints, because the stints are quite long compared to the past, I think, and to the old times, and still some information to take and to analyze to see what we can optimize the tire sets.
Well, thank you very much and good luck for the race. And don't forget about the old times. That's 6 years ago.
Very interesting. So you can understand a driver not wanting to get too carried away, etc. But they don't believe they're the favourites. But tyres is going to be a huge talking point, I think, with the heat we're expecting, Paul.
Well, I just to answer the question, if anybody posed it, as to how Nick knew whether there were soft tyres going on or not. But the fact of the matter is, it's easy these days because Michelin have these colour coding system.
And Goodyear.
Goodyear do as well. But the Michelin system is for a white sidewall patch to be put on the soft tyres, a yellow to be on the medium, and a red to be on the hard. Yep. And I remember last year, John, you had a little mnemonic for remembering which were which, but I can't quite remember what it was now.
Red is for red hot, so that's when you want your hards on.
Right, because the track is hot, so you need a harder tyre, right?
Yeah. Yellow's mellow, so that's right in the middle.
Right.
Which only leaves white left.
Well, white was like Snow White and cold.
Yeah.
Well, you use it at night when.
And blue.
The blue tyres are the wet ones.
Blue is for blue. which is for rain, which is not how you say rain in French, but it's pluie, but it looks like blue. So blue is blue, and that's how I remember
it.
And Goodyear is something similar to that with their tyres on the GT.
Yeah, they've got 2 compounds you
Correct.
can choose from for those, and the LMP2 have just 1 dry tyre and 1 wet, nice and simple.
Yeah.
No need to get any more complicated than that.
And they were moaning about the dry tyres during the test day on the ground that it's a new compound.
Correct.
Which is harder, more durable.
No, the compound is exactly the same. It's the construction that's different. The sidewall is softer to actually stop the tyre moving around so much and having potential problems on the inside shoulder, which they were doing. And they've had that for this year, and they've actually been given back 0.1 or 1 degree rather of camber on the tyres from Goodyear on the LMP2s, and so the compound is exactly the same. It's the sidewall construction. They've gone softer on it after consultation with the LMP2 teams, and there is just a little bit. Hang on, bit of radio from the Alpine. So that was the number 35 Alpine LMH car. In consultation with the teams this year, there's been a slight change to the construction of those Goodyear LMP2 tyres. Those cars, there's still quite a lot that you can do with them. Not as much as you could do. That you've got a mandated aero package now, where in the past you could swap and change between 3 different aero packages and elements thereof. You've got far less power than you used to have, which is a piece of engineering genius by the guys at Gibson. So you can't just turn down an engine by key.
It's not like the oven.
No, it is really not like the oven. I've seen the restrictors that these engines breathe through now. It's basically like asking Usain Bolt to breathe through 2 straws. It's incredibly small, but also electronically they've had to change how the engine is fueled, and these engines were never built to do what they're doing, so there's strange resonances, and they've still not. I mean, their records, Zytek Gibson, their record on the engines has been.
It's been the backbone of the class.
Phenomenal.
What Tommy Parner was saying yesterday, there's never been an engine failure at Le Mans of a Gibson engine.
That's right, yeah.
So it is an impressive piece of kit, and just the job for what's required.
Yes, definitely.
There is still some engineering to do on those cars. The point being, everybody thinks, all right, so you've got a mandated gear cluster, you've got mandated aero, you've got mandated tyres, you've got fewer choices on your tyres, etc., etc. But you can still do what was explained to me as proper old-fashioned engineering, bump, rebound, springs, all that kind of thing.
And it attracts exactly that sort of team.
One team that have been busy, Proton Competition, who have Proton Competition, who have got running cars across various categories, but are also pairing up with Iron Lynx as well. And Iron Lynx, on their side of things, have been very, very busy today with lots to do. And Ryan Marine is caught up with some of the folks down in Iron Lynx.
I have indeed, and French youngster Matteo Capietto joining me here from part of their LMP2 lineup. How has the experience been working with Proton, working with Iron Lynx, and LMP2 lineup that you've got?
Well, it's been a pleasure for sure. We have a really quick and young lineup. I've had a bit of experience with the team in the past, obviously, with my 1 season and a half at MS. This is my second Le Mans, so it's, let's say, a bit less impressive. It's always super nice and a super experience. And I just love the night. It's super. Let's not say scary, but it's so different. And when you enter the Porsche curves and you don't see the apex when you turn in, it's a bit frightening, and you have that sense of speed that's just 10 times more than in the day, so it's incredible.
You say it's frightening, but you have a big smile when you it. I think you enjoy the challenge.
Exactly. For a driver, it's just the best thing that you can do, because it's raw driving. You drive, you don't see, you trust your instinct, and you see how it goes.
This is, as you said, your second 24 hours of Le Mans. How much more relaxed are you? Because you've been through this process once before. You're not going into the unknown.
Up to there, I've done it. After 6 hours in the race, this will be new for me.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's actually quite a new experience if we end up driving more than 6 hours. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to doing the full experience and finishing this time.
LMP2, as always, super competitive. Everyone has the same package, so it comes down to execution for the team and for the drivers. How well equipped do you feel you are to challenge for a podium, if not a win?
We have done a lot of preparation. I think we are probably one of the most prepared teams. We didn't do on-track testing, but we did a lot of simulator. We had some nice documents that were sent over to prepare for the event. So for sure, we have done our job. The engineers have definitely done their job. So we are ready. We'll see what the race has to deliver. But no, we've done everything we could.
Pleasure to meet you. Bonne chance.
Merci beaucoup.
So we're back under green flag conditions then for the latter stages of night practice here, with an hour and 32 minutes elapsed, just under 28 minutes left on the clock, and it's Ferrari at the top of the timesheets with Ye Fei in the number 83 car. So it's the yellow satellite car that leads the way at the moment, but by over a second from the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010 Hybrid of Brendan Hartley. Then it's Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, Will Stevens. A lot of people thinking Cadillac are the dark horse, or maybe not so dark horse. Very much obvious with their pace at the front of the field. They sit in third at the moment. Then it's the second of the Ferraris in fourth place, car number 50, Antonio Fuoco, with Mathieu Jamini, the first of the Porsches, car number 5, rounding out the top 5. And then in sixth place, BMW M Team WRT car number 20, Rennie Rast at the wheel of that car. That is the Shell liveried car in sixth. In LMP2 then, it's the number 199, AO by TF, who have been flying all day. They were quickest in LMP2 qualifying earlier on, getting themselves through to Hyperpole, and they've continued that here into the night practice session. And remember, they are a Pro-Am team. United Autosports, they sit in second with the number 22 car, Renger van de Zande on board right now. Then it's CLX Pure Racing with Tristan Vautier in their number 37 machine. Then it's the second of the Pro-Am LMP2 cars. Rodrigo Salas for TDS Racing sits in fourth in car number 29. Then it's VDS Panis Racing, car 48 in fifth place in class. And rounding out the top 6 in LMP2, it's Mathieu Vaxivière in the number 183 AF Corsa car. That is also a Pro-Am car, so lots of Pro-Am cars up there at the sharp end of LMP2. In the LMGT3 category, at the moment, it's a Lexus 1-2, 87 from 78, with Clement Schmidt in the leading car and Super Sub Jack Hawksworth, can't believe I'm calling him that, sitting there in second. Then it's Ryan Hardwick in third in the Manthey First Form Porsche. They had a good qualifying session earlier on. Kessel Racing in the first of the Ferraris sits in fourth with Casper Stevenson on board. Then it's the very strongly performing 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes of Martin Berry. Really strong showing from them so far. And then in sixth, it's Zachary Robichon in the number 27 Heart of Racing Aston. That is your hourly update. So at the moment, it's been a high day for track temperatures. We've seen it over 40 degrees at the hottest point of the day. But right now, as we're heading towards midnight, 31.3 degrees Celsius. So, will we see any quick times being pushed in before the end of night practice? As we've discussed, it's different than the old days where it's not for grid order. That is being done separately. but we know drivers, they can't help themselves, Paul.
I think it'll happen, yeah. I mean, we may not get down into the 24s, but I think we'll get some quicker laps at the top end of the field. EVA finally getting out in the number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari. Remember, that car had been, let's say, dominated by Robert Kubica, but he set more laps than anybody else. So EVA now gets his chance behind the wheel of that car. Good news for Porsche fans, the number 6 car, which we think may have at least triggered an element of that red flag whilst the track was cleaned up over at Mulsanne Corner. So the number 6 is back out. Matt Campbell has come out of the pits driving the number 6. The driver who's yet to drive it is Lawrence Vantour from Greece earlier on, with his big brother Lawrence driving in the Porsche, is yet to drive in that car, but we may see him out in the remaining 20 minutes of the session, and if not, then he'll have to go out and do his night laps on tomorrow evening, when the final 1 hour of night practice will take place.
Just a quick note coming in, and I like this one, for the tyre aid memoir at RSL_studio. Use the hashtag 20RLM24. Motorsport calendar says for tyres, white at night. Of course, brilliant.
White at night?
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily just at night though, but that would tend to be when you use them. And actually, with the heat that we're seeing, will actually the temperatures drop to the point where the soft would be the tyre to go on?
Well, if your track temperature as it is now
31
is still 31, the Mobil 1 track temperature is still 31.5. That I'm not sure you want to be banging the softs on quite yet. It'd be you want that to come down a bit more. You've got to really triple or quad stint the tyres, and that's been the discussion since before test day as to whether when you have to multiple stint the tyres in a big way overnight, whether it's only a triple or whether you can quad stint it.
Yes, I mean, it was quite interesting listening to Miguel Molina when he was talking to Nick about that, because Nick kind of went a little bit deeper into the problem, as Nick always does. But he got Miguel to actually talk quite a lot about the tyres, and I believe him when he said he didn't really know. There's not enough data yet.
I agree.
And
totally agree.
You want to go out, you want to try them in this kind of temperature. If they wear out after 20 laps, then you know that if the temperatures are this high race night, Saturday night into Sunday, you're not going to be able to use the soft tyres.
Yeah.
However, if the temperatures drop by another 10 degrees, as some people are suggesting they will in the night of Saturday into Sunday, then you know at least you can definitely do 20 laps, so you can probably do 35 or 40. And that'll be long enough to do the double stint or the triple stint that you may want to do. Now, we were saying yesterday, Johnny and I, the tyre allocation for the race is a relatively generous one, in that for the race you get 56 tyres. So that's...
and that starts from the start of the race.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, doesn't count the warm-up and doesn't count the lap to the grid. It's from the green light going out at the start of the race. So you have 14 sets of tyres. You don't necessarily need to use all of those, because if you can triple stint during the night and you end up kind of with tyres in hand, then you have the option on Sunday morning. Remember, Sunday morning leads into Sunday afternoon. The race doesn't finish till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's going to get hot by then.
Yeah.
Then you can start to do the tyre change at every stop.
Because
if you haven't done the hard work during the night,
then
you don't have the flexibility to do that
Correct.
during the following morning.
Interestingly, at Daytona, we saw another Daytona when I don't think anybody used the soft tyres at all, and it was nowhere near as warm as it is going to be here.
Okay.
Normally, IMSA don't have actually Michelin don't like us calling them soft, medium and hard. they are temperature dependent, aren't they? But effectively, that's the easiest way to remember what they are and where they would get used. And normally we don't use, and we only have one compound. But for Daytona, for the last couple of years, we've had the option of the 2 compounds and using the slightly softer compound for the colder weather. 1 year, was that 2 years ago, Peter, when we could only use it from
7 till 7.
8 till 8, 7 till 7, yeah.
That's right, yeah.
And I think the first year we had that, only Wayne Taylor used them on the then Acuras, and I don't think anybody used them at all this year. And it was, as I say, it was way colder than it's going to be here overnight.
Yeah, and I think interestingly, just as we were getting back to green flag conditions, I noticed that one of the Aston Martin Valkyries had the softs on. This is the perfect time to try to see if they're going to work or not, or maybe there's not enough time to run a stint to get that information. But that's going to be one of the big talking points. And of course, is it going to be as hot as it has been today? It has been very warm today. Is it going to be as warm on race day? That's the question we don't know yet.
And regardless of the forecast, you've got to then worry about what's actually happening. You have to react to what's actually happening regardless of what the forecast says. If it would rain during the race, then wet tyres are not calculated within the 14 sets. So if you can do a stint on wet tyres, then that doesn't count against your allocation.
Well, I'm from Scotland, and I do like a buy one get one free deal, and that is exactly what Ryan Marine has delivered up for this CrowdStrike Pit Lane Report.
Yeah, how about a double course here? We've got Tom us here, Tom Blunkin and Tristan Vautier from CLX Pure Racing. That means Alex Malik will be in the car right now. Step a little bit towards the front of the garage, guys, to get a little bit better signal here. But Tom, we'll start with you. You're already in your civvies, so you've been done for a little bit, I take it.
Yeah, I went in second. Alex started the session, trying to give him as many laps as possible, obviously, before Saturday. I jumped in second. It's always great being here, obviously. To the event and stuff before tomorrow, but so far it's been fine. No issues, no big dramas. We managed to just sneak through for the hyperpole, but so we can work on that a little bit tomorrow. But just going through our paces, making sure Alex, gets as much experience as possible in the LMP2 car.
And Tristan, when you got out of the car just a couple of moments ago, you guys were third fastest in LMP2. As Tom said, quick enough to get through to Hyperpole, looking ahead to qualifying to set the grid. So how do you feel about your chances for a good starting position and then perhaps a good finishing position?
Yeah, we think we're okay. We maybe don't have the pace for pole, but maybe, top 5 or somewhere in that area. But to be fair, we're focusing more on the race, although we'd like to make it to Hyperpole and have a good starting position. It's a long race, and I think the race car is much more important than shining just in quali. But it's been a bit of a bumpy day, but we made it through by one spot, luckily. Got a bit unlucky with that red flag, but Tom was on a good lap. But anyways, we're in, and I think we have something good enough for tomorrow to advance if we put it together when it matters.
Alex was so good last year in LMGT3, but now experiencing a downforce car for the first time. What have you been working with him on as he gets up to speed? I guess he did do Asian Le Mans, but at least here at Le Mans.
He's a quick learner, he's a hard worker. He's got natural gift, and on top of it, he works really hard. So he's been improving really quick. He's getting fairly close to us and getting close to the experienced silvers. So it's a big jump for him because he gets to learn a new car and he gets to be bumped from bronze to silver and fight against silvers. We've been in that car for a few years, so far he's doing really good. We're giving him as many laps as we can. That's why he's back out tonight, and hopefully the three of us are close together in the race, and we can have a strong result.
And Tom, we'll close with you. It seems like there's great camaraderie within this team. How important is it over the course of a long season, but especially a long race like this one?
Yeah, it's really important. I've raced against Tristan, over in IMSA for a couple of years, but it's the first time we're working, sharing the car. It's been really good. we're both been in this sport long enough, experienced enough that, you know, we don't need to prove anything. So that helps a lot in this, you know, endurance racing. You really have to work as a team. There's a lot of sacrifice, you know. Unfortunately for Tristan, he's ended up with the short end of the stick today, and, you know, not been unlucky with red flags and timings and stuff, and you know, not had as many laps as for example, me or Alex. But you know, hopefully tomorrow we can fix that. But yeah, it's super important, you know. If obviously, you know, he's experienced and you know, got a good head on to deal with those sorts of, you know, moments when it doesn't go your way, right? In terms of, you know, he wants to get as many laps as possible. We need him to get as many laps as possible for the race, because it's, you know, everyone needs to cycle through the car. So yeah, it's always difficult, but you just gotta, you know, like I said, there's always a compromise here in this endurance racing. You just gotta be, you know, ready for it, and yeah. So having no egos is definitely, you know, a good thing.
Thank you both.
Thank you. Thanks, mate.
Thanks.
The disqualification has been confirmed for Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6. It is in the results notice board, and I will tell you exactly what it said. This is decision number 66. Technical checks were conducted at the end of the qualifying session within the presence of team representatives, having determined that the technical delegate reports the stewards considered the minimum car weight did not comply with the relevant regulations. During the hearing, the team manager confirmed and accepted the process of scrutineering and the measurements. Consequently, the stewards have decided to impose disqualification of car 6 from the qualifying session. The car 6 will start at the back of the grid of his category, according to. As a result, the stewards have decided that competitors classified behind car 6 at the end of the qualifying session will be moved up in accordance with the relative articles. So disqualified for underweight for the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport. That is decision number 66. We were talking about this as long as everything went through at the end of the session, Paul. It did not, and therefore we have a change in the Hypercar Hyperpole 1 for tomorrow evening.
Much cheering amongst the Aston Martin Valkyrie
Much cheering
team.
in the marches.
In War Pagnell, yes. So no, good news for Aston Martin, bad news for Porsche, who just had to push the car back into the garage again. The car already having been in the garage to have some damage repaired, which caused sufficient debris to be thrown up on the track coming down from Mulsanne
We didn't
corner.
find out what caused that, whether it was a tyre or contact or...
No, we didn't, but I'm sure one of our pit lane reporters will be compiling his CrowdStrike report as we speak, and we'll try and bring us some information. But not a good day for that number 6 car, but it's only been excluded from the qualifying session. It's not been excluded from the meeting, so it could have been worse. And well, these things do happen. And starting from the back of the hypercar grid, yes, it's not what they will have wanted, but they will focus on the future, and they'll get on with it. And that crew of Kevin Estre, Lawrence Van Tour and Matt Campbell will be doing everything in their power to minimise the impact of that rather unfortunate incident, or sequence of unfortunate events, I think is the expression.
So Theo has just said on using the hashtag 20RLM24, does that mean the 009 Heart of Racing Valkyrie in Hyperpole? And the short answer to that is
well, yes, subject to confirmation and the results being made official.
So here's the thing. That car won't have been scrutineered after qualifying.
That I can't say. But it is common for not every car to be scrutineered on every single item of the regulations. They, in any case, only ever check certain things and certain cars. So, you know, that is the whole point of scrutineering. You know, you only can check certain things. I promised you some improved lap time. I've only got 10 minutes of this session remaining. It's 10 minutes till tomorrow. But we had an improvement from Raffaele Marciello a few moments ago at the wheel of the BMW M Hybrid V8, car number 15. That moved it up to 6th place in the standings. Earl Bamber in the Hertz team with Jota Cadillac moved the number 38, the mighty 38, up into 7th place with a 3 minutes 27.2 285. Raffaele Marciello's time was a 3 minutes 27.241. Marcus Sorensen also improved his time in the Aston Martin, the 009, the beneficiary of his earlier of the exclusion of the number 6 from qualifying. So Marcus Sorensen celebrating that. And Pascal Wehrlein suddenly bangs in a quick one, a 326.748. Don't exclude Porsche yet from this one. Pascal Wehrlein then having his first outing at Le Mans in the Penske Porsche team, and he's just moved his 963 up to 4th place in the session in car number 4, 326.748. So less than 10 minutes to go in the session, and those times, they're happening.
They are, yes.
They told you so.
They are, you did, and I never doubted you. Pascal Wehrlein just getting quicker all the time at the wheel of the number 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport. And actually, as you were describing that, Paul, I was thinking of Pascal Wehrlein, how he'd improved that car's time, and he's improved it again to go up into 4th position in car number 4. That's all very linear. And of course, Pascal, very, very little experience in multi-class sports car racing full stop, let alone in this car. So, but he's been through a fairly rigorous selection process for that seat. There was a lot of people in the running for that seat, if various news outlets were to be believed. But it's Pascal that they've chosen to put in beside the two men of the moment right now in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, in Nick Tandy and Felipe Nasr, who are really in command of that championship at this moment in time. Won the first 2 major endurance races of the year. So it's a big opportunity for Pascal.
From what I've got here, it's only Pascal who's been behind the wheel of that car tonight. Neither Felipe Nasr nor Nick Tandy have had a chance. Pascal Wehrlein has, I suppose that he is the least experienced of driving at night, so perhaps deserves the most. But it does put the pressure a little bit on tomorrow night when both Felipe Nasr and Nick Tandy are going to have to do their night qualifying laps. But Pascal certainly getting used to night driving, and we often find, I mean, and John Hindhoff will have